Good afternoon, disciples, journeymen, whatever you want to call yourselves. We finally made it to chapter 50. We're halfway through, and I'm pretty pleased about it. It's been a fun time. I've loved keeping up with all the comments and whatnot, and I'm happy to, move on to the back half of the book. Um, I hope everyone's enjoyed up to this point. I did notice while editing that I made a mistake on chapter 43. I actually called it 34 when I was recording it. I don't know why, but I went ahead and fixed that. But anyone who's attentive or looking for mistakes, you can go up to this. You can go to the solo upload of 34 or 43 and find that. I'm still getting them mixed up. Um, but yeah, that's about it. I hope you enjoy. If you do, like, comment, subscribe, bell icon. That's it. Um, so without further ado, the last part of the first half of Journey to the West. Thanks. Chapter 41. The Mind Ape is defeated by fire. The Mother of Wood is captured by a demon. Good and evil are quickly forgotten. Flowering and fading are of no concern. When perception is half revealed, it may sink or swim. Follow fate and take your food and drink when they come. Divine peace is still and solitary. Stupidity is open to devilish attack. The five elements smash the woods of contemplation. When the wind blows, it is bound to be cold. The story tells how the great sage monkey took his leave of Friar Sand and led Pig with him as he sprang across the withered pine creek and headed straight for the Demon's Crag. There was indeed a cave in it, and it was no ordinary sight. When returning along one's old route in mysterious silence, the call of the crane is heard in the wind and moonlight. White clouds bathe the river in brightness. The waters under the bridge make one think of immortals. Apes and birds cry out amid exotic plants. Creepers cover the steps. Magic mushrooms flourish. Dark green floats among crags as mists disperse. Turquoise touches the pines when a phoenix alights. The distant line of peaks looks just like a screen. In the folds of the mountain, an immortal's cave is formed. In this branch of the Kunlun Range are dragons born. Only those fated to do so can enjoy this beauty. As they approached the gate, they saw a stone tablet on which was carved in big letters, Fire Wind Cave, Withered Pine Ravine, Mount How. To the other side, a crowd of little demons were sparring with sword and spear, leaping through the air and generally enjoying themselves. "Little ones!" shouted Monkey at the top of his voice. "Tell your ruler at once that if he brings my master, the Tang priest, out, I'll spare all your lives. But if that so much as a hint of a no comes out between his teeth, I'll turn your mountain upside down and trample your cave flat." Hearing this, the little demons all scurried back into the cave, shut the doors, and went in to report, "Trouble, your majesty." The monster had carried Sanzong into the cave, stripped him, tied his hands and feet together, and sent little devils to fetch clean water to wash him with. He was going to put Sanzong into a steaming tray to cook, but when the alarm was raised, he forgot about washing Sanzong, rushed into the main hall, and asked, "What trouble?" There's a monk with a hairy face as ugly as a thunder god. He's got another monk with a long snout and big ears. He's demanding their master, who's called the Tang Priest or something, and he says that if there's so much as a hint of a no, he'll turn the mountain upside down and trample the cave flat.
They must be Son the Novice and Pig, said the Demon King with a cruel laugh. They were bound to come looking for their master, but I carried their master 50 miles from the middle of the mountains to here. How did they find their way here?
The monster then told his carters to push the carts out, and the little devils responsibly did so, opening up the front gates.
Brother, said Pig when he saw them, I think they're so scared of us they've brought their carts out and are going to move away.
No, said Monkey. Look, they're leaving them there. The little devils set the carts out in the order of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Checked them over, and went back inside to report.
Ready?
The Demon King asked. Ready, they replied.
Fetch my spear,
said the Demon King, and 2 of the little devils from the armory carried in an 18-foot-long fire-tipped spear that they handed to their king. The king tried out a few swings and thrusts with the spear. He wore no helmet or armor, just a battle kilt of embroidered brocade around his waist, and as he went out barefoot through the gates. When Monkey and Pig looked up at him, they saw that the monster had a face as pale as if powdered, rips as red as from lipstick, hair and 2 tufts looking darker than indigo, a clear-cut brow like a crescent moon. His kilt was embroidered with phoenix and dragon. He looked like Neja, but a little plumper. In his hands he wielded an awe-inspiring spear, as he came out through the gates protected by his aura. When he roared, it echoed like thunder, and the glare of his eyes flashed like lightning. If you would know this true demon's name, he was the Red Boy of undying renown. The Red Boy came out shouting, "Who's making that row?" Monkey went closer, smiled, and said, "Don't put on such an act, dear nephew. At the top of that pine tree this morning you were a skinny, jaundiced little baby, and you fooled my master. I carried you in all kindness, but you made a whirlwind and took my master off. Now you're putting on this big show, but I know who you are. Bring my master out at once if you don't want me to forget our kinship and turn nasty. I wouldn't like your respected father to think of me as a disgraceful bully." These words threw the demon into a fury.
"Vicious ape," he roared. "You're no relation of mine. You're talking a load of nonsense. You've got no reason to claim that I'm your nephew."
"You wouldn't know about it, lad," said Monkey. "When your respected father and I were sworn brothers, you hadn't even been thought of."
"Rubbish, you baboon," said the demon. "Think where you came from and where I came from. How could you have been my father's sworn brother?"
"You'd know nothing about it," said Monkey. "I'm Sun Wukong, the great sage equaling heaven, who made havoc in heaven 500 years ago. Before that, I roamed all over the seas and the sky and visited all of the 4 continents. In those days, I was a great admirer of true heroes. Your respected father, the Bull Demon King, had the tide of great sage matching heaven. He took me as his 7th brother, and I let him be the eldest brother. There were also the Salamander Demon King, the great sage overturning the sea, who was our second brother. The Rock Demon King was the great sage throwing heaven into confusion, and third brother. Fourth brother was the Camel King, the great sage who moves mountains. The Macaque King, our fifth brother, was the great sage who travels with the wind. And the sixth brother was the Lion King. His title was Great Sage Who Drives the Gods Away. As I was the smallest, I was the seventh brother, the great sage equaling heaven. When we brothers were having a fine old time back in those days, you hadn't even been born. The demon, refusing to believe a word of this, raised his fire-tipped spear to thrust at Monkey. With the unhurried ease of a true expert, Monkey avoided the spear thrust, swung his iron cudgel, and insulted him. "You don't know when you're outclassed, you little demon! Take this!" The evil spirit also moved out of the way and said, "Times have changed and you've been left behind, vicious ape. Take this!" There was no more talk of their kinship, as the pair of them showed their magic powers in great anger. They leapt into mid-air, and it was a fine duel. Monkey was very famous. The Demon King was powerful. One held a gold-banded cudgel before him. The other thrust with a fire-tipped spear. The fogs they breathed out darkened the three worlds. They snorted out clouds that covered the four quarters. It was a day of terror and of murderous shouts, when sun, moon, and stars could not be seen. In speech, neither yielded an inch. Both were unreasonable by nature. One was a discourteous bully. The other forgot the obligations of kinship. The parrying cudgel made one mightier. The thrusting spear showed the other's savagery. One was a true great sage from primal chaos. The other was the page Sudana. The pair of them strove for supremacy, all because the Tang priest would worship the Buddha. While the evil spirit fought 20 rounds with Monkey without result, Pig could clearly see from the sidelines that, although the demon had not been defeated, he was only holding Monkey at bay and had no hope of making an attack on him. And although Monkey had not yet beaten the demon, he was wielding his cudgel with such consummate skill that he kept striking at the demon's head without ever missing his aim.
"This is no good," thought Pig. "Monkey's a slippery customer, and if he shows the monster an opening and gets the demon to charge, Monkey'll finish him off with one blow of his cudgel, and there'll be no glory for me."
Watch Pig as he summons up his spirit, raises the 9-pronged rake, and brings it down from mid-air towards the demon's head. This gave the demon so bad a fright that he fled in defeat. "After him!" shouted Monkey. "After him!" The pair of them chased to the mouth of the cave, where the demon stood on the middle one of the 5 little carts, brandishing his fire-tipped spear with one hand, and clenching the other into a fist with which he punched himself twice on the nose.
"Shameless thing," laughed Pig. "Punching yourself on the nose to make it bleed, then wiping the blood all over your face. Are you going to bring a lawsuit against us?"
But when the Demon King hit his nose twice, he also set a spell and breathed out fire, while he snorted thick clouds of smoke from his nose.
In the wink of an eye, flames were everywhere. Fire poured from the 5 carts. After the demon had blown a few more times, a great fire was leaping into the sky, blotting out the fire cloud cave. Heaven and earth were both engulfed in the blaze. "Brother," said Pig in horror, "this is terrible. Once in that fire, that would be the end of you. I'd be baked, and he'd only need to add a few spices to make a meal of me. Let's get out of here." At that, he fled back across the ravine, ignoring Monkey. Monkey's magical powers really were very great. Making a fire avoidance spell with his fingers, he plunged into the flames in pursuit of the demon. Seeing Monkey coming after him, the demon breathed out yet more fire, which was even worse than ever. That fire, fiercely blazing, filled the sky, covered the earth with a terrible red, flew up and down like a fire wheel, danced east and west like sparks. This was not the fire of the fire-maker rubbing wood, or of Lao Tzu heating his elixir furnace. Not a heavenly fire, or a prairie fire, but the true samadhi fire the demon had refined. The 5 carts combined the 5 elements, and the fire was formed from their transformations. The wood of the liver can make the heart fire blaze. The fire of the heart can settle the spleen's earth. Spleen's earth gives rise to metal, which turns to water, and water gives birth to wood, completing the magic cycle. To fire are due all births and transformations. It makes all things to flourish throughout space. The evil spirit had long learned to breathe samadhi fire. He was forever the first lord of the West. Monkey could not find the monster amid the raging flames, or even see the way to the mouth of the cave, so he sprang back out of the fire. The demon, who could see all this clearly from the entrance to the cave, put his fire-making equipment away when he knew Monkey had gone, led his devilish horde back inside the cave, and shut the stone doors. He felt he had won a victory, so he told his underlings to lay on a banquet. There was music and much rejoicing, of which we will not speak. Instead, we turn to Monkey, who had leapt back across the withered pine ravine and brought his cloud down to land, where he could hear Pig and Friar Sand talking loudly and clearly among the pines. He went up to them and shouted at Pig, "You're no man, you cretin! You were so scared of the demon's fire that you ditched me and fled for your life. But I've long had a trick or two up my sleeve." "Brother," laughed Pig, "that monster was quite right when he said that you're not up to it anymore. As the old saying goes, only the man who can meet today's need may be acclaimed as a hero indeed. That demon was no relation of yours, but you tried to force him to take you for one, and when it came to a fight, he set off all that terrible fire. Instead of running away, are you going to get stuck into another fight with him?"
How do the monster's fighting powers compare with mine?" Monkey asked.
"He's no match for you," said Pig.
"What's he like with his spear?"
"No good either," replied Pig. "When I saw that he was barely holding out, I took a swipe at him to help you. He wouldn't play and ran away. Then he cheated and set that fire going."
"You shouldn't have come," said Monkey. "It would be best if I had a few more rounds with him and caught him a crafty one with my cudgel." The two of them then fell to discussing the demon's skill and his terrible fire, while Friar Sand leaned against a pine trunk, grinning broadly. "What are you grinning at, brother?" asked Monkey when he noticed. "Don't tell me you've got some power with which to capture the demon and defeat his magic fire. If you had, you'd be helping all of us. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. If you can capture the demon and rescue the master, you'll have something very fine to your credit."
"I've got no magic powers," said Friar Sand, "and I can't subdue demons. I was just smiling at the way you two were getting so desperate."
"What do you mean?" Monkey asked.
"The demon's no match for either you in magic or at fighting," said Friar Sand. "The only reason you can't beat him is because of his fire. If you took my advice, you could catch him easily by using the principle of the elements overcoming each other."
At this, Monkey chuckled aloud and said, "You're right. We were so desperate we forgot about that. On the principle of the elements overcoming each other, we'll have to beat fire with water. The question is, where do we get the water to put that fire out and rescue the master?"
"Yes," said Friar Sand, "and we mustn't waste any time."
"You two stay here," said Monkey, "but don't get into a fight with him. I'll go and borrow some dragon soldiers from the Eastern Ocean to bring water to douse the fire devil."
"Off you go, brother," said Pig, "and don't worry, we know what to do."
The splendid great sage took his cloud far away. In a moment he was at the Eastern Ocean, but he had no interest in admiring the seascape as he parted the waves with water-repelling magic. As he was going through the water, he met a patrolling yaksha, who hurried back into the Water Crystal Palace to report to the senior Dragon King, Ao Guang. Ao Guang came out to welcome Monkey at the head of his dragon sons and grandsons, and his shrimp and crab soldiers. The Dragon King invited Monkey to come in and sit down. When the courtesies were over, the king offered Monkey some tea. "Please don't bother," said Monkey, "but there is something else I've come to trouble you with. My master, the Tang priest, has been captured on his way to the Western Heaven to worship the Buddha and fetch the scriptures. He's been caught by an evil spirit called the Red Boy, the Boy Sage King, from the Fire Cloud Cave by Withered Pine Ravine on Mount Hao. I went into the cave to look for my master and fight the demon, but the demon started a great fire. It was too much for me. I thought that as water overcomes fire, I'd come here to ask you for some water. Could you make a torrential downpour for me that would put the fire out and save the Tang priest?"
"You've come to the wrong place," said the Dragon King. "I'm not the person to ask for rain."
"But you're the Dragon King of the Four Oceans," said Monkey, "the Lord of Rain. If I don't ask you, who else should I ask?"
"I am in charge of rain," replied the Dragon King, "but I can't do anything without authorization. I must have permission from the Jade Emperor as to where and when and how many inches of rain I should pour down. And I've got to get a lot of official signatures before I can ask the help of Grandpa Thunder, Mother Lightning, Uncle Wind, and the Cloud Boys. As the saying goes, dragons can't travel without cloud."
"But I don't need wind, clouds, thunder, or lightning," said Monkey. "All I want is some rain to put the fire out." "You may not need wind, clouds, thunder, or lightning, great sage," said the Dragon King, "but I can't help you alone. What would you say if I asked my younger brothers too?"
Where are they? Monkey asked. Aukeen is Dragon King of the Southern Sea, Aurun is Dragon King of the Northern Sea, and Aoshun is Dragon King of the Western Sea. It'd be easier to go up to heaven and ask the Jade Emperor for an edict than to trek round all three seas, replied Monkey with a laugh. No need for you to go, great sage, said the Dragon King. If I beat my iron drum and bronze bell, they'll be here this instant. Please sound them at once, Senior Dragon King, said Monkey. A moment later, the three other Dragon Kings came crowding in. Elder brother, they asked, what orders do you have for us? The great sage Monkey is here to borrow some rain to help him subdue a demon, said the Senior Dragon King. After the greetings were over, Monkey explained why he needed water. The dragons were all delighted to comply. They mustered the following: the brave shark as the vanguard, with big-mouthed Hemibagris to the fore. Marshal Carp, who plunges through the waves. Commander Bream, who spews out mists. Colonel Mackerel, to patrol the east. Major Kohler, to advance the west. The cavalryman Red Eye gallops to the south, while General Blackshell breaks through in the north. Brigadier Croaker commands the central force. Every unit is a crack force of heroes. A master of strategy is Chief of Staff Turtle. Lord Tortoise excels in subtle predictions. Prime Minister Alligator is full of wisdom. Garrison Commander Terrapin has great ability. Advancing sideways, crab soldiers wield their swords, while leaping shrimp Amazons draw their bows. Secretary Catfish looks after the paperwork and calls the rolls of the dragon army. There is a poem about it that goes, the four ocean dragons were glad to give their help when Monkey the sage to seek assistance came. As the priest Sun Zong was in trouble on his journey, they all carried water to put out the flame. Monkey was soon back at the Withered Pine Ravine on Mount Howe with his dragon army. Worthy brothers of the Owl clan, he said, I have brought you a long way. This is where the dragon demon lives. Will you please stay up here in midair and not show your faces while I have it out with him? If I can beat him, I won't need to trouble you gentlemen to capture him for me. If he beats me, there will be no need for you gentlemen to join in the fray. The only thing I'd like you to do is all spurt out rain together when I call if he starts his fire. The Dragon Kings did as they had been told. Monkey then brought his cloud down to land in the pine wood, saw Pig and Friar Sand, and called to them. You were quick, said Pig. Did you get the Dragon King to come? They're all here, Brother Monkey replied. You'd both better be very careful not to let the baggage get wet if it rains hard. I'm off to fight the demon. Off you go, and don't worry, said Friar Sand. We can cope. Monkey leapt across the ravine to the cave entrance and shouted, Open up! The little devils ran back in to report, Son the Novice is here again. The red boy looked up with a smile and said, The monkey thinks there's no fire can burn him, because none ever has. That's why he's here again. But this time we won't let him off. We'll burn him to cinders."
He sprang up, grabbed his spear, and ordered the little demons to wheel the fire carts out. Then he went out in front of the gates and asked Monkey,
"Why are you here again?"
"Give me back my master," Monkey replied.
"Keep up with the times, ape," said the demon. "He may be a master to you, but to me he's something to eat with my drinks. You might as well forget about him."
These words threw Monkey into a fury. He raised his gold-banded cudgel and struck at the monster's head. The demon quickly parried the blow with his fire-tipped spear. This fight was not like the one before. A furious evil demon, an enraged monkey king, one set on saving the pilgrim priest, whom the other intended to devour. When the heart changes, kinship disappears. No concessions are made in the absence of feeling. One would gladly have skinned his foe alive. The other wanted his enemy pickled in sauce. Such heroism! What ferocity! Spear parried cudgel in the struggle for mastery. Cudgel blocked spear in the battle to win. After 20 rounds of combat, both sides were on equal terms. When the Demon King had fought 20 rounds with Monkey and could see that neither of them was going to win, he fainted, pulled back, clenched his fist, punched himself twice on the nose, and started breathing out fire again. Flames roared from the carts in front of the entrance, and his mouth and eyes were full of the blaze. Monkey looked back to shout, "Where are you, Dragon Kings?" The Dragon King brothers then led their watery hosts in spurting rain on the demon's fire. It was a splendid rainstorm. Mighty, heavy, mighty as stars falling from the heavens, heavy like waves crashing on the shore. At first, the drops are the size of fists. Then, each is a bowl of water upturned, flowing across the land, making ducks' necks green, washing the mountainside to show it deep blue. The waters in the ravine are 1,000 fathoms of jade. The spring stream swells to a myriad strands of silver. Soon the crossroads is flooded, and the meandering river flows straight. The dragons help the Tang priest in his trouble, making the heavenly river overflow. But heavy though it was, the downpour could not stop the demon's fire. Dragon King's private rain can only put out ordinary fires, not this demon's samadhi fire. The rain was like oil poured on the flames. The more there was, the fiercer the blaze. "I'll make a hand spell and plunge into the fire," said Monkey, who went after the demon, swinging his cudgel. Seeing Monkey coming, the demon blew a cloud of smoke straight into his face. Turn away though he did, Monkey's eyes smarted terribly, and he could not stop the tears from pouring down. Although not bothered by fire, the great sage was vulnerable to smoke. Back at the time when he had made havoc in heaven and been refined by Lord Lao Tzu in the 8 trigram furnace, he had saved himself from being burnt up by staying in the part of the furnace controlled by the wind trigram Zun. But the wind had blown smoke at him, and he had been so thoroughly cooked that his eyes turned fiery and his pupils golden. That was why he was still vulnerable to smoke. When the demon blew another cloud of smoke at him, it was more than he could bear, so he made off on his cloud. The Demon King then had the fire-raising equipment put away and went back into the cave. The flames and the smoke had made the great sage unbearably hot, so he plunged straight into the stream to put out the flames, not realizing that the shock of the cold water would make the fire attack his heart, driving his 3 souls out of him. Alas, when breathing stopped, cold went his mouth and tongue. All his souls scattered, and his life was done. In their horror, the Dragon Kings of the 4 seas who were watching from mid-air stopped making rain and shouted, "Marshal Tianpeng, curtain-raising general, stop hiding in the woods. Go and find your brother." Hearing their divine shouts, Pig and Friar Sand immediately untied the horse, put the luggage full on their shoulders, and rushed out of the wood. They searched for a monkey along the stream, not caring about getting wet and muddy. Upstream, they could see someone being carried by the rushing torrent and tossed around in the waves. The moment Friar Sand spotted this, he leapt, fully clothed, into the water and hauled him to the bank. It was the body of the great sage. Alas, he was curled up, unable to stretch any of his limbs, and as cold as ice all over. "Poor brother," said Friar Sand. "You were once going to be immortal, or now had your life cut short as a traveler." "Stop crying, brother," laughed Pig. "The ape's just shamming dead to give us a fright. Feel his chest and see if it's still warm." "He's cold all over," said Friar Sand, "with only a touch of warmth. How are we going to revive him?" "He knows how to do 72 transformations," said Pig, "and that means 72 lives. You grab his feet and I'll manipulate him." So Friar Sand pulled at Monkey's feet while Pig supported his head. They straightened him out, stood him up, then made him sit cross-legged. Pig warmed Monkey up by rubbing vigorously with the palms of his hands, covered his 7 orifices, and gave him a dhyana massage. The shock of the cold water had blocked the breath in Monkey's abdomen, leaving him unable to speak. Thanks to Pig's massage and rubbing, the breath in Monkey's body soon flowed through the 3 passes again, circulated in his bright hull, and came out through his orifices with a shout of, "Master!" "Brother," said Friar Sand, "you live for the Master, and his name is on your lips even when you're dying. Wake up, we're here." Monkey opened his eyes and asked, "Brothers, are you here? I've lost." "You passed out just now," said Pig with a laugh, "and if I hadn't saved your life, you'd have been done for. You owe me some thanks." Only then did Monkey get to his feet, look up, and say, "Where are you, Owl Brothers?" "We humble dragons are in attendance up here," the Dragon Kings of the 4 oceans replied from mid-air. "I've given you the trouble of this long journey for nothing," said Monkey. "Would you like to go back now? I'll come to thank you another day." We will say no more about the Dragon Kings as they led their watery tribes home in majesty. Friar Sand helped Monkey back into the woods, where they both sat down. Before long, Monkey had recovered and was breathing normally as the tears poured down his cheeks. "Master," he cried, "I remember when you left Great Tang and saved me from my torture in the cliff. Demons have plagued you at each mount and stream. Your heart was torn by countless pains and woes. Sometimes you have eaten well and sometimes not. You've spent your nights in forests or in farms. Your heart was always set on the achievement. Who knows what agonies you suffer now?"
"Don't upset yourself so, brother," said Friar Sand. "We'll work out a plan to get reinforcements and rescue the master."
"Where from?" Monkey asked.
"Long ago, when the Bodhisattva ordered us to protect the Tang priest, she promised us that if we called on heaven or earth for help, there would always be a response," replied Friar Sand. "Where shall we turn now?"
"I remember that when I made havoc in heaven," said Monkey, "the heavenly soldiers were no match for me. That evil spirit has tremendous magic. Only someone with more powers than I have will be able to subdue him. As the gods of heaven and earth are useless, the only way to catch the monster will be by going to ask the Bodhisattva Guanyin for her help. But I can't ride my somersault cloud. My skin is much too sore and my body is aching. How are we going to get her help?"
"Tell me what to say," said Pig, "and I'll go to ask her."
"All right," said Monkey with a laugh. "You go. If the Bodhisattva receives you, you mustn't look her in the face. Keep your head down and bow to her respectfully. When she asks you, tell her what this place and the demon are called. Then ask her to save the master. If she agrees to come, she'll certainly capture the demon." Pig set off south on his cloud. Back in the cave, the demon was saying with delight,
"Son the novice is beaten, my little ones. I may not have killed him this time, but at any rate he passed out for a long time."
He sighed, then added,
"The only thing is that he might send for reinforcements. Open up and I'll go out to see who he's sending for."
The demons opened the gates for the evil spirit to spring out and look around from midair. Seeing Pig heading south, the spirit reckoned that he must definitely be going to ask the Bodhisattva Guanyin to come, as there was nowhere else to the south where he might be going. The demon brought his cloud down quickly and said to his followers,
"Little ones, fetch my leather bag. The string at the mouth may not be any good now, as I haven't used it for ages, so please put a new string in it and leave it outside the inner gates. I'll lure Pig back here and pop him in the bag. Then we can steam him nice and tender as a reward for all of you."
The little demons fetched their king's as-you-will leather bag, replaced the string in it, and put it inside the main gates. As the Demon King had lived there for so long, he was very familiar with the district, and knew which ways to the southern sea were quicker and which were longer. Riding his cloud by the quick route, he overtook Pig and turned himself into an imitation Guanyin to sit on a crag and wait for him. When the idiot suddenly saw Guanyin as he was hurtling along on his cloud, he had no way of telling that this was a false one. It was a case of seeing the image and taking it for a Buddha. The idiot stopped his cloud, bowed down, and said,
"Bodhisattva, your disciple Zhu Wudang kowtows to you."
Why have you come to see me instead of escorting the Tang priest to fetch the scriptures? The Bodhisattva asked.
I was traveling with Master, Pig replied, when an evil spirit called the Red Boy carried my master off to the Fire Cloud Cave by Withered Pine Ravine on Mount How. Monkey and us went to find the demon and fight him. Because he can make fire, we couldn't beat him the first time. The second time we asked the Dragon Kings to help out with rain, but even that couldn't put it out. The flames have hurt Monkey so badly he can't move, which is why he sent me to ask for your help, Bodhisattva. I beg you in your mercy to save the master.
The Lord of the Fire Cloud Cave is no killer, said the evil spirit. You must have offended him.
I never offended him, said Pig. It was my brother Monkey who did. The demon turned himself into a little boy hanging at the top of a tree to tempt my master. My master is so kind-hearted that he told me to untie the boy and made Monkey carry him. It was Monkey who smashed him to bits and made him carry the master off in a wind.
Get up, said the evil spirit, and come with me to the cave to see its lord. I shall ask him to be kind to you. You will just have to kowtow as an apology and ask for your master back.
Bodhisattva, said Pig. I'll kowtow to him if I can get the master back that way.
Come with me, said the Demon King. Knowing no better, the idiot followed the demon back to the Fire Cloud Cave by the way he had come instead of going on to the southern sea. They were back at the entrance in an instant. Do not worry, said the evil spirit as he went in. He is an old acquaintance of mine. Come in. As soon as the idiot raised his foot to go inside, the demons all captured him with a great shout, knocked him over, and pushed him into the bag. Then the cord at the mouth was drawn tight, and Pig was hung up from a rafter. The evil spirit resumed his true form, took his seat in the midst of the demons, and said, Pig, what powers do you think you have? How do you have the nerve to promise to protect the Tang priest on his way to fetch the scriptures, or to ask the Bodhisattva here to subdue me? Take a good look. Can't you see I'm the sage boy king? Now I've got you, I'm going to hang you up for 4 or 5 days, steam you, and give you as a treat to the little devils to nibble with their drinks. Hearing this, Pig started cursing inside the bag.
Damn you, monster! It's disgraceful behavior. You may have used all your tricks and devices to be able to eat me, but I guarantee I'll give every one of you the head-swelling plague.
The idiot kept on cursing and yelling, but we will say no more of him. Monkey, meanwhile, had a stinking wind rush past him as he sat with Friar Sand. That's bad, he said with a sneeze. That's a thoroughly ill wind. I'm afraid Pig's got lost.
But wouldn't he ask the way if he got lost?
Asked Friar Sand. He must have run into the demon, said Monkey.
But wouldn't he have come rushing back here if he'd met a demon?
Said Friar Sand. Can't be sure, said Monkey. You sit here and look after the things while I go over the ravine and see what's going on.
Let me go, said Friar Sand.
Your back is still aching, and he might fight you again. You'd be useless, said Monkey. It'll have to be me. Splendid Monkey gritted his teeth against the pain, took his cudgel in his hand, crossed the ravine, and shouted, Vicious monster! At the mouth of the cave.
The little devil at the gate rushed inside to report that Son the Novice was yelling at the gates again. The Demon King ordered Monkey's capture. With a great battle cry, a crowd of demons armed with swords and spears opened the gates and shouted, "Get him!" Monkey was indeed too exhausted to fight them. He squeezed himself against the side of the path, shouted, "Change!" and turned himself into a bundle wrapped in gold embroidered cloth. As soon as they saw it, the little devils picked it up and took it inside. "Your Majesty," they reported, "Monkey's a coward. As soon as we shouted, 'Get him!' he was so scared he dropped his bundle and ran." "There won't be anything in there that's worth anything," smirked the Demon King. "Probably just some worn-out monk's habits and old hats. Get them in and wash them and tear them up to use as rags." One of the little demons took the bundle right inside the cave, not realizing it was Monkey. "Splendid," thought Monkey. "They're carrying the bundle in." The evil spirit dropped it inside the doors without paying any attention to it. Splendid Monkey could work transformations within transformations and deceits within deceits. Pulling out one of his hairs, he blew on it with magic breath and made it look just like the first bundle. He then turned himself into a fly that perched on the pivot of the door. He could hear Pig grumbling away, rather indistinctly, like a hog with swine fever. When Monkey buzzed over to look for him, he found Pig hanging up in the leather sack. Monkey landed on the sack, where he could hear Pig cursing and swearing at the demon. "How dare you pretend to be the Bodhisattva Guan Yin and trick me into coming here? Then you hang me up and say you're going to eat me. One day soon, my elder brother will use his superlative great sage powers and have all you demons caught in a shake. He'll open this bag and let me get out to give you all thousands of thumps with my rake." Monkey was delighted to hear this. "The idiot may be a bit stuffy in there, but he's not running down his colors. I'll get that demon and have my revenge on him." Just as Monkey was working out how to rescue Pig, he heard the Demon King shouting, "Where are the 6 warriors?" 6 of the little devils who were his friends had been given the title of warrior. Each one had his own name. They were Mist in the Clouds, Clouds in the Mist, Firefast, Wind Speedy, Heater, and Cooker. The 6 warriors stepped forward and knelt down. "Do you know where the old king lives?" the demon asked. "Yes," the warriors replied. "Go tonight to invite his majesty, the old king, here. Tell him that I've caught a Tang priest who I'm going to cook for him, and that this will make him live for another 1,000 ages." The 6 monsters slouched around as they went out with their orders. Monkey flew down from the bag with a buzz and followed the 6 demons as they left the cave. If you don't know how the old king was invited there, listen to the explanation in the next installment. Chapter 42. The great sage reverently visits the southern sea. Guan Yin, in her mercy, binds the red boy. The story tells how the 6 warriors left the cave and headed southwest. Monkey thought, "They are going to invite the old king to eat our master. I'm sure he must be the Bull Demon King. In the old days we got on very well and were the best of friends, but now I've gone straight and he's still an evil monster. Although it's a long time since I last saw him, I remember what he looks like. I think I'll turn myself into a Bull Demon King, try to fool them, and
see how it goes." Splendid Monkey gave the 6 little demons the slip, spread his wings, flew about a dozen miles ahead of them, shook himself, and turned into a bull demon king. He pulled out some hairs, shouted, "Change!" and turned them into little devils with dogs, falcons, bows, and crossbows, as if they were a hunting party in the mountain valley. He then waited for the 6 warriors. As the 6 warriors were making their way sloppily along, they suddenly noticed that the Bull Demon King was sitting in their midst. Heater and Cooker fell to their knees in a panic and said, "Your Majesty, you're here already." Mist in the clouds, clouds in the mist, Firefast, and Wind Speedy were also all common mortals with fleshly eyes, unable to tell the true from the false, and they too fell to their knees, kowtowed, and said, "Your Majesty, we've been sent by the Sage Boy King of the Fire Cloud Cave to invite your Senior Majesty to a meal of Tang priest meat that will lengthen your life by 1,000 ages."
"Get up, children," said Monkey, "and come back to my cave with me while I change."
"There will be no need for all that trouble, Your Majesty," said the little devils, still kowtowing. "You needn't go back. It's a long way, and I'm sure that our king would be angry with us if you did. Please come with us."
"What good children," said Monkey. "Very well then, lead the way. I'm coming with you."
The 6 little devils pulled themselves together and shouted to clear the way for the great sage who was following them. They were soon back at the cave. Windfast and Fire Speedy rushed in to report, "Your Majesty, His Senior Majesty is here."
"You're capable lads to be back so soon,"
said the Demon King with delight. He then ordered all his commanders to parade his forces with their banners and drums to greet the old king. All the demon in the cave obediently went out on parade. Monkey threw out his chest and acted very haughtily, braced himself, took back all the hairs he had turned into falconers and huntsmen, then strode straight in through the gates and took the central seat facing south as a monarch. The red boy knelt and kowtowed to him, saying, "Your Majesty,
your son pays obeisance."
"No need for that," said Monkey. After making 4 sets of kowtows, the Demon King stood below his father.
"What have you asked me here for, boy?"
Monkey asked.
"Your stupid son," said the Demon King with a bow, "caught someone yesterday, a priest from the great Tang in the east. I've often heard tell that he is someone who has cultivated his conduct for 10 lives, and that if you eat a piece of his flesh, you'll live as long as an immortal from Ping Lai or Ying Zhao. I did not dare to eat him by myself, which is why I asked your Majesty to share the Tang priest's flesh and extend your life by 1,000 ages."
At this, Monkey looked shocked and asked,
"Which Tang priest, my boy?" "The one going to fetch scriptures in the western heaven,"
the Demon King replied.
But isn't he the master of Sun the Novice?"
Monkey asked.
"Yes," said the Demon King.
Monkey waved his hand, shook his head, and said,
"Don't start trouble with him. Pick a fight with anyone else you like, but not with him. My dear boy, don't you know what sort of person he is? That ape has vast magic powers and can do all sorts of transformations. When he made havoc in heaven, the Jade Emperor sent 100,000 heavenly soldiers to spread out heaven and earth nets, but they could not catch him. How could you have the nerve to eat his master? Send the priest out his moment, and don't start trouble with that monkey. If he heard that you'd eaten his master, he wouldn't even need to fight you. He'd just have to poke a hole in the mountainside with that gold-banded cudgel of his to bring the whole mountain tumbling down. Then where would you be able to live, my boy? And who would be there to support me in my old age? What things to say, your majesty, said the Demon King. You're bolstering him and making me look small. That monkey and a couple of his fellow disciples were crossing my mountains when I did a transformation and carried his master off. He and Pig traced me to the gates here and talked some nonsense about kinship. I got into such a raging fury that we fought a few rounds. That was all there was to it. He wasn't anything very special. Then Pig came charging in, so I breathed out my true Samadhi fire and routed him. Monkey was so desperate that he went to ask the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas for rain, but they couldn't put out my true Samadhi fire. I burnt him so badly that he passed out, then sent Pig off in a great hurry to ask the Bodhisattva Guan Yin of the southern seas to come. I turned myself into a Guan Yin and tricked Pig into coming here. He's now hanging up in the as-you-will bag, and I'm going to steam him as a treat for all the underlings. That monkey was back shouting at our gates again this morning. I ordered his arrest, and it threw him into such a panic that he dropped his bundle and fled. It was only then that I invited your majesty over to see what the Tang priest looked like in life before we have him steamed for you to eat and become immortal. My dear boy, laughed Monkey. You are only aware of how you beat him with your true Samadhi fire. What you forget is that he can do 72 transformations. No matter what he turns himself into, I can always spot him, said the Demon King, and I'm sure he won't dare try another attack here. My son, said Monkey, you may be able to recognize him sometimes, but he won't turn into something big like a wolf, an orangutan, or an elephant. If he did, he wouldn't be able to get inside the cave. You'd find it hard to recognize him if he turned into something small. No matter how small he made himself, we have 4 or 5 little devils on every door. He'll never be able to get in. You don't realize that he can turn himself into a fly or a mosquito or a flea or a bee or a butterfly or the tiniest of insects. He could even make himself look just like me. You wouldn't possibly be able to tell. Don't worry, said the Demon King. Even if he had guts of iron and a bronze heart, he'd never dare come anywhere near here. In that case, dear son, said Monkey, what powers do you have that make you more than a match for him, so that you could invite me here today to eat the flesh of the Tang priest? All the same, I don't think I'll have any today. Why not? The Demon King said. I'm getting old, said Monkey, and your mother keeps nagging at me to do some good works. The only good deed I'm interested in is eating vegetarian food. Your Majesty, said the Demon King, is this permanent or just for a month? Neither, said Monkey. It's called Thunder Vegetarianism. You do it for 4 days each month. Which 4?
the demon asked. The 3 days each month with Zin in their names, and the sixth day too. Today is the day Zin Yu, so that means I ought to be on vegetarian food. Besides, Yu days are not good for having visitors. But tomorrow I could be back to scrub, wash, and steam him myself, and enjoy him with you, my boy. This all made the Demon King think. My father usually lives on human flesh, and he's already lived to be over 1,000. How come he's now thinking about a vegetarian diet? When you consider all the evil things he's done, 3 or 4 days of vegetarian food a month could never make up for them. There's something wrong here. It's very suspicious. He withdrew and went out through the inner gates, sent for the 6 warriors, and asked them, "Where was his senior majesty when you gave him that invitation?" "Halfway here," the little devils replied. "I thought you were quick," said the Demon King. "Didn't you go to his place?" "No," said the little devils. "We didn't." "This is bad," said the Demon King. "I've been fooled. It's not his senior majesty." The little devils all knelt before him and asked, "Your Majesty, can't you recognize your own father?" "He looks and moves just like my father," said the Demon King, "but what he says doesn't fit. I'm afraid I've been taken in and beaten by one of his transformations. I want you all to be very careful. The swordsmen among you must draw your swords, the spearmen sharpen your spears, and those of you who can use staves and ropes, get ready to do so. I'm going to question him again and watch what he says. If he really is his senior majesty, then it doesn't matter whether we have the feast today, tomorrow, or in a month's time. But if what he says is wrong, then the moment I give a hum, you're all to attack at once." When the little devils had all been given their orders, the Demon King turned on his heels, went back inside, and bowed to Monkey, who said, "No need for all that formality within the family, my boy. Don't bow. Just say whatever it is you have to say." The Demon King prostrated himself before Monkey and replied, "Your foolish son actually invited you for 2 reasons. One was to present you with Tang Priest meat, and the other was to ask you something. When I was out for a spin on my auspicious light the other day, I went right up to the 9th level of clouds and bumped into the Taoist master Zhang Daoling." "Do you mean Zhang Daoling, the Taoist Pope?" Monkey asked. "Yes," the Demon King replied. "What did he say to you?" Monkey asked. "Seeing that your son is complete in all his organs, and that the spacing between my forehead, nose, and chin is auspiciously even," the Demon King replied. "He asked me the hour, day, month, and year of my birth. Your child is too young to remember all that properly. Master Zhang is a brilliant astrologer, and he offered to cast my horoscope. That is what I wanted to inquire about, Your Majesty, so that I can ask him to cast my horoscope next time I meet him." This made Monkey chuckle to himself. "What a magnificent demon! I've captured quite a few since I became a Buddhist and started escorting the Tang priest on this journey, but none of them was as sharp as this one. He's asking me all trivial family details, and I'll just have to fake up my answers. How could I possibly know when he was born? The splendid Monkey King was extremely crafty. He continued to sit in majesty in the central position, not showing a trace of fear as he replied with his face wreathed in smiles. Please get up, dear boy. I'm getting so old now that nothing goes the way I want it to anymore. I can't remember just now exactly when you were born. I'll ask your mother when I go home tomorrow. But your majesty is always reeling off the details of my birth time, the Demon King said, and telling me I'll live as long as heaven. You can't have forgotten now. It's outrageous. You're a fake. He then hummed the signal, and all the demons rushed on Monkey and stabbed at him with their swords and spears. The great sage parried their thrusts with his cudgel, went back to looking like himself again, and said to the evil spirit, "You're the outrageous one, dear boy. It can't possibly be right for a son to attack his own father." The Demon King was so overwhelmed with shame that he dared not return Monkey's look. Brother Monkey then turned into a golden glow and left the cave. "Your Majesty, Son the Novice has gone," the little devils reported. "Oh well, that's that," said the Demon King. "Good riddance. He beat me this time. Shut the gates and say nothing to him. Let's clean, cook, and eat the Tang priest." Laughing aloud as he brandished his cudgel, Monkey went back across the ravine. Hearing this, Friar Sand hurried out of the woods to say to him, "Brother, you've been ages. Why are you laughing? I hope it's because you've rescued the master." "No, brother," Monkey replied. "But although I haven't rescued him yet, I won this time." "How?" Friar Sand asked. "The fiend disguised himself as Guan Yin to lure Pig back here and hang him up in a leather bag. I was just trying to work out how to rescue Pig when the demon sent his 6 so-called warriors to invite the old king to a meal of the master's flesh. I reckoned that the old king was bound to be the Bull Demon King. So I turned myself into his double, went inside, and took the place of honor. He called me Your Majesty and Father, and I replied. And when he kowtowed, I sat up straight. It was lovely. I really did win." "But while you've been scoring easy points, the master's life is in terrible danger," said Friar Sand. "Don't worry about it," said Monkey. "I'm off to ask the Bodhisattva here." "But your back's still aching," said Friar Sand. "Now it isn't," said Monkey. "As the old saying goes, when things go well, they raise the spirits. Look after the horse and luggage. I'm off." "You've made such an enemy of him," said Friar Sand, "that I'm scared he'll murder the master. Be as quick as you can." "I'll be quick," said Monkey. "I'll be back in the time it takes to eat a meal." Even as he was still speaking, the splendid great sage left Friar Sand and set off on the somersault cloud that took him straight towards the southern ocean. He had been flying for less than an hour when Potoraka Island came into view. He landed his cloud in an instant and went straight to Raka Crag, where the 24 Devas asked him as he walked solemnly towards them, "Great Sage, where are you going?" After Monkey had exchanged courtesies with them, he replied, "I would like to see the Bodhisattva." "Please wait for a moment while we report to her," the Devas said. Haridi and the other devas went to the entrance of the Tide Cave to report. Bodhisattva, Sun Wukong has come for an audience. The Bodhisattva asked for him to be brought in. The great sage tidied his clothes and obediently walked inside at a respectful pace. When he saw the Bodhisattva, he prostrated himself before her. Wukong, she said, why are you here instead of taking Master Golden Cicada to the west to fetch the scriptures? Bodhisattva, Monkey replied, your disciple humbly reports that while escorting the Tang priest on his journey, he's reached the Fire Cloud Cave in the Withered Pine Ravine on Mount Hao. An evil spirit called the Red Boy, whose title is Sage Boy King, has snatched my master. I and Pig found our way to his gates and fought him, but he started a true Samadhi fire. This makes it impossible for us to beat him and rescue the master. I hurried to the Eastern Sea and asked the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas to make rain, but it couldn't control the flames, and I was badly hurt by the smoke, which all but killed me. Why did you send for the Dragon Kings and not for me? The Bodhisattva asked. If he has true Samadhi fire and such great powers. I wanted to come, Monkey replied, but I'd been so badly affected by the smoke that I couldn't ride a cloud. I sent Pig to come and ask you for help instead. But he has not been here, the Bodhisattva replied. That's just it, said Monkey. Before Pig reached this island, the evil spirit turned himself into your double, Bodhisattva, lured him into the cave, and has now hung him up in a leather bag ready to be steamed and eaten. When the Bodhisattva heard this, she said in a furious rage, How dare that vicious demon turn himself into my double? With a roar of anger, she flung her precious pure vase into the sea. Monkey was so horrified that his hair stood on end. He rose to his feet, stood below the Bodhisattva's throne, and said, If the Bodhisattva does not control her temper, I'll be blamed for talking out of turn and ruining her conduct. This is terrible. You've thrown your vase away. Had I known, you could have done me a big favor and given it to me. Before the words were all out of his mouth, the waves of the sea started to dance and the vase emerged from them. It was being carried on the back of a monster. When Brother Monkey took a good look at the monster, he saw what it was like. Where he comes from, he is known as Mud Carrier, shining in splendor alone beneath the sea, knowing heaven and earth from his ancient obscurity, and the ways of ghosts and gods from his peaceful hiding place. When concealed, he withdraws his head and his tail, but his legs can make him swim as fast as flying. On him, King Wen drew trigram, and Zhang Wan cast omens. He always was offered at the court of Fu Zi. All beauty is revealed by this primal dragon, calling up the breakers and making the waves. Threads of gold sew his carapace together, and brindling gives the color to the tortoise shell. Its back carries the 8-trigram 9-fold palace. Scattered splendor flecks his coat of green. The Dragon King admires him for his courage when alive. He carries the tablet of Lord Buddha after death. If you want to know what this creature is called, he is the wicked tortoise who causes wind and waves. Carrying the vase on his back, the tortoise crawled ashore and made 24 nods to the bodhisattva that counted as 24 kataos. Seeing this, Monkey laughed to himself as he said, "He must be the vase keeper. I suppose they ask him for the vase whenever it's lost." "What is that you're saying, Wukong?" "Nothing," Monkey replied. "Fetch the vase," the bodhisattva ordered. Monkey went over to pick it up, but he had no more chance of moving it than a dragonfly has of shifting a stone pillar by even a fraction of an inch. Monkey went back to the bodhisattva, knelt before her, and said, "Bodhisattva, your disciple cannot move it." "All you can do, you ape, is talk," said the bodhisattva. "If you can't even move a vase, how can you hope to subdue demons?" "To be honest, bodhisattva, I would normally be able to move it, but today I just can't. I think that being beaten by the evil spirit must have weakened me." "It is usually an empty vase," said the bodhisattva. "But when I threw it into the sea, it went round the 3 rivers, the 5 lakes, the 8 seas, the 4 streams, and all the brooks, springs, pools, and caves, to borrow a whole seaful full of water. You are nowhere near strong enough to lift a sea up. That is why you can't move it." "Indeed," said Brother Monkey, his hands clasped before him. "Your disciple didn't know that." The bodhisattva then stepped forward, gently lifted the vase with her right hand, and placed it on the palm of her left hand. The tortoise nodded to the bodhisattva again and slipped back into the sea. "So you keep a domestic cretin to look after your vase," observed Monkey. "Wukong," said the bodhisattva, seating herself, "the sweet dew in this flask of mine, unlike the Dragon King's private rain, can extinguish samadhi fire. I was going to let you take it, but you cannot move it. Then I thought of asking the Naga maiden to go with you, but you have not got a kind heart, and you are an inveterate deceiver. My Naga maiden is very lovely, and the vase is precious. If you were to steal either of them, I would be much too busy to go looking for you, so you will have to leave something as security." "How sad," said Monkey, "that you should be so suspicious, Bodhisattva. I've never done anything like that since I was converted to the faith. What would you like me to leave as security? You yourself presented me with the brocade tunic I'm wearing. My tiger skin kilt isn't worth 2pence, and I need this iron cudgel for self-defense. All that's left is the band around my head. It's gold, but you used magic to make it grow into my skull, so can't be taken off. If you want security, I'd like you to take that. Say a band loosening spell and take it off. If that won't do, what else is there?" "You are a cool customer," said the bodhisattva. "I did not want your clothes, your cudgel, or your band. Just pluck out one of the life-saving hairs from the back of your head and give me that as your security." "But you gave it to me, your reverence," protested Monkey. "Besides, if I pulled one out, it would break up the set, and they'd not be able to save my life anymore." "Ape," said the bodhisattva angrily, "you refuse to pull out one little hair.
I do not feel at all like parting with my maiden.
Bodhisattva, pleaded Monkey, you are being too suspicious. As they say, if you won't do it for the monk's sake, do it for the Buddha's sake. Whatever you do, please, please save my master. The Bodhisattva stepped down with joy from her lotus seat, went amid incense to the crag by cloud. Because the holy monk faced mortal peril, she would deliver her and catch the fiend. Monkey was absolutely delighted. He invited the Bodhisattva to leave the tide cave where the Devas were drawn up in line on Poda Cliff. Let us cross the sea, Wukong, the Bodhisattva said. After you, Bodhisattva, said Monkey with a bow. No, after you, replied the Bodhisattva. I would not dare to show off in front of the Bodhisattva, said Monkey, kowtowing. Were I to ride my somersault cloud, Bodhisattva, I fear I might be somewhat exposed, and you'd accuse me of disrespect. At this, the Bodhisattva sent the Naga maiden to cut a lotus petal from the lotus pool and take it to the water beneath the cliff. Stand on that petal, the Bodhisattva said to Brother Monkey, and I will take you across the sea. But that petal is much too light and thin to take my weight, said Monkey. If I fall into the sea, my tiger skin kilt will get soaked, and the saltpeter that keeps it soft will be washed out. Then I won't be able to wear it in cold weather. Get on and see, shouted the Bodhisattva. Not daring to make any more excuses, Monkey obediently jumped on. Although it looked so flimsy, it was considerably bigger than a sea-going boat once he was aboard. It can carry me, Bodhisattva, he exclaimed with delight. Then over the sea with you, replied the Bodhisattva. But there's no pole, oars, mast, or sail, said Monkey. So how can I get over? You will not need them, said the Bodhisattva, and with a single breath she blew the boat right across to the opposite shore of the southern sea of suffering. Once his feet were on dry land, Monkey smiled and said, That Bodhisattva really showed off her magic powers by blowing me right across the sea with no trouble at all. Instructing all the Devas to guard her immortal realm, the Bodhisattva told the Naga maiden to close the gates of the cave, left the Poda cliff by auspicious cloud, and went over to call, Where are you, Huion? Huion was Moxa, the second son of Heavenly King Li, the pagoda carrier. He was the disciple whom the Bodhisattva personally taught, and he never left her side. His full title was Huion the Novice, Protector of the Dharma. Huion placed his hands together and stood awaiting the Bodhisattva's orders. Go straight up to heaven, she said. Call on His Majesty, your father, and ask him to lend me his pole star swords. How many will you need, mistress? Huion asked. The whole set, she replied. Huion then went obediently straight up on his cloud, in through the southern gate of heaven, and into the Cloud Tower Palace, where she kowtowed to his father. Where have you come from? Heavenly King Li asked him after greeting him. My mistress has been asked by Sun Wukong to subdue a demon, Huion, or Moxa, replied. She has sent me to visit you and ask for the loan of your set of pole star swords. The Heavenly King then sent Neja to fetch the 36 swords, which he gave to Moxa. Brother, said Moxa to Neja, would you please pay my respects to our mother? I'm on a very urgent job, and I'll come to kowtow to her when I bring the swords back. Taking his leave in a great hurry, he brought his auspicious light straight down to the southern sea, where he presented the swords to the Bodhisattva. The Bodhisattva took the swords, threw them into the air, set a spell, and turned them into a 1,000-petal lotus throne, on which she took her seat. Monkey grinned to himself and said, That Bodhisattva is a real skinflint. She has a lotus throne of many colors in her lotus pool already, but she's too mean to sit on that. She would have to send him off to borrow someone else's instead. Wukong, said the Bodhisattva, be quiet and come with me. They then both left the coast by cloud. The white parrot flew ahead, while the great sage and Huion stood behind her. Within moments they saw a mountain top. That's Mount Hao, said Monkey. It's about 150 miles from here to the demon's place. The Bodhisattva then ordered him to lower the auspicious cloud. She said the magic word, Om, above the summit, whereupon many a god and ghost, all the local spirits of the mountain, emerged from all around the mountain and gathered to kowtow to the Bodhisattva's lotus throne. Do not be afraid, she said. I am here to capture this demon king. I want this whole area swept completely clean, with not a living creature left behind within 100 miles of here. All the baby animals in their dens and fledglings in holes in the trees must be put on the top of this high crag for safety. Obediently, the demons withdrew, and soon they were all back. Now that the place is clean, you may all return to your shrines, said the Bodhisattva. She then turned her vase of purity upside down, letting the water roar with a noise like thunder. Indeed, it flowed down from the peak, smashed through the rocks. Flowed down from the peak with the force of the sea, smashed through the rocks like a mighty ocean. Black spray rose to the watery heavens. Great waves coldly reflected the sun. Jade waves smashed through crags, while the sea was covered with golden lotuses. Guanyin displayed her demon-quelling magic, producing a fixing dhyana from her sleeve. She made the mountain a Podaraka island, just like the one in the southern sea. Tall grew the rushes, and the epiphyllum tender. Flowers were everywhere, and the patra looked fresh. Parrots perched in the purple bamboos, and quails were calling amid the verdant pines. Endless lines of waves as far as the eye could see, and all that could be heard was the wind on the waters. The great sage monkey was full of silent admiration. What great mercy and compassion! If I had that magic power, I'd have just tipped the vase over, and to hell with the birds, beasts, insects, and reptiles. Stretch out your hand, Wukong, said the Bodhisattva. Monkey at once neatened his clothes and put out his left hand. The Bodhisattva drew out her sprig of willow, moistened it in the sweet dew, and wrote confusion on his palm. Make a fist, she told him, and go to challenge the demon to battle. Let him beat you, then draw him back here. I have a Dharma power with which to subdue him. Monkey obediently took his cloud straight back to the cave entrance. Brandishing his cudgel with one hand and clenching the other into a fist, he shouted, "Open up, evil spirits!" The little devils scampered back inside to report, "Son the Novice is here again."
Shut the doors tight and ignore him, said the Demon King.
What a fine son you are, shouted Monkey, driving your own father out of doors and refusing to open the doors to him. Son the Novice is being very abusive, the little devils came back in to report.
Ignore him, said the Demon King.
When the doors were still shut after he had called twice, Monkey grew very angry. He raised his iron cudgel and smashed a hole in them. This threw the little devils into such a panic that they ran tumbling and stumbling in to say, "Son the Novice has broken the doors down." Hearing that the outer doors had been broken down after all the earlier reports, the Demon King now leapt up and sprang outside, brandishing his spear and flinging insults back at Monkey.
You ape, you have no sense at all. I let you off lightly, but you don't know when enough is enough. You're trying to bully me again. I'll make you pay for the crime of smashing down my doors.
What about your crime in driving your own father away? Retorted Monkey. In his humiliation and anger, the Demon King thrust his spear at Brother Monkey's chest. Monkey parried this with his cudgel and hit back. Once they started, they fought 4 or 5 rounds in which Monkey, one hand holding the cudgel and the other clenched in a fist, gave ground.
I'm going back to get the Tang priest scrubbed and cleaned, said the demon.
You be careful, my boy, said Monkey. Heaven can see what you're doing. You come here. This stung the Demon King into an even greater fury. Running after Monkey, he caught him up and took another thrust at him with his spear. Monkey swung back with its cudgel, and, after a few more rounds, ran away in defeat again. The Demon King started to taunt him once more.
Last time you were good for 20 or 30 rounds, but now you're running away each time we fight. What's wrong with you?
My dear boy, grinned Monkey, your father's afraid you'll start that fire again.
I won't, said the demon. Now come here.
If you're not going to start a fire, said Monkey, let's move away from here. A tough guy doesn't attack people in front of his own door. Not realizing that this was a trick, the evil spirit raised his spear and ran after him. Monkey trailed his cudgel and opened his other hand. The Demon King then fell into confusion and chased Monkey for all he was worth. The quarry moved like a shooting star, and the pursuer like a bolt that had just been shot from a crossbow. Before long, Monkey saw the Bodhisattva. Evil spirit, he said to the demon, I'm scared of you. Please spare me. I'm going to where the Bodhisattva Guanyin of the Southern Sea lives. You go home now. The Demon King was not going to believe this, so he gritted his teeth and continued the pursuit. With a shake of his body, Monkey hid himself in the Bodhisattva's divine radiance. Seeing that Monkey had disappeared, the evil spirit went up to the Bodhisattva, glared at her, and asked,
"Are you reinforcements sent for by Monkey?"
The Bodhisattva did not answer. The Demon King then twirled his spear and roared,
"Hey, are you reinforcements sent for by Monkey?"
The Bodhisattva again did not answer. The Demon King then thrust his spear straight at the Bodhisattva's heart, at which she turned into a beam of golden light and rose straight up to the highest heavens. Monkey went up with her and complained, "Bodhisattva, you've tricked me again. Why did you act deaf and dumb and say nothing when that demon kept asking you? One thrust from his spear and you ran away. You've even ditched your lotus throne." "Keep quiet," the Bodhisattva said, "and see what he does next." Monkey and Moxa stood next to each other up there while watching the demon, while the demon said with a derisive jeer,
"Insolent ape, you didn't know who you were up against. You didn't realize what sort of person I am. You fought me and lost several times, and then you sent for that putrid Bodhisattva. One thrust from my spear and she's disappeared. She's even left her lotus throne behind. Oh, well, I'm going to sit on it now."
The evil spirit then sat cross-legged in the middle of the throne, imitating the Bodhisattva. "That's just marvelous," said Monkey. "Now you've given your lotus throne away." "What are you saying now, Wukong?" the Bodhisattva asked. "What am I saying?" Monkey replied. "I'm saying you've given your lotus throne away. That fiend has just sat himself down on it. Would you care to get it back?" "But I want him to sit on it," the Bodhisattva said. "He's so small he'll sit on it much more safely than you did," Monkey replied. Wrong voice. "Stop talking," said the Bodhisattva, "and watch the power of the Dharma." She pointed downwards with her sprig of willow and called, "Turn back." The colors and auspicious glow of the lotus sea all disappeared, leaving the Demon King sitting on the points of swords. "Drive the swords in by hitting their handles with the demon-quelling pestle," she ordered Moxa. Moxa then took his cloud straight down and struck over 1,000 times with the demon-quelling pestle, as if he were ramming down earth to build a wall. The demon was now pouring with blood from his wounds, as the points of 2 swords both came through his thighs. Watch the demon as he grits his teeth against the agony. Throwing his spear down, he pulled furiously at the swords. "Bodhisattva!" exclaimed Monkey. "That monster's not afraid of pain. He's trying to pull the swords out." Seeing this, she called to Moxa, "Don't kill him." She then pointed her sprig of willow down once more, said the magic word, Om, and turned all Polestar swords into halberds, with inverted barbs like wolves' teeth that could not be pulled out. This finally made the demon desperate. Trying to bend the sword points, he pleaded in agony.
"Bodhisattva, your disciple was blind. I failed to recognize your great Dharma powers. I beg you in your mercy to spare my life. I shall never do evil again, and I vow to become a Buddhist and observe the rules of conduct."
On hearing this, the Bodhisattva went down on her golden light with Moxa, Monkey, and the white parrot, till she was in front of the evil spirit. "Will you really accept my rules of conduct?" The Demon King nodded and said amid tears,
I will accept the rules if you spare my life.
Will you join my faith? The Bodhisattva asked.
If you spare my life, I will,
said the Demon King. In that case, said the Bodhisattva, I shall lay my hands on your head and administer the vows. From her sleeve she produced a golden razor, with a few strokes of which she shaved the demon's head into a Mount Tai tonsure, leaving him with a top knot and with 3 little tufts. Poor evil spirit, laughed Monkey. Now you can't tell whether he's a boy or a girl. Goodness knows what he's meant to be. As you have accepted my rules of conduct, said the Bodhisattva to the demon, I will not mistreat you. I shall call you Page Sudana. Do you accept? The demon bowed in assent, wanting only to have his life spared. The Bodhisattva then pointed at him and called, Withdraw! With a crashing sound, the Polestar swords all fell into the dust. The boy was now unharmed. Huion, said the Bodhisattva, will you take the swords back to the heavenly palace and return them to His Majesty your father? You need not come back to meet me. Wait with all the devas on the Poda crag. As instructed, Moxa took the swords back to heaven, then returned to the southern sea. Now the boy's savage nature had not yet been tamed. When he realized that the pain in his legs had gone, that his backside was no longer wounded, and that he had 3 little tufts of hair on his head, he ran over to grab his spear and said to the Bodhisattva,
You don't have any real Dharma powers that can put me down. It was all just an illusion. I refuse to accept your rules. Take this.
He jabbed at her face with his spear, making Monkey so angry that he struck at the boy with his cudgel. Don't hit him, the Bodhisattva called out. I have a way of punishing him. From her sleeve she produced a gold band and continued. This treasure is one of the 3 bands, a golden one, tightening one, and a prohibition one, that the Tathagata Buddha gave me when I went to the east to find the pilgrim who would fetch the scriptures. You are wearing the tightening band. The prohibition band was used to subdue the great god guarding the mountain. I've not been able to bring myself to give the golden one away before, but as this demon is being so outrageous, he shall have it. The splendid Bodhisattva then waved the band in the wind, shouted, Change! And turned it into 5 bands that she threw at the boy with the command, Fix! 1 went over his head, 2 on his hands, and 2 on his feet. Stand clear, Wukong, said the Bodhisattva, while I say the gold band spell. Bodhisattva, pleaded Monkey in panic, I asked you here to subdue the demon, so why ever are you putting a curse on me? But this will not be the band tightening spell that affects you, the Bodhisattva explained. It will be the gold band spell that works on the boy. Monkey felt easier in his mind as he stood beside the Bodhisattva and listened to her saying the spell. She made magic with her hands and recited the words silently several times over. The evil spirit twisted and tugged at his ears and cheeks, stamped his feet, and rolled around. Indeed, one phrase unites all the words without number. Boundless and deep is the strength of the Dharma. If you don't know how the boy was finally converted, listen to the explanation in the next installment. Chapter 43. At the Black River, a monster carries off the priest. The Dragon Prince of the West captures an alligator. The story tells how the Bodhisattva recited the spell several times before stopping. Only then did the evil spirit's agony cease. When he recovered, stood up, and looked at himself, he found that he had gold bands round his neck, hands, and feet. They were painfully tight, and try as he would, he could not move them at all. The treasures had already taken root in his flesh, and the more he rubbed them, the more they hurt.
There, little darling, mocked Monkey. The Bodhisattvas put a lucky amulet ring round your neck to make sure you grow up safely.
This jibe infuriated the boy, who grabbed his spear once more and started lunging wildly at Monkey. Monkey nimbly avoided it and went behind the Bodhisattva, yelling,
"Say the spell! Say the spell!"
The Bodhisattva moistened her willow sprig with sweet dew and flicked the ambrosial liquid at him with a call of, "Together!" The boy dropped his spear and put his hands together in front of his chest, unable to pull them apart. The Guanyin twist that some people still have today is what he had. Only when he could not pick up his spear because his hands were inseparably joined did the boy appreciate the deep mystery of the power of the Dharma. He could do no other than lower his head in a kowtow. The Bodhisattva then recited another true spell and turned her vase over to take back the whole seaful of water. Not a drop was left behind. "Wukong," she said to Monkey, "this demon has now surrendered. The only thing is that he still has some wild ideas. He will only accept the Dharma after he has gone from here to Potoraka Island, making a kowtow at every step of the journey. You must go straight back to the cave to rescue your master."
"As your disciple has put you to the trouble of this long journey," said Monkey with a kowtow, "I should see you some of your way back."
"No need," said the Bodhisattva. "I am worried for your master's life." Brother Monkey then kowtowed to take his leave of her joyfully. The evil spirit was now converted to the true achievement by Guanyin, who became his 53rd religious teacher. The story now turns from how the Bodhisattva won a page boy through her wisdom to Friar Sand, who had long been sitting in the woods waiting for Monkey. When Monkey did not come back, he tied the luggage on the back of the horse, and leading it by its bridle with one hand, and holding the demon-quelling staff in the other, he went out of the pine woods to take a look to the south. Seeing Monkey returning in a very good mood, Friar Sand went up to him and said,
"Brother, why is it taking you so long to get back from asking the Bodhisattva to come? I've been half dead from worry."
"You must have been asleep and dreaming," said Monkey. "I've already brought her here, and she has subdued the demon."
Monkey then told him all about the Bodhisattva's Dharma power.
"Let's go and rescue the master," said Friar Sand with delight.
The two of them then leapt across the ravine and rushed to the doors, where they tethered the horse. Then they charged in together, their weapons at the ready, and wiped out the devils. They let the leather bag down to release Pig, who thanked Monkey and asked,
Where's that evil spirit, brother? Let me have a go at him with my rake. I want to get my own back.
Let's find the master, said Monkey.
The three of them went right to the back of the cave, where they found their master tied up, stark naked, and weeping in the rear courtyard. Friar Sand untied him while Monkey fetched his clothes to dress him. The three of them knelt before him and said, "Master, you have suffered terribly." Sanzang thanked them and said, "Dear disciples, I have put you to great trouble. How was the demon subdued?" Monkey then told him how the Bodhisattva had been asked to come, and had taken the boy as her page. This is what people refer to nowadays when they talk about the page boy submitting to the Bodhisattva and respecting her as his 53rd teacher after visiting the Buddha on 3 occasions. Monkey told Friar Sand to collect all the valuables in the cave, then find some rice to prepare a vegetarian meal for Master. The venerable elder owed his life entirely to the great sage Sun, and it was on the handsome monkey spirit that he depended to fetch the scriptures. Master and disciples then left the cave. The horse was saddled up, and once they found the main trail, they headed west with wholehearted determination. One day, when they had been traveling for over a month, Sanzang heard the sound of a river. "Disciple," said Sanzang in great alarm, "what river is that?"
"You're much too much of a worrier, old master," laughed Monkey, "ever to become a priest. Why should you, alone among the 4 of us, hear water? Have you forgotten your Heart Sutra?"
"I was taught the 54 sentences and 270 words of that sutra on Pagoda Mountain by the Rook's Nest hermit in person," replied Sanzang. "I learned them by ear, and I constantly repeat them to myself. Which sentence of it have I forgotten?"
"Master," said Brother Monkey, "you've forgotten the sentence, 'There is no sight, no sound, no smell, no taste, no touch, and no mental process.' We men of religion should not look on beauty, hear music, smell sweet fragrances, or taste good flavors. We should not even notice whether we are hot or cold, and our minds should be free from delusion. This is the way to repel the 6 bandits that attack eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind. Because of your mission to fetch the scriptures, you are constantly worrying. You are afraid of evil monsters because you cling to your body. When you ask for vegetarian food, your tongue is moved. If you enjoy a pleasant aroma, it stimulates your nose. Sounds startle your ears. By looking at things, you fasten your eyes on them. If you will keep on inviting the 6 bandits in over and over again, how can you ever expect to reach the western heaven and see the Buddha?"
At this, Sanzang fell into deep and silent thought for a while, then said, "Disciple, when many years ago from my emperor I was parted, on endless days and nights of traveling I started. In the mists upon the mountains my grass sandal were worn through. Many ridges have I climbed in my rain hat of bamboo. How often have I sighed when the gibbons call at night. I cannot bear to listen to birds chirping in the moonlight. When will I achieve the 3 samadhis I implore, and obtain the Tathagata's most wonderful law?"
When he had heard this, Monkey could not help clapping his hands and laughing aloud. "Master," he said, "you're suffering terribly from homesickness. If you really want to achieve the three samadhis, it isn't at all difficult. As the saying goes, at the right time, the achievement completes itself."
Brother,
Said Pig, looking back to him,
if we keep on coming up against such terrible demons, we'll never succeed in 1,000 years.
"Brother Pig," said Friar Sand,
"You're as coarse-tongued as I am. Stop irritating Monkey. He might lose his temper. Just keep on carrying your load, and one day we'll finally succeed."
They walked on as they talked, and the horses' hooves never rested until they came to a great black river stretching as far as the eye could see. When the four of them stood on the bank to take a close look, they saw wave upon turbid wave, eddies and muddy whirls. Wave upon turbid wave churns up the dark waters. Eddies and muddy whirls looking like grease. From close up, it does not reflect the human image. So far around, not a tree can be seen. Rolling ink, seething ash. Bubbles that rise are charcoal. The flying foam is like shoveled coal dust. Cattle and sheep will not drink. Magpie and crow avoid it. Cattle and sheep will not drink its blackness. Magpie and crow avoid its vast expanse. Only the reeds by the bank grow as they should, while the flowers and grass by the sandbank flourish green. The world is full of rivers and lakes, and many are its streams and marshes and springs. But of all the places that people have seen in life, the Black River of the West is not among them. "Disciples," asked Sanzang as he dismounted, "why is this river so dark and turbid?"
"Someone's washed out an indigo dyeing vat in it,"
said Pig.
"No,"
said Friar Sand.
"somebody's been cleaning their inkstone in it."
"Stop making silly guesses, you two," said Monkey, "and let's work out how we're going to get the master across."
"I'd have no problem crossing that river,"
said Pig.
"I could ride a cloud or swim and be over it before you had time to eat a meal."
"And I could be across in an instant on a cloud or by walking on the river," said Friar Sand. "It's easy enough for us. But the problem is the master." "Disciples," said Sanzang, "how wide is this river?"
3 or 4 miles,
said Pig. "You three decide which of you will carry me across," said Sanzang. "Pig can carry you," said Monkey.
"It'd be hard,"
said Pig.
"If I tried carrying him by cloud, we wouldn't get 3 feet above the ground. As the saying goes, mortals are heavier than mountains. And if I tried to swim with him on my back, we'd both drown."
As they were talking on the bank, a man appeared upstream rowing a little boat. "Disciples," said Sanzang with delight, "here's a boat. Let's ask the boatman to take us across."
"Boatman,"
shouted Friar Sand,
"ferry us over." This isn't a ferry, replied the man on the boat, and I couldn't possibly ferry you over. Helpfulness first in heaven and earth, said Friar Sand. You may not be a ferryman, but we don't keep coming to pester you. We are Buddhists from the East, sent by the Emperor to fetch the scriptures. If you could have a little consideration and ferry us over, we'd show you our gratitude.
At this, the boatman brought his craft over to the bank and said as he rested on his oars,
Masters, this boat's too small to take all of you over.
When Sun Zong took a closer look, he saw that the boat was carved from a single log, with only enough room for two hollowed out in the middle. "What shall we do?" Sun Zong asked.
This boat can take us over in 2 trips, said Friar Sand.
At this, Pig tried what he thought would be a clever way of saving himself some trouble, and getting himself well in with the master.
Friar Sand, he said, you and Brother Monkey look after the luggage and the horse, while I take the master over first. Then the man can come back for the horse. Brother Monkey can jump over the river.
Good idea, nodded Monkey. While the idiot supported the Tang priest, the boatman pushed off and rowed straight into the main stream. Once they reached the middle, there was a great roar as huge waves blotted out the heavens, and a terrible storm blew up. What a wind! The skies were filled with angry clouds. Towering black waves were whipped up in the river. The flying sand from the river's banks was blotting out the sun. All around the trees went down with cries that rose to heaven. The churned up rivers and seas struck terror into dragons, while trees and flowers perished in the dust. The blows were like the crash of thunder. The mighty gusts all roared like hungry tigers. Crabs, fish, and prawns lay down to pray to heaven, while birds and beasts were driven from their nests. Disaster struck all boatmen on the lakes. No human life was safe upon the seas. The fisherman by the stream could barely hold his spear. The river boatman could not punt his ferry. Houses collapsed as bricks and tiles flew. In the universal terror, Mount Tai was shaken. This wind was the work of the boatman, who was, in fact, a monster from the Black River. Watch as the Tang priest and Pig plunge into the waters, boat and all. They disappeared without a trace, and nobody knew where they had been carried off to. On the river bank, Friar Sand and Monkey were desperate. "What are we to do?" they said. "The master keeps running into disaster. Now he's in trouble here at the Black River after escaping from the last demon and having such a peaceful stretch of journey."
"Perhaps the boat capsized," said Friar Sand. "Let's look for him further downstream."
"No," said Monkey. "It can't be that. If the boat had capsized, Pig can swim, and he'd certainly have saved the master and raised him above the water. I noticed there was something a bit wrong about the boatman just now, and I'm sure that he caused the wind and has taken the master down under the water."
"Why didn't you say so before?" asked Friar Sand. "Look after the horse and the luggage while I go to look for him in the water."
The water doesn't look right either, said Monkey. I don't think you'll be able to.
It's nothing compared to the water in my shifting sands river, said Friar Sand. I can do it. The splendid monk took off his tunic, tied strips of cloth round his wrists and feet, and plunged into the waves with a great splash as he whirled his demon-quelling staff. As he strode through the waters, he heard voices, so he drew aside to steal a look. He saw a pavilion, over the doors of which was written large, Palace of the God of the Black River in the Hengyang Valley. He could hear a monster saying to himself as he sat there, "It's been hard work getting him, but this priest is a holy man who has cultivated his conduct for 10 lives. One piece of his flesh is enough to make you immortal. I've waited for him long enough, and now my ambition has been fulfilled." Then he issued his orders. "Little ones, fetch the metal steamer at once. Cook those 2 monks whole. Then write an invitation and deliver it to my second uncle, asking him over to eat them as a birthday feast." This was too much for Friar Sand's temper. He beat on the doors with his staff, yelling abusively, "Damned monsters! Give me back my master, the Tang priest, and my brother Pig this minute." This gave the demons inside the doors such a fright that they ran in to report, "Disaster!" "What disaster?" the old monster asked. "There's a very sinister-looking monk outside, beating at the outer doors and yelling for them." At this, the monster sent for his armor, which the little demons brought in. When it was all properly tied on, he went outside, holding his flail of steel pieces, joined together by bamboo-shaped links. He was a vicious sight. Round eyes gleamed fiery red in a square-cut face. His blood-red lips were curled round an enormous mouth. The whiskers of his beard were strands of wire. The matted hair at his temples was cinnabar red. He looked like the sinister Year Lord in his might, with the angry face of thunderous God, furious thunder god. The iron armor he wore was burnished with flowers, and many a jewel was set in his golden helm. Holding the flail of bamboo-shaped steel in his hand, he stirred up a gale around him as he walked. At birth, he had been a creature of the waters, but he left his native stream and turned to evil. If you would like to know the true name of this spirit, he used to be called the Little Alligator. "Who's that beating at my doors?"
the demon roared.
"I'll get you, you ignorant damned devil," said Friar Sand. "Deceitful monster, disguising yourself as a boatman and rowing over to snatch my master. Give him back at once and I'll spare your life."
The demon roared with laughter at this.
"Monk, you're throwing your life away," said the monster. "Your master's mine now, and I'm going to steam him for a feast. Come here and see if you can beat me. If you can hold out for 3 rounds, I'll give you your master back. But if you can't, I'll cook you with him, and you can forget all about going to the Western Heaven."
Friar Sand was now in a towering rage, and he swung at the monster's head with his staff, which the monster parried with his flail. The pair of them had a fine underwater battle. The demon-quelling staff and the bamboo link flail. Two angry contenders fighting for mastery. The millennial monster of the Black River, and a former immortal from the Hall of Miraculous Mist. One was greedy for Sanzang's flesh. The other longed to save the Tang priest's life. As they fought beneath the waters, there was no way they both could succeed. Frightened shrimps and fishes shook their heads and hid. Crabs and turtles withdrew into their shells. Then, with a roll of drums, the Water Palace demons joined in the fight and yelled before the gates. The splendid monk, the true Friar Sand, stood all alone and let them see his might. As they plunged through the waves, no victor emerged. Flail and staff were evenly matched. All this was because the Tang priest wanted to visit the Buddha and fetch the scriptures. When they had fought 30 rounds without result, Friar Sand thought, "This monster is as good a fighter as I am. I'm not going to be able to beat him. I'll have to lure him out for Monkey to kill." Friar Sand then pretended to drop his guard and took to his heels, trailing his staff behind him. But instead of chasing him, the evil monster said, "Off you go then. I won't fight you anymore. I'm going to write invitations for my guests." Friar Sand emerged from the waves, snorting with fury. "Brother," he said when he saw Monkey, "that monster's outrageous." "You were down a long time," said Monkey. "Is there an evil spirit? Did you find the master?" "There's a pavilion down there," said Friar Sand, "with Palace of the God of the Black River in the Yang Valley written over it. I hid there and listened to him talking. He told his underlings to wash the metal steamer ready to cook the master and Brother Pig, and sent them to invite his uncle for a birthday feast. It made me so angry that I started beating at his doors. The monster came out with his flail of pieces of bamboo-shaped steel and fought me for ages. We must have gone 30 rounds without either of us coming out on top. I pretended to be beaten to lure him out here so that you could help me, but he was too clever to come after me. He went back in to write invitations, so I came out." "What sort of evil being is he?" Monkey asked. "He looks a bit like a big soft-shelled turtle," said Friar Sand. "If he's not one of those, he's an alligator." "I wonder who his uncle is," said Monkey. Before the words were out of his mouth, an old man emerged from a bend in the river, knelt at a great distance from them, and said, "The god of the Black River kowtows to the great sage." "Weren't you the evil spirit who rowed the boat?" said Monkey. "Trying to fool us again, are you?" The old man wept and kowtowed as he replied, "I'm no monster, great sage. I'm the real god of this river. The evil spirit came here from the Western Ocean on a flood tide during the 5th month last year. He fought me, and as I'm so old, I was no match for him. So he seized my palace of the god of the Black River in the Yang Valley and killed many of my watery tribe.
I had to go to the sea to bring a case against him. But the Dragon King of the Western Sea is his uncle, so of course he threw my case out and told me to turn my palace over to the monster. I tried submitting a protest to heaven, but I was too humble a river god to obtain an audience with the Jade Emperor. Now that you are here, great sage, I've come to pay my respects and submit to you. I beg you to avenge me.
From what you say, the Dragon King of the Western Sea is in the wrong too, said Brother Monkey. Now that the monster has captured my master and my fellow disciple, announced that he's going to steam them, and invited his uncle, I've got to capture him. It's a good thing you came to tell me. Very well then, River God. You keep an eye on things with Friar Sand here, while I go to the sea to arrest that dragon and make him capture the monster.
I'm very grateful, great sage, said the river god.
Monkey went by Somersault Cloud straight to the Western Ocean, where he landed, made water-repelling magic with his hands, and parted the waves. He saw a black fish spirit who was carrying a golden invitation box shoot upstream like an arrow. Monkey met him head on and smashed his skull open with a single blow of his iron cudgel, sending the poor spirit's brains flying and splitting his cheeks apart, and, with a loud noise, it emerged from the water. Monkey opened the box and found in it an invitation that read,
Your Excellency, Second Uncle Ao. Your nephew, Tuo Ji, bows in greeting and is deeply grateful for your kind regards. Today, I have captured 2 priests from the East who are great rarities. Not daring to consume them myself, and remembering that your birthday is imminent, I have arranged a simple banquet to wish you eternal life. I beg that you honor me with your illustrious presence.
That fellow has given me all the evidence I need for my case, chuckled Monkey, tucking the invitation in his sleeve and carrying on his way. By then, a yaksha patrolling the sea had noticed Monkey and rushed straight back to the Crystal Palace to report to the Dragon King. Lord Monkey, the great sage equaling heaven, is here. The Dragon King, Ao Shun, led his watery tribe from the palace to welcome Monkey. Great sage, won't you come into my humble palace for a while and take a cup of tea? I've never had a single cup of your tea, said Monkey, but you've drunk my wine before now. To this the Dragon King replied with a smile. Great sage, you have always been a faithful follower of the Buddha and have never touched meat or alcohol. You've never invited me to drinks. You may never have been over for drinks, but you're already in trouble for being a boozer, said Monkey. How am I in trouble? Asked Ao Shun with horror. Monkey produced the invitation and handed it to the Dragon King. At the sight of this, the Dragon King was scared out of his wits. He fell to his knees in panic, kowtowed, and said, Forgive me, great sage. That awful boy is my younger sister's 9th son. My brother-in-law, her husband, sent the wrong amount of wind and cut down on the rain. A heavenly edict was sent to the human prime minister, Wei Jing, who beheaded him in a dream. I brought my sister here because she had nowhere else to live and bring the boy up. 2 years ago a disease killed her, and as the boy was then homeless, I sent him to nourish his nature and cultivate the truth in the Black River. I never imagined he'd commit such terrible sins, and now I'll send people to arrest him." "How many fine sons did your sister have?" asked Monkey. "Are they all monsters?" "9," the Dragon King replied. "The other 8 have turned out well. The eldest is Little Yellow Dragon, and he lives in the Huai River. The second is the Little Black Dragon, who lives in the River Xi. The third is the Blue-backed Dragon, who occupies the Yangtze. The Red-whiskered Dragon is the 4th son, and he holds the Yellow River. The 5th is the Vain Effort Dragon, who looks after the bell for the Lord Buddha. Guardian Dragon is the 6th, and he sits guarding the roof of the Heavenly Palace. Respectful Dragon is the 7th. He holds up the winged column at the Jade Emperor's court. The 8th is Clam Dragon, who lives with my eldest brother on Mount Tai. The youngest, Alligator Dragon, has had no particular duties since he is still young. He was only sent to the Black River to nourish his nature last year. He hasn't won himself any fame or been transferred and given a job elsewhere. I never expected that he would disobey me by offending you, Great Sage." When Monkey heard this, he laughed and said, "How many husbands has your sister had?" "Only one," Ao Shun replied. "The Dragon King of the Jing River. After his execution, she lived here as a widow until she died of an illness the year before last." "How could one husband and one wife have had so many little bastards?" Monkey asked. "It's as the saying goes, there are 9 kinds of dragon born, and each one is different," Ao Shun replied. "I lost my patience just now," said Monkey. "With this invitation as evidence, I was going to submit a complaint to the Heavenly Court and charge you with conspiring with the monster to kidnap. But from what you tell me, the wretch refused to follow your advice, so I'll let you off this time, partly out of respect for your elder brother, and partly because that wretch is too young to know any better. Besides, you didn't know what was happening. But you must send someone at once to arrest him and rescue my master. Then we'll decide what to do." Ao Shun then told his son, Moong, "Take 500 of our strongest prawn and fish soldiers to arrest and charge Alligator immediately. At the same time, arrange a banquet as an apology to the Great Sage." "There's no need to worry so, Your Majesty," said Monkey. "I've already told you I'll let you off, so why bother with the banquet? But I would like to go with your son, as my master has been wronged, and my fellow disciples are waiting for me." The Dragon King tried hard to make him stay, but without success. Then a dragon maiden came in with tea, a cup of which Monkey drank, standing up before taking his leave of the old dragon, and leaving the Western Sea with Moong and his troops. Soon they were back at the Black River, where Monkey said, "Catch the demon, your Royal Highness, while I wait on the bank." "Don't worry, Great Sage," said Moong. "I'll arrest him, show him to you, Great Sage, to sentence and punish, and return your master to you. Only then will I take him back to the ocean and see my father." Monkey took leave of him cheerfully, recited the water-repelling spell, and made it with his hands, sprang out of the waves, and made straight for the east bank, where Friar Sand and the river god said, When you went, it was by air, so why have you come back from under the water?
Monkey told them all about how he had killed the fish spirit, taken the invitation, charged the Dragon King, and brought soldiers back with the Dragon Prince. Friar Sand was very pleased, and they all stood on the bank waiting. Prince Moang sent a herald to the gates of the underwater palace to announce to the evil spirit, Prince Moang, son of the old Dragon King of the Western Sea, is here. This news aroused the suspicions of the evil spirit as he sat inside.
I sent a black fish spirit with an invitation to my uncle some time ago, he thought, and I haven't had any answer yet. Why is my cousin here instead?
As he was thinking, a little demon came in from a river patrol to report, Your Majesty, there's a detachment of troops camped in the river west of the palace. Their banner says, Young Marshal Moang, Crown Prince and son of the Dragon King of the Western Sea.
That cousin of mine is outrageous, said the monster. Presumably my uncle couldn't come and sent him to feast instead, but he didn't have to bring an army with him. There must be something up. Little ones, he said, get my armor and my steel flail ready in case things turn rough while I go out to greet him and see what's happening.
On hearing the orders, all the devils rubbed their hands and got ready. When the alligator came out, he saw a whole force of sea soldiers camped there on the right. Embroidered sashes and flying banners, colored halberds brighter than the dawn, fine swords coldly gleaming, spears with many a handsome tassel, bows drawn back like the moon, arrows like teeth of wolves, dazzling broadswords, grit-hard maces. There were whales, turtles, and clams, crabs, tortoises, fish, and prawns, all drawn up by size, their weapons as dense-packed as a field of hemp. Unless ordered by a superior officer, none would dare advance upon them. When the alligator demon saw them, he went straight to the gates of their camp and shouted at the top of his voice,
Cousin, I'm waiting for you here with an invitation.
A conch patrolling the camp went straight to the commander's tent to report, Your Royal Highness, Alligator Dragon is outside with an invitation. The prince felt the helmet on his head, tightened the jeweled belt round his waist, picked up a three-edged mace, and hurried out of the camp. What invitation do you have for me? He asked. Alligator Dragon bowed and replied,
This morning I sent your father an invitation. No doubt he did not think it worth coming and sent you instead. But why did you have to bring an army with you? Why have you encamped here armed to the teeth?
What did you invite my father to? The Crown Prince asked.
Since I have been living here as a result of his kindness, I've not seen his illustrious countenance for a long time or done my duty by him, the alligator replied. Yesterday I caught a priest from the east who has, they say, cultivated his conduct for 10 lives in succession. If you eat his body, you can live much longer. I wanted to invite Uncle to have a look at the priest before I cook him in the steamer as a birthday treat.
Complete and utter fool, yelled the Crown Prince. Do you know who that priest is?
He's a priest from the Tang who's going to fetch scriptures from the Western Heaven, the demon replied.
All you know is that he's a Tang priest, said the Crown Prince. What you don't realize is what powerful disciples he has.
He's got one long-snouted one called Pig, who I've captured already, and I'm going to steam with the Tang priest, the alligator demon replied. There's another disciple called Friar Sand, a dusky fellow with a sinister face, who fights with the quarterstaff. He came to my gates yesterday, demanding to see his master. I came out at the head of my river troops, and it didn't take me long to see him off with my steel flail. I don't see what's so powerful about him.
You still haven't got the message, the Dragon Prince replied. His senior disciple is the golden immortal of the Supreme Ultimate, the great sage equaling heaven, who made havoc in heaven 500 years ago. He's now escorting the Tang priest on his way to worship the Buddha and fetch the scriptures in the Western Heaven. He was converted by the compassionate and merciful Bodhisattva Guanyin of Podaraka, who changed his name to Sun Wukong the Novice. Why ever did you have to bring this catastrophe on yourself? He came across a messenger of yours in the ocean, took the invitation, and went straight into our crystal palace to make things very awkward for my father and myself. He has on us a charge of conspiring with evil spirits to kidnap. You'd better bring the Tang priest and Pig straight to the bank, hand them back to the great sage monkey, and join me in making apologies to him if you want to keep alive. If you even hint at a no, you can forget about remaining here in one piece.
This threw the alligator monster into a terrible rage. My own cousin taking their side, he exclaimed. You'd have me hand the Tang priest over, but nothing comes that easy in this world. Just because you're scared of him doesn't mean that I am. If he's really got such powers, and he has the guts to go 3 rounds with me in front of my palace gates, I'll give him his master back. If he's no match for me, I'll capture him too and cook him with the others. And this time there'll be no guests or relations. I'll fasten the doors, my little ones will sing and dance for me, and I'll sit in the place of honor, and have a fine old time bloody well eating them myself.
Damn devil, the Crown Prince swore back at him. You're a disgrace. Even if you're not going to regard the great sage monkey as a worthy foe, will you dare to fight me?
A tough guy is afraid of nobody, the demon replied.
He then called for his armor, at which a host of little devils came forward, with his armor and his steel flail. The 2 of them were now glaring at each other, and each wanted to play the hero. The orders were given, the drums rolled, and a fight ensued that was much harder than the one with Friar Sand. What could be seen were dazzling banners, gleaming halberds. The encampment was quickly broken up, while the gates of the palace were opened wide. Prince Moang wielded his golden mace. That alligator parried with his flail. Fierce were the river soldiers as the cannon roared. Wild were the ocean warriors as the gong was beaten. Shrimp fought with shrimp, and crab with crab. Whales and giant turtles swallowed red carp. Bream and carp set mollusks running. The shark and mullet put the mackerel to flight.
The mussels all panicked when oysters captured clams. The swordfish barbs were hard as iron rods. The barracuda's needles were sharper than spears. Sturgeons chased the white eel. Perch and herring seized the black pomfret. The river was full of battling demons, while both sides' dragon warriors contended. The long melee stirred up the waves, and Crown Prince Moong was better than a Vajrapani, as he roared and struck at the head with his mace, capturing the alligator who caused the trouble. The prince pretended to drop his guard with his three-bladed mace. Not realizing that this was a trick, the evil spirit rushed him, whereupon the crown prince skillfully first struck him with a blow with the mace on the right arm that made him stumble, caught up with him, then struck at his feet and sent him sprawling. The ocean soldiers rushed up, seized alligator, tied both hands behind his back, put an iron chain through his collarbone, hauled him up on the bank, and took him to Monkey, where the prince reported, "Great sage, I have arrested the alligator demon and am handing him over to you for judgment." "You disobedient wretch," said Monkey when he and Friar Sand saw the demon. "Your uncle sent you to live here, build up your nature, and look after yourself. Once you had made your name, he was going to transfer you to duties somewhere else. Why did you have to seize the river god's home and become a bully? Why did you use deception to capture my master and brother? I was going to hit you, but this cudgel of mine hits so hard that a mere touch of it would finish you off. Where have you put my master?" "Great sage," replied the demon, kowtowing ceaselessly, "this humble alligator had never heard of your mighty name. But now I have been arrested by my cousin for my disobedience to him, and for my flagrant offenses against right. I am endlessly grateful to you, great sage, for sparing my life. Your master is still tied up in the water palace. If you would take off the chain and untie my hands, I will return to the river and bring him back to you."
"Great sage," said Prince Moong, who was standing beside them, "he is a vicious and deceitful beast. If you were to release him, he might have evil ideas."
"I know where his place is," said Friar Sand. "I'll find the master."
He and the river god leapt into the river and went straight to the doors of the water palace, which were wide open and not guarded by a single soldier. Inside the pavilion, they saw the Tang priest and pig tied up stark naked. Friar Sand quickly untied the master, while the river god released Pig. Next, they each carried one up to the surface of the water, and then to the bank. Seeing the evil spirit roped and in chains there, Pig raised his rake to strike him and said abusively,
"Evil beast, take this from me."
Monkey held him back, saying, "Spare his life, brother, out of consideration for Ao Shun and his son." Moong then bowed and said, "Great sage, I must not stay here any longer. As I have rescued your master, I shall now take this wretch to see my father. You have spared him the death penalty, but my father will not let him off other kinds of punishment. When he has been sentenced, he will be sent back to apologize to you again." "Very well, then. Take him away. Give my respects to your father and tell him that I'll be back to thank him in person another time." The prince then plunged into the water with his prisoner and took his ocean troops straight back to the Western Sea. The god of the Black River then thanked Brother Monkey for the recovery of his water palace. "Disciple," said the Tang priest, "we're still on the eastern bank. How are we going to get across this river?" "Don't worry about that, my lord," said the river god. "Please mount your horse and I will lead you across the river." The master then rode his horse while Pig led it. Friar Sand carried the luggage, and Monkey supported Sun Zong. The river god did water-stopping magic to hold the waters back. In an instant, a broad road opened up where the waters had withdrawn. Master and disciples crossed to the west bank, climbed it, thanked the river god, and continued on their way. Indeed, to visit the west, the priest they did save. When the river was crossed, there was never a wave. If you don't know how they visited the Buddha and obtained the scriptures, listen to the explanation in the next installment.
Chapter 44. Evil in the heart's center crosses the backbone pass. There is a poem that goes, "They travel west, escaping dangers to seek the scriptures. Nor can they stop at all the famous mountains. They press on night and day, startling crows and hares. The seasons turn amid falling blossom and birdsong. In the dust under one's eyes are 3,000 worlds. 400 prefectures rests on the head of a staff. Sleeping in dew and dining on wind, they climb the purple slope, never knowing when they will be able to start back." The story tells how, after the Dragon Prince had subdued the demon and the god of the Black River had divided the waters, Master and disciples crossed the Black River and took the main trail west. They faced wind and snow and traveled under the moon and stars. After they had been going for a long time, it was early spring again. The sun returns. All comes back to life. The sun returns. Beauty fills the sky like an opened scroll. All comes back to life, as flowers cover the earth with embroidered cushions. A few snowflakes of plum blossom remain, while the wheat spreads like a sea of cloud. In the gentle thaw, the mountain spring now flows. The new shoots grow and cover the burnt-out stubble. Tai Hao governs the east. The wood god rules the dawn. Above the fragrance and the warming breeze, the clouds disperse, and the sun shines anew. Willows spread their green beside the path. Enriching rain brings spring to all that lives. Master and disciples were ambling along, enjoying the view, when all of a sudden they heard a mighty shout, like a war cry from 1,000 throats. Sun Zong was terrified. He reined in his horse, unable to take another step forward. "Wukong," he said, looking back at him. "Where is that noise from?"
"It sounded like an earthquake or a landslide,"
said Pig. "Or thunder," said Friar Sand. "Or people shouting and horses neighing," said Sun Zong. "You're all wrong," laughed Monkey.
Just wait a moment while I go and take a look.
Splendid, Monkey. With one bound, he was on a cloud and up in the air, looking all around. In the distance, he could make out a walled city, and when he went close, he could see that it had a haze of auspicious light over it, with no sign of any evil emanations.
It's a good place, he sighed to himself. But why was there that terrible noise? I can't see war banners or spears there, and there's no sound of cannon. So why was there a noise like shouting and neighing?
Just as he was debating all this with himself, he noticed a big crowd of Buddhist monks on a sandbank outside the city gates, pulling a cart. The noise that had startled Sanzong was them all shouting, "King Powerful Bodhisattva." When he slowly lowered his cloud for a better look, he saw that the cart was loaded with kiln bricks, tiles, wood, and adobe bricks. Above the sandbank was a high ridge, along the top of which ran a narrow track between two great gates. Below the gates, the paths all went straight down the steep sides of the ridge. The cart could not possibly be pulled up there. Although the weather was so mild and pleasant, the monks were all dressed in rags and looked thoroughly poverty-stricken.
I suppose they must be building a monastery, thought Monkey, and are having to do the work themselves because it's harvest time here and they can't hire any labor.
He was still not sure when he saw two young Taoist priests come swaggering out through the city gates. Just see how they were dressed. Star crowns on their heads, brocade and embroidered cloths. The star crowns on their heads shine bright. The brocade and embroidered clothes float like sunset clouds. On their feet are cloud-treading shoes. Round their waists are silken belts. Handsome and clever faces, round as the moon. Bodies as elegant as the immortals in heaven. The approach of the Taoists made the Buddhist monks all shake with fear as they redoubled their efforts and pulled harder than ever at the cart.
Ah!
Thought Monkey as he realized what was up.
The monks must be scared of the Taoists. Why else would they be pulling so hard? I've heard people tell of a place on the way to the west where they believe in Taoism and persecute Buddhist monks. This must be it. I was going to report back to the master, but he'll be angry with me if I don't discover what it's all about. He'll say that a clever chap like me ought to be able to find out the truth. I'll go down and ask what's happening so I can tell the master.
But whom was he to ask? The splendid great sage shook himself and turned into the likeness of a wandering Quan-Shin Taoist, with a food basket over his left arm, as he beat on a bamboo drum and sang Taoist songs. Monkey walked towards the city gates and bowed in greeting to the two Taoists, saying, "Humble greetings, elders in the way." "Where are you from, sir?" the Taoists asked, returning his greeting. "I wander and roam from the corners of the sea to the edge of the sky," Monkey replied. "I am here today to beg from some pious household. Could you two elders tell me which streets and which alleys in this city
love the way and its followers. I would like to beg for some food."
"What a depressing way to talk, sir," said one of the Taoist priests with a laugh.
"What's so depressing about it?"
Monkey asked. "Isn't it depressing that you want to beg for food?" asked the priest.
"But we men of religion have to live by begging," said Brother Monkey. "If we don't, we can't buy our food."
The Taoist priest laughed again and replied, "You're a stranger here, and you don't know about our city. Here it's not just the civil and military officials, the rich and the elderly who love the way and its followers. Young and old, men and women alike, everyone offers us food when they see us, but all that is hardly worth mentioning. By far the most important thing is that His Majesty the King is a devout lover of the way and its followers." "I'm young," said Monkey, "and I'm a stranger from far away. I didn't know that. Could I trouble you two elders to do a fellow believer a favor? Tell me more about what this place is called and how the king shows his love for the way and its worthies." "This country is called Terrycart," the Taoist priest replied, "and His Majesty is close to us." When Monkey heard this, he said with a chuckle, "Can it be that a Taoist priest is monarch?" "No," he replied. "For 20 years there was a drought here, and not a drop of rain fell. Nothing could grow. Everyone, king, ministers, commoners, the high and the humble, all bathed, burnt incense, and prayed to heaven for rain. When they were in really desperate straits, 3 immortals were sent from heaven to save all living beings." "Which 3?" Monkey asked. "Our masters," the Taoist priest replied.
"May I ask their titles?"
Monkey asked. "Our senior master is the great immortal Tiger Power," the Taoist replied. "Our second master is the great immortal Deer Power, and the third master is the great immortal Antelope Power."
"What sort of magic can your 3 masters perform?"
Monkey asked. "They can summon up wind and rain with a flick of the hand," the Taoist said, "and change water into oil or stone into gold as easy as turning around. Their magic arts enable them to control the creation of heaven and earth, or to alter the positions of the stars. Our king and his ministers treat them with great respect, and they are now relations of ours."
"Your king is very fortunate," said Monkey. "As the saying goes, magic moves ruler and minister alike. If your masters have those powers, and the king treats them as his relations, they must have been very good to him. Oh dear, I don't suppose that a poor Taoist like myself is fated to meet your venerable masters."
"No problem about meeting them," said the Taoist. "We too are his favorite disciples. Besides, our masters are such lovers of the way and its followers that they only need to hear the word way to come right outside to welcome a visitor. For us to take you in there would be as easy as blowing away ashes." Monkey chanted a deep and respectful "Re-ear," and then said, I would be very grateful for an introduction. Let's go in. Wait a moment, said the Taoist. You sit here while we finish the jobs we have to do. Then we'll go in together. Priests ought to be completely free and unconstrained, said Monkey. What jobs do you have to do? The Taoist pointed towards the Buddhist monks on the sandbank and said, They're working for us, and we have to call the roll to make sure they don't start slacking. You elders have got it wrong, said Monkey with a smile. We Buddhist and Taoist monks are all men of religion. They shouldn't be working for us and answering roll calls. You wouldn't know that when we were all praying for rain that year, the Buddhists were on one side praying to Buddha, while we were on the other side praying to the Great Bear. We both asked the court for grain, but the Buddhists turned out to be useless. They got no results by reciting their sutras, and didn't help in the least. It was our masters who came along, called up wind and rain, and saved the people from their distress. The king was so angry with those useless Buddhists that he had their monasteries torn down and their Buddha statues smashed. He revoked their ordination licenses and refused to let them go home. Instead, he gave them to us to work for us as slaves. They do all our cooking and cleaning, and they look after our gates. Because our residence out here hasn't been finished yet, we've made the Buddhists drag the bricks, tiles, and timber here to do the building for us. We too have been sent here to keep an eye on them and make sure they don't start slacking. When Monkey heard this, he held on to them and said through his tears, I said I wasn't fated to meet your masters, and I was right. Why won't you meet them? The Taoist asked. I have come here on my wanderings for 2 reasons, said Monkey. One is to make a living, and the other is to find a relation. What relation? The Taoist asked. I have an uncle, Monkey replied, who left home to have his head shaved and become a Buddhist monk when he was very young. During a famine years ago, he went away to beg. He hasn't been back since, and I'm looking for him out of a sense of duty to our forebears. I expect he's been detained here and can't escape, but there's no way of knowing. If I could just have a look for him and see him, I'd be able to go into town with you after that. No problem, said the Taoist. We'll sit here while you go down to the sand and check them over for us. Just make sure there are 500 of them. See if your uncle is among them. If he is, we'll release him, as you're a fellow Taoist. Then we can go into town together. Monkey was very grateful indeed. He bowed to them with his hands raised and headed straight for the sandbank, playing his bamboo drum. Once he was through the 2 sets of gates and had gone down the ridge, the monks all knelt and kowtowed to him. Master, one of the monks said, we're not slacking. Every one of the 500 of us is here and all pulling that cart. At this, Monkey smiled to himself and thought with a grin he did not show.
These Taoists have got them so scared that they're even frightened of an imitation Taoist like me. If I were a real Taoist, they'd die of fright."
Then Monkey said aloud with a wave of his hands, "Don't kneel, and don't be afraid. I'm not the supervisor. I'm here to look for a relation." Once they heard him talk about looking for a relation, the monks all crowded round, craning forward, coughing and making other noises in their eagerness to be picked out. Who's his relation? They all wondered. Monkey looked them over all for a while, then started chuckling aloud. "My lord," the monk said, "if you can't find your relation among us, what is there to laugh about?" "Do you know why I'm laughing?" a monkey asked. "It's because all you monks are failures. You were born under unlucky stars. Your parents were only prepared to let you become monks because you brought them bad luck, or because you were destined to have no sisters. Why ever are you working for Taoists like slaves instead of honoring the three treasures, respecting the Buddha's Dharma, reading sutras, and performing ceremonies of repentance? You put us to shame, my lord," the monk replied. "You must be a stranger here, sir, who doesn't understand the situation." "Indeed I am," Monkey replied, "and indeed I don't." "Our king," said the Buddhist monk in tears, "is prejudiced and unreasonable. He only likes the followers of Lao Tzu, and he hates us Buddhists." "Why?" Monkey asked. "Because the three immortals came here to call up wind and rain," the monk replied. "They ruined everything for us and won the king's confidence. He has destroyed our monasteries, revoked our ordination licenses, and refused to let us return to our homes. In the form of forced labor he imposed on us was to give us to the immortals to work for them. It's unbearably hard. When you come here, wandering Taoist, you will only have to call on the king to be richly rewarded. But any Buddhist monk who comes, whether from around here or from far away, is arrested and put to work for the immortals." "I suppose the Taoists must use some magic powers to worm their way into the king's confidence," said Monkey. "Calling up winds and rain is small-time magic used by unorthodox sects, and hardly enough to win a king's heart. They can refine mercury from cinnabar, sit in meditation, turn water into oil, and change stones into gold," the monk replied. "They have now built a temple of the three pure ones, where they read scriptures and perform ceremonies to heaven and earth night and day to obtain eternal life for his majesty. That is why the king's heart has been moved." "So it's like that, is it?" said Monkey. "You may all go now." "But, my lord, we can't get away," the monk replied. "The immortals persuaded the king to have pictures of monks painted, and these have been sent to be displayed in every ward and by every river. Terrycart is a big country, but in every city, prefecture, country town, village, hamlet, inn, and marketplace, there hangs a picture of Buddhist monks with this notice on it, in the king's own handwriting."
Any official who captures a monk will be promoted 3 grades. Any commoner not holding office who captures a monk will receive a reward of 50 ounces of silver. That's why we can't escape. It's not just us Buddhist monks. Anyone who's had a short haircut, or who's bald, or whose hair is thinning finds it hard to not get arrested. Agents and policemen are everywhere. There's no way we can possibly escape. We have no choice. We can only suffer here. In that case, you'd all better die, said Monkey. My lord, said the Buddhist monk, many of us have already. There were over 2,000 of us altogether, both us local monks and those arrested from elsewhere. 600 or 700 of us have died, and about the same number have killed themselves because they could not bear the pain, the searing heat, the bitter cold, or the local conditions. We 500 are the only survivors. How have you managed to stay alive? Monkey asked. The rope broke when we tried to hang ourselves, or it did not even hurt when we tried to slit our own throats, or we floated and did not drown when we jumped into the river, or the poison we took didn't harm us. You're all very lucky, then, said Monkey. Heaven has given each of you perpetual life. Sir, said the monk, you've left one word out. It's a perpetual life sentence. For our 3 meals every day, all we get is a thin gruel of brown rice. At night, we have to sleep on the sandbank in the open. Luckily, spirits come to protect us when we close our eyes. I expect you see ghosts because you're all exhausted, said Monkey. No, said the Buddhist monk. They're the 6 dings, the 6 Jias, and the guardians of the faith. But they can only protect us at night, except when they come to save the life of any of us who is on the point of death. That's very wrong of the spirits, said Brother Monkey. They shouldn't be protecting you like that. They should let you die and be reborn in the Western Heaven as soon as possible. They come to us in our dreams, said the monk, and give us advice like, don't try to die. Hole out till a holy priest comes from the east, and Arhat, who will go to the Western Heaven to fetch the scriptures. He has a disciple of immense magical powers, the great sage equaling heaven. He has a good and loyal heart. He rights wrongs, he saves those in distress, and he helps widows and orphans. Wait till he shows his divine powers, wipes out the Taoist priests, and restores our Dhyana faith to its proper respect. This pleased Monkey, though he did not show it as he thought. Whoever said that Monkey had no powers to his name? Before I even got here, gods and spirits spread my fame. He then hurried off, taking his leave of the monks and beating his bamboo drum as he headed for the city gates to see the Taoist priests again. Which of them is your respected uncle? They asked. All 500 of them are my relations, Monkey replied.
How can you possibly have so many? They asked again. 100 were my neighbors who lived to the left of us, Monkey replied, and another 100 lived to the right. 100 are my father's kin, and 100 are related to my mother. The last 100 are my own friends and acquaintances. If you are willing to release them all, I'll go into the city with you. But if you won't, I won't. You must be off your head talking such nonsense, the Taoist priests replied. All those Buddhist monks were presented to us by His Majesty. Even if we release just 1 or 2 of them, we'd have to cover up by handing in sick notes for them to our masters, then filling out death certificates. We couldn't possibly release the whole lot of them. It would be outrageous, quite outrageous. We'd have no servants, and the king would be very angry with us. The wardhead is always sending officials to check up, and sometimes the king even comes to count them himself. We couldn't possibly let them go. You couldn't? Said Monkey. No, the priests replied. By the time he had asked this, and been given the same answer 3 times, he was in a terrible rage. He produced his iron cudgel from his ear, created a spell with his hands, made it as thick as a rice bowl, swung it, and brought it down on the Taoists' faces. The poor Taoists fell to the ground with their blood gushing out and their heads split open. Wounds that were gaping wide, brains scattered everywhere, both necks broken. When the Buddhist monks far away on the strand saw Monkey kill the 2 Taoists, they abandoned their cart and came running over, saying, "This is awful! This is awful! You've killed the king's relations." Who are the king's relations? Monkey asked. The monks fenced him in with their earth-moving baskets and said, "Their masters don't have to greet the king when they enter the throne hall or take leave of him when they go. The king addresses them as elder brother teacher. Why did you have to come here to get us into this terrible trouble? It was nothing to do with you that their disciples came to supervise the work. What's to become of us now that they've been killed? We'll have to take you into town and report their deaths." "Do stop that yelling, gentlemen," said Monkey with a smile. "I'm not really a wandering Quan Yin Taoist. I'm here to rescue you." "But by killing them, you've only made things worse for us," they said. "How can you say you're here to rescue us?" "I'm Sun Wukong, the novice," Monkey replied, "the disciple of the holy priest from the Great Tang, and I've come here specially to save you." "No, you're not," the monk said. "We know what that great lord looks like." "But how could you?" Monkey asked. "You've never met him." "We've seen an old man in a dream who told us he was the great white planet. He told us what Sun the Novice, or Monkey, looks like so that we wouldn't confuse him with anyone else." "How did the planet describe him to you?" Monkey asked him. To this the Buddhist monk replied,
He told us that the great sage has a brow that seems split open, two flashing eyes of gold, a head that's round, a hairy face, and sunken cheeks, we're told. Out of a pointed muzzle, sharp little teeth protrude. He looks much like a thunder god, and his conduct's very crude. He wields a cudgel of iron, with ends banded in gold, with which he smashed the heavenly gates, as a rebel in times of old. Now he has seen the light of the faith, he's escorting his master, and saves whoever he can from death and disaster. Monkey was both angry and pleased to hear this. He was pleased that his fame had been spread, but he thought angrily, "That old rascal, telling these ordinary mortals what I really look like." Then he found himself speaking aloud and saying, "Gentlemen, you're quite right that I'm not Son the Novice. I'm only a servant of his who's come here to fool around and practice making trouble. But Son the Novice is coming. Look over there." He pointed east, tricking all the monks into turning away while he resumed his true appearance. Only then did they realize who he really was, and fell to the ground to kowtow and say, "My lord, because we have only mortal eyes, we failed to recognize you in your disguise. We beg you to go into the city, subdue evil, and save and avenge us." "Come with me, then," said Monkey, and the monks followed him closely. The great sage went straight to the sandbank and used magic to make the cart go through the two gates and along the ridge, then lift itself right up and smash itself to smithereens. The bricks, tiles, and timber all went tumbling down the slope. "Scatter," he told the monks, "and keep away from me until I've seen the king and wiped out those Taoists tomorrow." "But, my lord," the Buddhist monk said, "we dare not go far. We're frightened of being arrested by officials and brought here to be flogged and punished in other ways. It would only make things worse for us." "In that case, I'll give you some magical protection," said Monkey. The splendid great sage then pulled out a handful of hairs and chewed them into little pieces, one of which he gave to each of the monks. "Keep it inside the nail of your third finger, bunch your fingers together, and just keep walking," he told them. "Nothing will happen unless somebody tries to arrest you. If anyone does, clench your fist and shout, 'Great Sage equaling heaven!' Then I'll come and protect you." "But, my lord," the monk said, "what if you're far away and out of sight? What if you don't come when we call? Whatever shall we do?" "Don't worry yourselves," said Monkey. "I'll keep you completely safe even if I'm thousands of miles away." One of the bolder spirits among the monks clenched his fist and said, "Great Sage equaling heaven," under his breath. A figure like a thunder god holding an iron cudgel appeared before him, so terrifying that not even a huge army would have dared to approach him. Then over 100 of the monks called out, and over 100 great sages appeared to protect them. "Truly a miracle, my lord," the monks all said, kowtowing. Monkey then told them to say, "Quiet," for their protectors to disappear again. Then they all said, quiet, and the pieces of hair were once more tucked behind their fingernails. Only then were the monks all happy to disperse and make their escapes. "Don't go too far," said Brother Monkey, "and keep your ears open for news of me. If a notice is issued recalling Buddhist monks, come to the city and return my hair." The 500 monks then scattered in all directions. Some went away, and some stayed where they were. The story switches back to Sun Zong, who gave up waiting beside the track for Monkey to report back, and told Pig to lead the horse westward. They met monks hurrying away, and when they were close to the city wall, they found Monkey with a dozen or so monks who had not yet gone. "Wukong," said Sun Zong, reining in his horse. "Why did it take you so long to get back from investigating that noise?" Monkey led the dozen or so monks in performing obeisances before Sun Zong's horse, and then told him everything that happened. Sun Zong was horrified. "What are we to do if that's the way it is?" "Please don't worry, my lord," said the dozen or so monks. "His Honor, the great sage Monkey, is a god down from heaven whose divine powers are tremendous. He will most certainly be able to protect you. We are monks from the Deep Wisdom Monastery, a royal foundation in the city. Because our monastery was founded by the great-grandfather of the present king, and there is a statue of him there, the monastery has not been demolished, although all the others in the city, big and small alike, have been torn down. We would like to invite you to come straight into town to stay in our humble monastery. The great sage Monkey is bound to find some way of copying at court tomorrow morning." "You are right," said Monkey. "Very well then, let us go into the city without further delay." The venerable elder then dismounted and went on foot to the city gate. The sun was setting in the west as they crossed the drawbridge and went in through the triple gates. People in the streets turned away when they saw the monks of the Deep Wisdom Monastery leading a horse and carrying luggage. When they reached the monastery gates, the travelers saw a large sign over them reading, "Deep Wisdom Monastery, founded by royal command." The monks pushed the gates open and led them through the hall of the Vajrapanis before opening the doors of the main hall of the monastery. Sanzang covered himself with his cassock and worshipped the Buddha before entering. "Steward," the monks called, and an old monk came out who kowtowed to Monkey the moment he saw him.
"My lord, are you really here?"
he said. "Do you know which lord I am, bowing like that?" Monkey asked.
"I can see that you are Lord's son, the great sage equaling heaven,"
the old monk replied.
"We see you in our dreams every night. The great white planet is always coming in to tell them to us that we will only be saved when you arrive. Now that I have beheld your distinguished countenance, I know that it is the same as in our dreams. I am glad you're here so soon, my lord. Had you been a day or two later, we would all have become ghosts by then."
"Please get up," said Monkey. "Things will be sorted out tomorrow." The monks then laid on a vegetarian meal for the master and his disciples, and tidied up the abbot's lodgings for them to stay in. They settled down for the night. A little before midnight, Monkey, who had too much on his mind to go to sleep, heard music outside, got up quietly, dressed, and sprang into the air to look around. To the south he saw lamps and candles burning bright, and when he brought his cloud lower for a close look, he saw that in the temple of the Three Pure Ones the Taoists were performing a star ritual. What he saw was the high hall of the sanctum, the true holy shrine. The high hall of the sanctum was as majestic as Pengyu's magic isle. The true holy shrine was mysteriously pure, like the Hualei temple. On either side, the Taoist priests played panpipes, while the celebrant in the center held a tablet of jade. They explained the elimination of disaster, and preached on the way and its power. When the dust-raising dance was over, the talismans were issued. After making divine petition, all lay down in respect. When the water had been blessed and the spirits summoned, the fluttering flames of the candles rose up to the sky. When the pole star was located and the dipper paced out, clouds of fragrant incense filled the void. Fresh food was offered on the votive tables, and a rich repast of meatless food laid out. In front of the hall hung a pair of yellow brocade vertical scrolls on which were embroidered these words: May winds and rains come as they should. We pray for the boundless power of the heavenly honored ones. May rivers and seas be pure and peaceful. We beg for many a year of life for His Majesty. Monkey saw 3 old Taoists wearing their religious robes. He took them to be the great immortals, Tiger Power, Deer Power, and Antelope Power. Standing below them to either side were a crowd of 700 or 800 Taoists, holding bells, drums, incense, and divine petitions. Monkey was delighted. I had meant to go down and fool around with them by myself, he thought. But one strand of silk can't make a thread, and one hand can't clap. I think I'll go back and do Friar Sand and Pig a good turn by letting them join in the game with me. Monkey then landed his auspicious cloud and went straight into the abbot's lodgings, where he found Pig and Friar Sand sleeping, toe to toe. Top to toe. Monkey first called Friar Sand, who woke up and said, "Aren't you asleep yet, brother?" "Get up," said Monkey. "We're going to have a good feed."
"Whatever sort of good feed can I have in the middle of the night when my throat's dried out and my eyes are all bleary?"
Friar Sand asked. "There's the temple of the Three Pure Ones in this city where the Taoist priests are holding a service," Brother Monkey replied. "The hall of the Three Pure Ones is full of offerings, steamed buns as big as a bucket, cakes that must weigh 50 or 60 pounds apiece, any amount of rice, and fresh fruit, too. Let's go and have some." The talk of all this good food was enough to wake Pig up.
"Won't you take me too, brother?"
he asked. "If you want to feed," said Monkey, "keep your voice down and don't wake the master.
Come with me."
The two of them dressed, slipped outside, and leapt up by Cloud with Monkey. As soon as the idiot saw the lights, he wanted to attack, but Monkey held him back and said, "Steady on. We'll go down when they've all gone."
"But their recitations are only just warming up," said Pig. "They won't want to go."
"I'll do some magic that will send them packing," said Monkey.
The splendid great sage said the words and made the hand movements of a spell, drew in a breath from the quarter of the wind, and blew a gale so terrible that as it tore into the hall of the three pure ones, it knocked down all the vases, candlesticks, and offerings on the walls, and put out all the lamps. The Taoists all shook with terror.
"You had better go, disciples,"
said the great immortal, Tiger Power.
"This divine wind has blown out all the lamps and incense, so you should all go back to bed. Get up early tomorrow morning and recite some more scriptures to make the numbers up."
The Taoists then indeed did all withdraw. Monkey then led Pig and Friar Sand to land their clouds, and they charged straight into the hall of the three pure ones. The idiot grabbed some food, not caring whether it was cooked or raw, and was just about to eat it when Monkey raised his iron cudgel to hit him. Pig pulled back his hand and said,
"You're going to hit me before I've even tasted anything."
"Don't act so low," said Monkey. "You must pay your respects and sit down before eating."
"You're shameless,"
said Pig.
"You steal food and expect me to pay my respects too? What would I have to do if we'd been properly invited?"
"Do you know who the three bodhisattvas sitting up there are?" Monkey asked. "Can't you recognize the three pure ones themselves?"
asked Pig.
"How could you possibly think they're bodhisattvas?"
"What about those three pure ones?" Monkey asked.
"Oh well," said Pig. "The one in the middle is the original celestial pure one. The one on the left is the precious pure one. And the one on the right is the Supreme Lord Lao Tzu."
"We've got to make ourselves look like them before we can eat in safety," said Monkey.
The delicious smells of the offerings were making the idiot desperate with hunger, so he climbed on the pedestal of the statue and knocked Lord Lao Tzu off it with one shove of his snout.
"You've sat here for long enough, old man," he said. "It's my turn now."
Pig turned himself into the Supreme Lord Lao Tzu. Monkey turned himself into the celestial pure one, and Friar Sand into the precious pure one. When the statues had all been pushed over, and the three of them were sitting up there, Pig grabbed a big steamed bun. "Not so fast," said Monkey.
"But, brother,"
protested Pig.
"we've already made ourselves look like them. What are we waiting for?"
"Brother," said Monkey, "eating is much less important than not giving ourselves away. If one of the Taoists got up early to hit the bell or sweep the floor and tripped over a piece of one of the statues we've knocked over, the news would be out. You'd better hide them."
"But where?" asked Pig. "I'm a stranger here, and I don't know my way around."
"When we came in," said Monkey, There was a little pair of double doors to the right with an awful stench coming out of them. It must be the place where the 5 kinds of grain prepare for reincarnation. Put them in there." The idiot really did have some brute strength. When he leapt down, he put the 3 statues over his shoulders and carried them out. On kicking those doors open, he found that it was in fact a big laboratory. "That protector of the horses certainly knows how to talk," he said with a laugh. "He even made up a fancy Taoist name for the shithouse, the place where the 5 kinds of grain prepare for reincarnation." Before tipping in the 3 statues he was carrying, he mumbled a prayer. "3 pure ones, 3 pure ones, hear my prayer. We have come here from afar to wipe out evil spirits. We wish to enjoy your offerings, but there was nowhere we could sit, so we've had to borrow your pedestals for a while. You have been sitting there long enough, and now you can go into the cesspit. Normally you have no end of things to eat, and you are pure Taoists, but today you'll have to taste some filth and be stinking, heavenly honored ones." His prayer said, he threw them in with a great splash that covered half his tunic with evil-smelling liquid. When he went back into the hall, Monkey asked them, "Did you hide them properly?" "I hid them well enough," the idiot replied, "but I splashed some of that filthy water on my clothes. I hope the stench doesn't make you feel sick." "Never mind," laughed Monkey. "Come and eat now. But you'll have to clean up before we go outside." The idiot turned himself back into Lord Lao Tse, and the 3 of them sat down to eat their fill. First they ate the steamed bread, and then they went on to the assorted cold dishes, the rice, the pastries, the buns, the biscuits, the pancakes, the donuts, and the steamed pies. They ate whatever they felt like, not caring whether it was hot or cold. Now, Monkey was not much of a one for cooked food, so he just ate some fruit to keep the other 2 company. They cleaned everything up like shooting stars chasing the moon, or a wind sweeping the clouds away. When there was nothing else left to eat, they did not go, but stayed there chatting and entertaining themselves while they digested the meal. What a thing to have done! There was a young Taoist priest who had just gone to bed in his dormitory by the eastern cloister when he suddenly got up. "I left my handbell in the hall," he thought, "and if I lose it, my master will be angry with me tomorrow." "You go to sleep," he said to the other priest who shared his bed, "while I go to look for it." He was in such a hurry that he did not put his underclothes back on, but just pulled on his tunic and went straight to the main hall to look for his bell. He groped all around till he found it and was about to turn and leave when, to his consternation, he heard the sound of breathing. As he fled in alarm, he tripped on a lychee stone and crashed to the ground, smashing his bell to pieces with a tremendous clang. Pig could not help roaring with laughter at this, which terrified the young Taoist out of his wits. He staggered to the abbot's lodgings, knocked on the doors, and said, "Masters, disaster!" The 3 senior Taoists were not in bed yet, So they opened the doors and asked, "What disaster?" "I lost my bell," said the young Taoist, shivering and shaking. "I was looking for it in the hall when I heard a loud laugh that all but scared me to death." "Fetch lanterns," said the senior Taoists on hearing this, "and see what evil creature it is." This order was passed on to the priests, young and old, in both cloisters, who all got up, lit lamps, and went to the main hall to look. If you don't know what they found, listen to the explanation in the next installment.
Chapter 45. In the Hall of the Three Pure Ones, the great sage leaves his name. In the kingdom of Terracart, the Monkey King shows his powers. The story tells how the great sage monkey pinched Friar Sand with his left hand and Pig with his right. The two of them realized what was happening and sat there on high, their heads bowed in silence, while the Taoists lit their lamps and shone them all around as they searched. The three of them looked just as if they really were made of clay covered with gold leaf. "If no evildoers have been here," said the great immortal Tiger Power, "how have the offerings all been eaten?" "It looks as though people have eaten them," said the great immortal Deer Power. "The fruit with skins has all been peeled, and the stones have all been spat out of the stone fruit. But why can't we see anybody?" "There is no need to be so suspicious, brother," said the great immortal Antelope Power. "I think that the heavenly honored ones must have been moved by our reverence and respect in reciting scriptures and making readings day and night, and by the name of His Majesty. Evidently, the three pure lords came down to the mortal world to enjoy these offerings. I suggest that we should worship the heavenly honored ones before they fly away on their cranes. We should beg them for some holy water and golden elixir pills that we can present to His Majesty, and thereby win credit for giving him immortality." "A good idea," said Tiger Power. "Let there be music and recitation, my disciples," he ordered, "and bring me my ceremonial robes so that I may pace out the Dipper dance and pray for immortality for His Majesty." The young Taoists did as they were told and were soon neatly drawn up into two groups. At the sound of a stone chime, they all began to recite in unison the true classic of the way and its power of the Yellow Court. Throwing his religious cloak over his shoulders, Tiger Power took his jade tablet in his hands, performed the ritual dance raising the dust before the statues, prostrated himself in respect, and submitted the following memorial to the Pure Ones. "In fear and trembling I bow my head in submission. We, your subjects, promote the faith and long for your pure emptiness. We are suppressing the low vulgarity of Buddhist monks and gaining respect for the brilliance of the way. A holy temple has been built by command of His Majesty the King. Many an offering has been set out, and the dragon banners hang high. Candles burn all night, and incense smokes throughout the day. We worship with complete sincerity, respect, and devotion. Now that you have honored us with your presence, we beseech you, before you go away in your immortal chariots, to grant us tablets of golden elixir and holy water,
that we may present to his majesty, to bring him long life, as long as the southern hills." Pig felt most uncomfortable at all this, and he murmured under his breath to Monkey,
"We shouldn't have stayed to be prayed to after eating all the stuff. How are we going to answer their prayers?"
Monkey gave him another pinch, opened his mouth, and called out,
"Cease your worship, young immortals. We have just come from a peach banquet, so we did not bring any golden elixir or holy water today. We will present you with some another day."
When the priests young and old heard the statue speaking, they all twitched at their clothes and trembled as they said, "My lord, a living, heavenly, honored one has come down to earth. Don't let him go. Whatever you do, get him to give us a recipe for eternal life." Tiger Power then stepped forward, bowed again, and said, "Raising the dust while kowtowing in the sincerity of my heart, your humble servant dutifully worships the three pure ones. Since coming to this country, we have promoted the way and suppressed the Buddhist clergy. His Majesty adores the way and respectfully wishes to prolong his years, which is why we held this great service to heaven and recited scriptures all night. We are most fortunate that you heavenly honored ones have not disdained from descending in your holy chariots and have appeared in person. We beg you, in your mercy, to grant us the great boon of a little holy water to lengthen the lives of your disciples."
"They must be desperate to get it, praying for it again,"
muttered Friar Sand under his breath to Monkey, giving him a pinch. "Then let's give them some," said Monkey.
"But where will we get it?"
mumbled Pig. "Watch me," said Monkey. "When I get some, you'll have some too." The Taoists had by now finished playing their music.
"Young immortals," said Brother Monkey, "there is no need to prostrate yourselves. I did not originally want to leave any holy water with you, in case it destroyed your offspring of immortality, but there would be no difficulty at all about giving you some."
When the Taoists heard this, they all prostrated themselves, kowtowed, and said, "We beg and implore the heavenly honored one to grant your disciples some in recognition of the respectful devotion. We have widely taught the way and its power, and won the respect of the king for our sect of mystery."
"Very well, then," said Monkey. "Fetch a vessel."
The Taoists all once again kowtowed in thanks. Tiger Power, who liked to show off, carried in a great earthen jar that he placed in the hall. Deer Power put an earthenware dish on the table for offerings, and Antelope Power took the flowers out of a vase and put it between the other two containers.
"Withdraw from the hall, all of you," ordered Monkey, "and screen us off. The secrets of heaven must not be revealed. Then we can give you some holy water."
The priests then all prostrated themselves below the steps outside the hall and shut the doors. Monkey then stood up, lifted his tiger skin kilt, and filled the vase with stinking piss, to the delight of Pig, who said,
"In all the years we've been brothers, we've never done this before. I've just eaten, and you ask me to do such a thing."
The idiot then lifted his clothes and noisily filled the earthenware dish. The sound was like that of a torrent pouring down a mountainside. Friar Sand half filled the earthen jar. They then all straightened their clothes, sat down again, and said,
"Come and receive the holy water, young immortals."
The Taoist elders then pushed the screens aside and kowtowed in worship and gratitude. When the jar was carried out and put together with the vase and the dish, they called, "Disciples, fetch me a cup to try some." The younger Taoists fetched a teacup and handed it to the elders. The elder filled the cup, drained it, and made a show of wiping his mouth and smacking his lips. "Is it good, brother?" asked Dear Power. Pursing his lips together, the most senior of the elders said, "Not very, and tastes a bit off." "Let me have a taste," said Antelope Power. When he had drunk a mouthful, he said, "Tastes rather like pig's urine." When Monkey heard this from where he was sitting up there, he realized that his plans had been foiled. "I'm going to play a trick just for the hell of it for them to remember me by." Then he shouted,
"Oh way, oh way, what nonsense you imagine! What three pure ones would ever descend to earth? Let me tell you our real names. We are Buddhist monks from the Great Tang, traveling west on imperial orders. Having nothing else to do this pleasant evening, we decided to come down to your temple halls. We'd eaten the offerings and were sitting here chatting when you started kowtowing to us and worshipping us. How did you expect us to reply? What you've been drinking there isn't holy water. It's our piss." Hearing this, the Taoist priests shut the doors and started throwing rakes, brooms, tiles, and stones wildly into the hall. Splendid Brother Monkey tucked Friar Sand under his left arm and Pig under his right, rushed out through the door, and rode his cloud straight back to the abbot's lodgings in the Deep Wisdom Monastery. The three of them went back to bed without disturbing their master. It was soon the third quarter of the 5th watch, when the king held his dawn court audience, at which the civil and military officials and the 400 courtiers were all assembled under the crimson light of the silken lanterns, and amid clouds of smoke from the incense burners. At just this time the Tang priest woke up and called, "Disciples, come with me when I go to show my passport and obtain an exit permit." Monkey, Pig, and Friar Sand got out of bed and into their clothes quickly, then stood waiting in attendance on the master. "Master," Monkey reported, "the king here trusts those Taoist priests. He promotes the way and persecutes Buddhist monks. I'm afraid that if you say the wrong thing, he'll refuse you an exit permit. We'd better escort you to the palace." The Tang priest was delighted with this suggestion. He put on his brocade cassock, Monkey took the passport, Pig carried the begging bowl, and Friar Sand the monastic staff. The luggage and the horse were entrusted to the care of the monks of the Deep Wisdom Monastery. They went straight to the Tower of 5 Phoenixes at the palace gate, where they bowed to the eunuch on duty and told him their names.
They said that they were monks from the Great Tang in the East, on their way to fetch the scriptures, who had come to show their papers and obtain an exit permit, and they asked him to pass the message on. The officer of the gate went straight into the throne hall, where he prostrated himself by the steps and reported, "There are 4 monks outside awaiting your majesty's command by the Tower of 5 Phoenixes. They say they are from the Great Tang in the east and going to fetch scriptures." To this the king replied, "Do they have to come looking for their deaths here? Can't they do it anywhere else? Why didn't the police capture them and bring them here under arrest?" The king's tutor slipped forward to submit this memorial. Great Tang in the east is in the southern continent of Jambu. It is known as the Great Land of China. It is over 3,000 miles from here, and the way is beset with many a demon. These monks must have some magic powers if they dared to travel west. I beg your majesty to receive these monks who have come from the far country of China, inspect their travel papers, and let them proceed. Then you will be preserving good relations with China. The king approved this suggestion. The Tang priest and his disciples were summoned to the throne hall, where they stood in a row before the steps and submitted their travel document to the king. The king had just opened the document and started reading it when the eunuch gate officer came in to report again. "The 3 teachers of the nation are here." This threw the king into such a fluster that he put the paper away, hurried down from the throne, told his attendants to fetch embroidered stools, and went out to meet the Taoist masters. Sanzang and his disciples turned round to look and saw the 3 great immortals come majestically in, followed by a pair of page boys with their hair in bunches. They walked straight in while the civil and military officers all bowed low, not daring to look up. As they entered the throne hall, they did not deign to bow to the king, who asked them, "Teachers of the nation, why have you honored us with your presence, although we have not yet invited you?" "I have something to report," the most senior of the Taoists replied. "Where are those 4 Buddhist monks from?" "They have been sent from Great Tang in the east to fetch the scriptures from the western heaven," the king replied, "and they are here to obtain an exit permit." The 3 Taoists clapped their hands with delight at this news. "We thought they had already gone, but they're still here." "What do you mean, teachers?" the king asked in astonishment. "They've only just come to report their names. I was on the point of handing them over to you to use as you will when my tutor made a very sensible suggestion. Out of consideration for the great distance they have come, and also to preserve good relations with the land of China, I sent for them a moment ago and was just examining their papers when you 3 teachers raised this question. Have they offended or harmed you?" To this, the Taoist replied with a smile. "What your majesty does not yet know is that they arrived yesterday, killed 2 of our disciples outside the East Gate, released the 500 captive Buddhist monks, smashed our cart, broke into our temple at night, destroyed the statues of the 3 pure ones, and stole their offerings. We were so deceived by them that we thought they were heavenly honored ones, come down to earth, and asked them for holy water and elixir pills to present to your majesty, in the hope of securing eternal life for you. We never expected them to make fools of us by giving us urine. We each drank a mouthful to taste, but when we tried to capture them, they escaped. If they are still here now, it's a case of meeting your enemy on a narrow road. All this made the king so angry that he ordered the execution of the 4 monks. The great sage monkey put his hands together and began to yell at the top of his voice. Please hold back your thunderous wrath for a moment, your majesty, and allow us Buddhist monks to make our submission.
You have offended the teachers of the nation, the king replied, and what they say is always right.
He accuses me of coming here yesterday and killing 2 of his disciples, said Monkey. What witnesses does he have? Even if we admitted the killing, you need only execute 2 of us monks to pay for their lives, and you could release the other 2 to fetch the scriptures. He doesn't have any witnesses either for his accusations that I smashed their cart and freed the captive monks. Even if I had done, that wouldn't be a capital offense. To punish one of us would be enough. When he says I destroyed the statues of the 3 pure ones and made havoc in the Taoist temple, he's deliberately trying to frame and murder me.
Why? The king asked.
We are all from the east, Monkey replied, and have only just arrived here. We don't even know our way round the streets, so how could we possibly know what happened in his temple in the middle of the night? If we had given them some piss, they should have arrested us on the spot. They shouldn't make up these terrible accusations now. There are any number of people in the world who give false names. He could not possibly tell that it was me. I hope your majesty will turn your wrath aside and have these charges properly investigated.
The king had been wild with fury before, but now that he had heard what Monkey had to say, he could not make up his mind. As the king was wondering what to do, the eunuch gate officer came in once more to report. Your Majesty, there is a crowd of village elders outside the gates awaiting your summons. What do they want? The king asked, and ordered them to be sent in. 30 or 40 of them were brought before the throne hall, where they kowtowed to the king and said, Your Majesty, there's been no rain this spring, and we fear a drought this summer. We've come here to submit a request to your Majesty that you invite the teachers of the nation to pray for timely rain that will save the common people. You may withdraw, said the king. There will be rain. The elders thanked him for his mercy and withdrew. Dang monks, said the king. Do you know why we honor the way and persecute Buddhist monks? When the Buddhist monks of this country prayed for rain some years ago, they did not get a single drop. It was fortunate that heaven sent down to us the teachers of the nation to bring help and deliverance. You have come from afar and offended the teachers of the nation, and you thoroughly deserve to be punished for it. If I spare you for the time being, you will enter a rain-making competition with the teachers of the nation. If you can bring about a good fall of rain that saves the common people, we shall pardon your crimes, return your paper, and let you go. If you fail, you will all be taken to the place of execution,
and publicly executed. "We humble monks know how to pray for things," said Monkey with a smile. Hearing this, the king ordered that the altars be swept clean and sent for his carriage, as he was going to watch the ritual from the Tower of Five Phoenixes. The officials then moved him in his carriage to the tower, where he was soon seated. The 10 priests stood at the foot of the tower with Monkey, Friar Sand, and Pig, while the 3 Taoist masters sat with the king in their tower. Before long, an official galloped in to report, "Everything is ready at the altar. Will the teacher of the nation please come to the altar?" The great immortal Tiger Power bowed to take his leave of the king and descended from the tower. Brother Monkey blocked his way and said, "Where are you going, sir?" "To the altar to pray for rain," the immortal replied. "You're being too arrogant," said Monkey. "Why don't you show some courtesy to us monks from far away?" "Oh well, a mighty dragon can't crush a snake in its lair. You go first, but you'll have to explain to His Majesty." "Explain what?" the great immortal asked. "If we both pray for rain at the altar," Monkey replied, "how will we know whether it's your rain or mine? It'll be hard to tell who should get the credit." When the king heard this up on his tower, he was discreetly delighted as he said, "That little monk talks sense." Friar Sand, too, hid a smile as he thought, "The king doesn't realize that Monkey hasn't even started showing how much sense he has in him." "No explanations will be needed," said the immortal. "Of course His Majesty will know whose the rain is." "I'm sure he will," said Monkey. "But we monks from far away have never met you before. If later on both sides made false claims, that would be terrible. We must have it all sorted out before we start." "When I go to the altar," said the great immortal, "this magic wind of mine will give the signal. When it first sounds, the wind will come. The second time, the clouds will rise. The third time, it will bring thunder and lightning. The fourth time, it will rain. The fifth time, the clouds will break up and the rain will finish." "Splendid," said Monkey with a laugh. "I've never seen anything like that. Please, go ahead." The great immortal then strode to the gates of the altar compound, followed by Sun Zong and his disciples. They looked up to see a raised terrace over 30 feet high. To the left and right of it were planted banners bearing the sign of the 28 zodiacal constellations, and clouds of fragrant smoke rose from an incense burner on a table set at the highest point on the altar. At each end of the table was a candle holder with candles burning brightly. Beside the incense burner was a golden tablet inscribed with the titles of the gods of thunder, and below the burner were 5 great vats all filled with clean water. Sprigs of willow floated on them, and on the willow was an iron plaque bearing the talisman of the Commander of Thunder. To the left and right of these were 5 stout posts, on which were written the names of the 5 barbarian thunder heralds. By each post stood 2 Taoist priests, ready to strike them with iron hammers. Behind the terrace, many Taoist priests were writing things out, and in the middle of them was a stove for burning paper, and some model figures representing the messengers who carried the charms
and the local gods who supported the Taoist teachings. The great immortal walked straight into the altar enclosure, and without any show of modesty, went straight up to the altar and took his place. A young Taoist at his side handed him several yellow pieces of paper that had spells written on them and a precious sword. Holding the sword, the great immortal recited a spell and burnt a spell on a candle. 2 or 3 of the young Taoists standing below the altar mound passed him a model figure holding a spell and a written document, both of which he also lit and burnt. Then there was a loud report from the wand, and up in the sky the signs of a wind blowing up could be seen.
"This is bad," muttered Pig. "The Taoist really has got some powers. He just had to sound his wand once to make the wind blow."
"Keep quiet, brothers," said Monkey, "and don't say anything else to me. Look after the master while I get busy."
The splendid great sage then plucked out one of his hairs, blew on it with magic breath, and called, "Change!" and turned it into an imitation monkey who stood by the Tang priest while his true self escaped, rose up into the air, and shouted, "Who's in charge of the wind?" This threw Granny Wind into such a fluster that she held her cloth bag closed, while young Master Zun tied the string round the mouth. They both came forward and bowed to him. "I'm protecting the holy priest from Tang on his journey to the western heaven to fetch the scriptures," Monkey said. "We're now having a rain-making competition with an evil Taoist in the country of Terrycart. Why are you helping him instead of me? If you put your wind away, I'll let you off. But if there's even enough wind to move a whisker in that Taoist beard, I'll give you 20 strokes each with my iron cudgel." "We wouldn't dare help him," said Granny Wind, and the wind then stopped. In his impatience, Pig started to yell wildly.
"Give up! Give up! You've sounded your wand and there's not a breath of wind. Come down now and let us go up."
Once again, the Taoist took his wand, burnt spells, and made a report with the wand. The sky filled with clouds. "Who's spreading the clouds out?" the great sage asked up overhead. Boy Cloud Pusher and young Lord Mist Spreader bowed to him. Once again, Monkey explained what had happened. Cloud Pusher and Mist Spreader put the clouds away, and the sun shone brightly once more in a clear sky.
"This teacher has been fooling the king and hoodwinking the common people,"
laughed Pig.
"He doesn't really have any powers at all. His wand was sounded for the second time, and there's not a cloud to be seen."
By now, the Taoist was getting anxious. Leaning on his sword, he let down his hair, said the words of a spell, and cracked his magic wand for the 3rd time. From the southern gate of heaven, the heavenly Lord Dang led his grandfather, Thunder, and Mother Lightning to bow to Monkey in midair. Monkey told them what had happened and asked, "Why are you being so dutiful? What sort of orders are they you're obeying?" "That Taoist really does know the 5 laws of thunder," the heavenly Lord Dang replied. "He issued the right document, burnt the summons, and alarmed the Jade Emperor, who issued an edict to the offices of the Universal Honored One of the 9th Heaven who responds to the primal with the sound of thunder. We are going on imperial orders to help Grandfather Thunder and Mother Lightning make rain."
In that case, you'd better stay where you are and let me sort things out, said Monkey. And indeed the thunder did not sound, nor did the lightning crash. The Taoist was becoming more anxious than ever. He lit more incense sticks, burnt charms, said incantations, and sounded his wand once more. The dragon kings of the four seas all gathered in mid-air. "Where are you going, Ao Guang?" Monkey asked. The four dragon kings, Ao Guang, Ao Shun, Ao Qin, and Ao Run, came up and bowed to him. He told them what had happened, then said, "When I troubled you the other day, you didn't succeed. I hope you will help me again today." "We hear and obey," replied the Dragon Kings. Monkey then thanked Ao Shun. "I am very grateful to your son for capturing the monster and saving my master the other day." "That wretch is being kept in chains in the sea," the Dragon King Ao Shun replied. "I've not ventured to deal with him on my own initiative, and I would like to ask you, great sage, to decide on his sentence." "Deal with him however you think fit," replied Monkey. "Now I would like you to do me a good turn. That Taoist has now sounded his wand 4 times, so it's my turn to perform now. As I don't know how to use charms, burn talismans, or sound a magic wand, I'll have to ask you gentlemen to help me out." "We would not dare disobey a command from the great sage," Heavenly Lord Dang replied. "But we can only act when proper orders are given. Otherwise, the thunder and rain will happen at the wrong times, and the great sage will lose his credibility." "I'll give the signs with my cudgel," said Monkey, to the horror of Grandfather Thunder, who protested, "But, my lord, none of us can take your cudgel." "No," said Monkey, "I won't be hitting you with it. When I point up with it the first time, I want wind." "We'll let the wind out," promised Granny Wind and young Master Zun. "The second time I point up, I want clouds." "We'll spread out the clouds," said Cloud Pusher and Mist Spreader. "The third time I point up with the cudgel, I want thunder and lightning." "We shall obey, said Grandfather Thunder and Mother Lightning. "The fourth time I point up with the cudgel, I want rain." "Your orders will be carried out," the Dragon Kings replied. "And the fifth time I point up with the cudgel, I want the sun shining in a clear sky. I won't have any disobedience or mistakes." Having given his orders, Monkey brought his cloud down, shook his hair, and put it back on his body. None of those with mortal, fleshy eyes could see what happened. Monkey then called out in a loud voice, "Please finish now, teacher. You have sounded your magic wand 4 times without producing any wind, clouds, thunder, or rain. It's my turn now." The Taoist could stay at the altar no longer. He had to come down and allow Monkey to take his place, while he went with a long face to climb the tower to see the king. "Wait while I go up with him and hear what he has to say," said Monkey. He heard the king asking, "Why was there no wind or rain when you sounded your magic wand 4 times? We are listening most carefully." "The dragons are all out today," the Taoist replied. "Your Majesty," yelled Monkey, "today the dragons are all in. It was just that the teacher of the nation's magic didn't work, and he couldn't get them to come. Just watch how we Buddhist monks can make them come."
Climb to the altar, then, said the king. We shall remain here and await rain.
As soon as he received this command, Brother Monkey hurried to the altar compound, tugged at the Tang priest's clothes, and said, "Master, please climb the altar mound." "But I do not know how to pray for rain, disciple," said Sanzong.
He's trying to murder you, said Pig. If there's no rain, they'll bring firewood along and send you up in flames.
"You may not know how to pray for rain," said Monkey, "but you're good at reciting scriptures. I'll help you." Only then did the venerable elder start to climb the altar. When he reached the top, he sat down with great dignity, settled his nature, brought his spirit under control, and quietly recited the Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra. As he sat there, an official messenger galloped up to him to ask,
"Monk, why aren't you sounding a magic wand or burning charms and summonses?"
"He doesn't need to," Monkey shouted back. "We pray in stillness and silence." The official returned to the king to report this reply. When Monkey heard that his master had finished reciting the sutra, he produced his cudgel from his ear, waved it in the breeze to make it about 12 feet long and as thick as a rice ball, and pointed it towards the sky. As soon as Granny Wind saw it, she opened her leather bag, while young Master Zun untied the rope round its mouth. There was then the howling of a wind that tore off tiles and sent bricks flying throughout the city. It was evidently a splendid wind, not at all like ordinary ones.
Willow were broken and flowers hurt. Trees blown down in devastated woods. The walls collapsed in halls of 9 stories. Beams and columns were shaken in the 5 Phoenix Tower. In the sky, the red sun turned dark, and the yellow dust of the earth began to fly. The officers before the reviewing stand were scared. Terror struck the civil officials in their hall. The beauties of the harem had their hair blown untidy. The royal consorts, coiffures, were all ruined. Tassels fell from the coronets of nobles. The black silk hat of the premier took wing. The king was too terrified to speak. The eunuchs could not hand in their reports. Senior officials stood in disorder. High-level functionaries broke ranks. Colored pavilions and turquoise screens were ruined. Green windows and crimson doors were wrecked. Bricks and tiles flew from the throne hall. And the brocade cloud chamber doors leaned, and partition were smashed. Vicious indeed was this terrible gale, making hard for the king to see his sons, and driving the people from streets and markets. Every household firmly shut its doors. Just as this gale was at its height, Brother Monkey gave another display of his divine powers as he pointed his gold-banded cudgel up into the sky for a second time. What could then be seen was the boy Cloud Pusher, young Lord Mist Spreader. The boy Cloud Pusher showed his divine magic, making great rock-like heaps that flung down from the sky. Young Lord Mist Spreader used his powers to cover the earth with thick, dense fog. All was dark in the 3 markets. Black were the 6 main streets of the city. Leaving the sea together with the wind, they appeared with the rain in the Kunlun Mountains, filled heaven and earth in an instant, immediately covered the mortal world. All was reduced to obscurity, and the doors of the Five Phoenix Tower disappeared. In an instant there was dense fog and thick clouds everywhere. Monkey then pointed his gold-banded cudgel into the air a third time, with alarming results. Grandfather Thunder was angry. Mother Lightning was furious. Grandfather Thunder was angry as he rode backwards on his fire beast down from heaven. Mother Lightning was furious as she left her Dipper Palace, lashing out with her golden snake. The thunder crashed and roared, shaking the Iron Fork Mountain. Brilliant flashes of red silk flew from the eastern ocean. The noise rumbled like carts. The flashes were like rice plants gleaming in the wind. The spirit of all living shoots revived. Many a sleeping insect came to life. It terrified monarch and subject alike. The sound made merchants nervously active. The thunder roared with the noise of an earthquake or a landslide, so frightening the people in the city that they all burnt incense and imitation money. "Dang!" shouted Monkey familiarly. "Make sure that you kill me a few more corrupt officials who twist the laws and obedient sons who do not do their duty to their parents as an example to the people." The thunder became louder than ever, and Monkey pointed his cudgel upwards for a fourth time. The dragons gave their orders, and rain filled heaven and earth, as if the river in the sky was filling the heavenly gulf, and as fast as clouds passing over the ocean's gates. It pattered on the roof of the tower, splashed against the windows. Now that the river in the sky had flooded, white waves rolled along the streets. They moved around like a dish being picked up, splashed like water being tipped from a bowl. The lonely farms' houses were almost covered by the flood, which was nearly as high as the bridge across the river. The mulberry fields indeed were turning into sea, and dry land was underwater in an instant. This was the help the dragons gave, as they lifted the Yangtze and poured the water down. The rain started at about 8 in the morning and lasted till around noon, by when all the streets inside and outside the capital of Terracart were running with water. The king then issued a command. "Enough rain has fallen now. If there is any more, the growing crops will be drowned and it will be a disaster." The officer on duty at the foot of the Tower of Five Phoenixes whipped his horse and rode through the rain to say, "Holy monk, that is enough rain." Hearing this, Monkey pointed his gold-banded cudgel towards the sky again, and at once the thunder stopped, the wind fell, the rain ceased, and the clouds scattered. The king was delighted, and all the civil and military officials said in admiration, "What a marvelous monk! How true it is that however good you are at something, there's always someone better. Our teachers of the nation are very effective at making rain, but when they ask for fine weather, the drizzle goes on for hours before clearing up. However, can this monk make the skies clear the moment he gives the word, so that the sun shines bright on the instant, and there isn't a cloud to be seen for miles around?"
The king ordered that his carriage be taken back to the court, where he would return the Tang priest's passport with an exit permit and allow him to go. Just when he was placing the royal seal on the document, the three Taoists came in to stop him, saying, "Your Majesty, that rain was caused not by the monk, but by our efforts." "But you told me earlier that it did not rain because the Dragon Kings were not at home," said the king. "When the Buddhist monk went up to the altar and prayed in stillness and silence, the rain came. How can you possibly try to take credit from him?" "When I went to the altar, burnt the charms and summonses, and sounded my magic wand," the great immortal Tiger Power said, "the Dragon Kings would not have dared stay away. No doubt they had been called elsewhere, which was why the authorities in charge of wind, cloud, thunder, and rain were all out. When they heard my order, they hurried here, which happened to be just when I was coming down from the altar, and he was going up to it. It was a coincidence that it rained then. Essentially, it was I who summoned the dragons and made it rain. The credit can't possibly go to him." In his confusion, the king took this suggestion seriously, and was once again unable to make up his mind. Monkey took a step forward, put his hands together in front of his chest, and said, "Your Majesty, these heterodox magic tricks achieved nothing. The credit is neither his nor mine, but the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas are still in the sky there. I haven't sent them away, and they wouldn't dare leave on their own initiative. If the teacher of the nation can make the Dragon Kings appear, he can take the credit." This delighted the king, who said, "In the 23 years we have been on the throne, we have never seen what a live dragon looks like. You must both display your magic powers. Whoever can make them come, be he Taoist or Buddhist, will have the credit, and whoever fails will be punished." Of course the Taoists did not have the power. In the presence of the great sage, the Dragon Kings would not have dared show their faces in response to a call from the Taoists. "We cannot do it," said the Taoists. "You summon them." The great sage looked up to the sky and yelled at the top of his voice, "Where are you, Ao Guang? You and your brothers must show yourselves to me in your true forms." On hearing this summons, the Dragon Kings soon appeared in their true forms, writhing through the mist and clouds in the sky as they danced through the air to the throne hall. This was what could be seen. Flying transformations coiling through the clouds. Their jade claws hung like white hooks. Their silver scales danced in the brightness of mirrors. Vigor was in every stand of their floating white beards, and their horns rose proud and full of purity. Lofty were their foreheads, bright shone their round, round eyes. None can predict their appearance. Their flight is beyond appraisal. But when the rain was prayed for, it fell, and the skies cleared as soon as requested. These were holy and magical dragons, surrounding the palace with numinous radiance. The king burnt incense in his palace hall, and the ministers bowed low in worship before the steps. "Now that your noble selves have granted us your presence, we need detain you no longer," said the king. "We shall have a Thanksgiving Mass said another day." "All you gods may now go too," said Monkey. "The king will have a Thanksgiving Mass said another day." The Dragon Kings went straight back to their oceans, and the gods all returned to heaven. Indeed, great and boundless is the wonderful Dharma. False faiths are smashed when its truth is revealed. If you don't know how evil was eliminated, listen to the explanation in the next installment. Chapter 46. False faith oppresses the true Dharma. The sage mind ape eliminates evil. The story tells how when the king saw that Monkey had the power to summon dragons and order gods about, he put his seal on the passports and handed them to the Tang priest, whom he allowed to continue on his journey west. The three Taoist masters were so terrified that they prostrated themselves in the Hall of Golden Bells and submitted a memorial to the king, who came down from his dragon throne, helped them to their feet with his own hand, and said, "Why are you performing this obeisance to me today?" "Your Majesty," the Taoists replied, "we came here to help the country, protect the state, and look after the people. We have toiled here for 20 years, but now these Buddhist monks have put themselves ahead of us and ruined our reputation with a magic trick. Are you not insulting us by letting them off their death sentences just because of some rain? We implore you to keep their papers and allow us three brothers to challenge them to another competition. What do you think?" The king of Terrycart really was muddle-headed. When he heard advice from the east, he inclined to the east, and when he was advised from the west, he inclined to the west. "What sort of competition with them do you propose, teachers of the nation?" he asked. "We would like to compete with them in sitting in meditation," said the great immortal Tiger Power. "The teacher of the nation must have made a mistake," the king replied. "That monk comes from a sect that practices dhyana meditation. He must have mastered the art of meditation before his emperor sent him to fetch scriptures. Why would you want to compete with him at that?" "The way we sit in meditation," the great immortal replied, "is not the ordinary way. It has a special name: revealing one's holiness on a cloud ladder." "What does that mean?" the king asked. 100 tables are needed," said the great immortal. 50 of them are piled one on top of each other to make the meditation platform. One must mount it not by using one's hands or a ladder, but by riding a cloud to take one's seat on it and sit motionless for the agreed number of hours. Realizing that this was rather difficult, he asked this question: "Monks, the teacher of the nation would like to compete with you in a way of sitting in meditation called revealing one's holiness on a cloud ladder. Can any of you do that?" When Monkey heard this, he kept silent and did not reply.
"Brother,"
asked Pig,
"why aren't you saying anything?"
"I'll be honest with you," Monkey replied. "I can manage all sorts of tricks, like kicking the sky into a well, stirring up the sea, turning rivers upside down, lifting mountains, chasing the moon away, and moving stars and constellations around. I'm not afraid of having my head chopped off, my brain sliced up, my entrails laid open, my heart cut out, and being shifted about in other ways like that. But when it comes to sitting in meditation, I'm beaten. I'm not a sitter by nature. Even if you chained me to an iron column, I'd want to wriggle up and down. I'd never want to sit still." Then Sanzang cut in with,
I can sit in meditation.
That's splendid, said Monkey with delight. Splendid. But how long can you do it for?
When I was young, Sanzong replied, a monk of the Chan sect who came to my monastery taught the way of fastening one's being to the root, settling the nature, and fixing the spirit while on the boundary of life and death. I can sit for 2 or 3 years.
If you're going to sit there for 2 or 3 years, master, said Monkey, we can give up the idea of going to fetch the scriptures. You won't need to sit there for more than a few hours before coming down.
But I can't get up there, disciple, Sanzong protested.
Go forward and accept the challenge, said Monkey. I'll get you up there.
The venerable elder put his hands together in front of his chest and said, this humble monk can sit in meditation. The king then ordered that the meditation platforms be built. The state had the resources to tear down mountains, and in less than an hour, the 2 meditation platforms had been built, one to each side of the throne hall. The great immortal, Tiger Power, then went down from the hall, stood in the middle of the steps, sprang into the air, and went straight up on a cloud to the western platform and sat down. Monkey plucked out one of his hairs and turned it into a double of himself that stood below with Pig and Friar Sand, while he made his real self into a colored auspicious cloud that lifted the Tang priest up through the air to take his seat on the eastern platform. Then he put the cloud away, turned into the tiniest of insects, flew into Pig's ear, and said, Brother, keep a very close eye on the master, and don't talk to my double.
I understand,
replied the idiot with a grin. The great immortal Dear Power had been sitting on his embroidered cushion for a very long time, watching the 2 of them sitting on their high platforms, without either emerging as the winner. He decided to help his elder brother, so he plucked a hair from the back of his head, rolled it into a ball, and flicked it straight at the Tang priest's head, where it turned into a huge bedbug that started biting the venerable elder. Sanzong first itched and then was in pain. When sitting in meditation, movements of the hand are forbidden. If he moved his hand, he would lose. The agony was soon unbearable, and he pulled his head down to scratch it against his collar.
This is bad, said Monkey. The master's been driven mad by epilepsy.
No, said Friar Sand. It's a migraine. When Monkey heard this, he said,
Our master is sincere and a gentleman. If he says he can sit in meditation, he most certainly can. Gentlemen don't lie. You 2 shut up while I go up there for a look.
The splendid monkey then flew with a buzz straight up to the Tang priest's head, where he saw a bedbug the size of a bean biting the master. He immediately picked it off him, then scratched and rubbed his head for him, so that the venerable elder did not itch or ache any more, and sat straight up.
Monks have bald heads, thought Brother Monkey, and not even a louse could settle on one, let alone a bedbug. I think it must have been a trick by those Taoists to get the master killed. Huh. Well, they haven't won yet, despite their cheating. I'll try a trick on them.
Monkey then flew up and landed on the head of one of the ceramic animals on the roof of the palace hall. He shook himself and turned into a poisonous centipede 7 inches long that went straight for the Taoist and stung him in the nose. The Taoist could sit still no longer, and tumbling head over heels, he fell off the platform and would probably have died had not the senior and junior officials saved him. The horrified king sent the royal tutor to take the Taoist to the Hall of Literary Splendor to comb his hair and clean himself up. Meanwhile, Monkey went up on his auspicious cloud to carry his victorious master down to before the steps of the throne hall. The king ordered that Sun Zong be allowed to leave the country, but the great immortal Deer Power made this submission. Your Majesty, my elder brother has long suffered from rheumatism. The heavenly wind in that high place brought on a new attack of his illness, which was why the Buddhist monk won. Please keep him here so that I can compete with him at guessing objects through wooden boards. What is guessing objects through wooden boards? The king asked. This humble Taoist has the power of knowing what is on the other side of a board, Deer Power replied, and I would like to see whether that Buddhist monk can too. If he is better at guessing than I am, let him go. But if he is not, then I hope your Majesty will decide what crime he is guilty of, avenge us brothers, and not allow our 20 years of protecting the country to be sullied. The king was so utterly muddle-headed that he accepted this malicious suggestion and ordered that a red lacquered chest be carried by the eunuchs of the royal household into the harem, where his queen was told to put one of her treasures inside. The chest was carried out and set in front of the steps of the throne hall a few moments later. Your two faiths must compete with your magical powers in guessing what treasure is in the chest, he told the Buddhist and the Taoist. Disciple, asked Sanzong, how can I tell what is inside? Monkey put his cloud away, turned himself back into the smallest of insects, landed on Sanzong's face, and said, Don't worry, master. I'll go and take a look. The splendid great sage flew over to the chest, crawled under its legs, and saw a crack between the boards through which he squeezed inside. Here he saw a red lacquer tray in which was placed a set of court robes, a mountain, river, and state jacket, and a heaven, earth, and land skirt. He picked them up, shook and crumpled them, bit the tip of his tongue, sprayed a mouthful of blood over them, and called, Change! And turned them into a worn-out cloak, into which he pissed before crawling out through the crack between the boards. He then flew back to the Tang priest's ear and said, Master, say that it's a worn-out cloak. But he told me to guess what treasure is inside, said the Tang priest. What sort of treasure is an old cloak? Never mind about that, said Monkey. Just make the guess. The Tang priest stepped forward and was just about to state his guess when Deer Power said, I shall make the first guess. The chest contains a mountain, river, and state jacket, and a heaven, earth, and land skirt. No, said the Tang priest. It does not. The chest contains a rotten cloak. That monk is being outrageous, said the king. He has the effrontery to suggest that our country has no treasures by guessing that it contains a tattered old cloak. Execute him. The two groups of guards officers were just about to fall upon the Tang priest when he called out desperately, "Your Majesty, spare for a moment while the chest is open for you to look inside. If there really is a treasure there, I shall accept my punishment. But if there is not, you would be doing me an injustice." The king then ordered that the chest be opened, and when the officials in attendance on him opened it and lifted out the red tray, he saw that there really was a putrid old cloak on it.
"Who put that there?" asked the king in a great fury.
The queen then slipped forward from behind the dragon throne to say, "My lord, I put the mountain, river, and state jacket and the heaven, earth, and land skirt inside myself. I don't know how they can have turned into that."
"You may retire, good wife," said the king. "I believe you. All the things used in the harem are of the finest silks and gauzes. We would never have anything like that."
He then ordered that the chest be carried up to him so that he could put a treasure inside it himself for another test. The king then went into the harem, picked a peach as big as a bowl from the magic peach tree in the palace gardens, placed it in the chest, and had it carried down for the two of them to guess what it was. "Disciple," said the Tang priest, "I have to guess again." "Don't worry," said Monkey. "I'll take another look." Once more he buzzed over, went in through the same crack, and saw a peach that was just to his liking. He turned back into himself and ate the peach clean up as he sat in the chest, nibbling every single piece of it, including the damaged parts of the skin, and leaving the stone there when he turned back into the tiniest of insects and flew back to land on Sun Zong's ear. "Master," he said, "guess that it's a peach stone." "Don't make a fool of me, disciple," said Sun Zong. "If I hadn't spoken up fast just now, I would have been executed. This time I must guess that it is something precious, and there is nothing precious about a peach stone." "Don't be afraid," said Monkey. "All that matters is winning." Before Sanzang could speak, the great immortal Antelope Power said, "I shall make the first guess. It is a magic peach." "It is not a peach, only a peach stone," said Sanzang.
"But we put the peach in there ourselves," said the king. "It could not possibly be only a stone. The third teacher of the nation is right."
"Your Majesty," put in Sanzang, "open the chest up and look." Once more the officials in attendance carried the chest up to be opened, lifted out the dish, and revealed only a stone with no skin or flesh, a sight that shocked the king.
"Teachers of the nation," he said, "stop competing with him and let him go. We put the magic peach in there with our own hands. If there is only a stone there now, who can have eaten it? He must have gods or demons helping him in secret."
When Pig heard this, he said to Friar Sand with a touch of sarcastic grin,
"The king doesn't realize that Monkey is an expert when it comes to eating peaches."
As he was saying this, the great immortal Tiger Power came back into the throne hall after combing his hair and washing himself in the Hall of Literary Splendor. "Your Majesty," he said, "this monk has the art of shifting and changing things. Have the chest brought up here. I will break his magic and have another divination contest with him." What do you want to guess now? The king asked. Magic can change only things, not people, said Tiger Power. Hide this boy Taoist in the chest, and I guarantee that the monk will not be able to change him. The boy got inside, the lid was put on, and the chest carried down. Guess what treasure is inside it this third time, monk? The king said. Again? Exclaimed Sanzong, to which Monkey replied, Wait while I take another look. Once more he buzzed over and squeezed inside, this time to find a little boy inside. Splendid Monkey knew what to do. How true it is that few in the world can do improvised transformations, and hardly any as skillfully as he. He shook himself, turned into the exact image of the old Taoist, went into the chest, and said, Disciple, where have you come from, master? The boy asked him. I came by disappearing magic, Monkey replied. What instructions do you have for me? The boy asked. The Buddhist monk saw you getting into the chest, said Monkey. And if he says that there's a young Taoist in here, we'll have lost. I've come here to work out a plan with you. We'll shave your head and guess that you're a Buddhist monk. Do whatever you decide, master, said the boy, as long as we win. If we lose to him again, our reputation will be ruined, and the king will have no more respect for us. You're right, said Monkey. Come here, my boy, and if we win, I'll reward you richly. He then turned his gold-banded cudgel into a razor, put his arms firmly round the boy, and said, Put up with the pain, there's a good boy, and don't make a sound while I shave your head. In an instant he had shaved off the boy's hair, which he stuffed into a ball and hid in a corner of the chest. Then he put the razor away and stroked the boy's shaven pate, saying, Your head looks like a Buddhist monk's now, my boy, but your clothes are wrong. Take them off and I'll transform them for you. The boy took off his greenish-white, cloud-patterned crane cloak with embroidered brocade hems. Monkey blew on it with a magic breath, called, Change! And turned it into a brown Buddhist monk's habit for the boy to put on. Monkey pulled out 2 more hairs and turned them into a wooden fish that he gave to the boy, saying, Listen carefully, disciple. Whatever happens, don't come out when you hear a call of Taoist boy. But when you hear someone say Buddhist monk, lift the lid of the chest with your head, strike the wooden fish, and come out reciting a Buddhist surah. Do that and we will win. But I can only recite the classic of the 3 officials, the classic of the Dipper, and the classic of elimination of disaster, said the boy. I don't know any Buddhist scriptures. Can you recite the name of a Buddha? Asked Monkey. Anyone can recite Amitabha Buddha, the boy replied. That'll have to do then, said Monkey. Recite the Buddha's name and save me the trouble of having to teach you a sutra. Remember what I've told you, as I'm going now. Monkey then turned back into the tiniest of insects, squeezed out, flew back to beside the Tang priest's ear, and said, Master, say that there's a Buddhist monk inside. This time we are certain to win, replied Sanzong. How can you be so sure? Monkey asked. The sutras teach us that there are 3 treasures, said Sanzang. The Buddha, the Dharma, and the clergy. So a monk must count as a treasure. As Sanzang was saying this, the great immortal Tiger Power said, Your Majesty, this third time, there is a Taoist boy inside. Tiger Power called and called, but the boy would not come out. Sanzang then put his hands together and said, There is a monk inside.
There's a monk inside the chest,
shouted Pig at the top of his voice, at which the boy raised the lid of the chest with his head and stepped out, beating his wooden fish and repeating the name of the Buddha. The civil and military officials were so delighted that they all cheered, while the terrified Taoists were at a loss for words.
This monk is being helped by gods and demons, said the king. How else could he have got into the chest as a Taoist boy and stepped out as a Buddhist monk? Even if a barber had got in with him, he could only have shaved his head, but he's wearing a well-fitting habit and repeating the Buddha's name, too. Teachers of the nation, you must let those monks go.
To this, the great immortal Tiger Power replied, Your Majesty, this is a case of a chess player meeting his match, or a general coming up against a master strategist. We would like to try the martial arts we learned as boys in the Jiangnan Mountains against him.
What martial arts?
The king asked. We three brothers all have some divine powers, Tiger Power replied. We can put our head back on when they have been cut off, open up our chests, cut out our hearts, and make ourselves whole again, and take a bath in boiling oil.
But those are all certain death,
exclaimed the king in horror. We have these powers, said Tiger Power, which is why I can give you a clear undertaking that we will not give up until we have been allowed a tournament with him. Monkey had just turned himself back into the tiniest of insects and gone over to investigate when he heard all this. Reverting to his real form, he roared with laughter and said, What luck! What marvelous luck! Business has brought itself to my front door.
But those are all ways of getting yourself killed, said Pig. How can you talk about business coming to your front door?
You still don't know my powers, said Monkey.
But all the transformations you can do are more than enough, said Pig. You can't have powers like that, too.
To this, Monkey said, Cut off my head, and I'll still go on talking. Lop off my arms, and I'll sock you another. Chop off my legs, and I'll carry on walking. Carve up my guts, and I'll put them together. When anyone makes a meat dumpling, I take it and down it in one. To bathe in hot oil is really quite nice. A warm tub that makes all the dirt gone. When Pig and Friar Sand heard this, they roared with laughter. Monkey then stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, this humble monk can be beheaded.
What do you mean you can be beheaded?
The king asked. When I was cultivating my conduct in the monastery many years ago, Monkey replied, a Dhyana monk who came there taught me a method of being beheaded. I don't know if it's any good, and I'd like to try it out today.
That monk is too young to have any sense, said the king with a smile.
Having your head cut off isn't something that you can try out for fun. Your head is the chief of the 6 positives, and when it's cut off, you're dead. Your Majesty, said the great immortal Tiger Power, this is just the way I want him to act so that we can get our revenge on him. Believing him, the foolish monarch ordered that a place for public execution be prepared. As soon as the order was given, 3,000 men of the royal guard were drawn up outside the palace gates. The monk shall be beheaded first, said the king. Monkey cheerfully agreed. I'll go first, I'll go first. Then he put his hands together and shouted, Teacher of the nation, I hope you'll forgive my effrontery in going first. Monkey then turned round and went outside. Be careful, disciple, said Sanzang, catching hold of him as he passed. This is no place for fooling about. What's there to be afraid of? Said Monkey. Stop holding me. Let me go. The great sage went straight to the execution ground, where the executioners grabbed him and tied him up so that he was like a ball. When he was placed high on the earthen mound, a shout of, Behead him! Was heard, and his head was cut off as the sword whistled down. The executioners then kicked it and sent it rolling 30 or 40 paces away like a ripe watermelon. No blood came from Monkey's throat, as a shout of, Come here, head, rose from his stomach. The great immortal Tiger Power was so appalled by this display of magical skill that he set a spell and ordered the local deity. Hold on to that head. When I've beaten this monk, I shall request his majesty to rebuild your little shrine as a big temple and replace your clay statue with a gold one. Now the local deity was under Tiger Power's control because Tiger Power had the 5 thunder magic, so he held Monkey's head down. Come here, head, Monkey called again, but his head was no more able to move than if it had taken root there. Monkey was now feeling anxious, so he made a spell with his hands, burst out of the robes that were binding him, and shouted, Grow! In a flash, another head grew on his neck, so terrifying the executioners and the soldiers of the guard that they all shivered and shook. The officer supervising the executions rushed into the palace to report, Your Majesty, when the little monk's head was cut off, he grew another one.
So that's another trick our brother can do,
said Pig to Friar Sand with a mocking laugh.
As he can do 72 transformations,
said Friar Sand.
He has 72 heads.
Before he had finished saying this, Monkey came back and called, Master! Was it painful, disciple? Asked a greatly relieved Sanzang. No, it wasn't painful, said Monkey. It was fun.
Brother,
asked Pig,
do you need a sword wound ointment?
Feel if there's a scar, said Monkey. The idiot put out his hand and said with a smile of wide-eyed astonishment,
Fantastic. It's completely whole. There's not even a scar.
While the brother disciples were congratulating each other, they heard the king calling on them to take their passport and saying,
We grant you a full pardon. Go at once.
We accept the passport, but we insist that the teacher of the nation must be beheaded too to see what happens,
Senior teacher of the nation, said the king, that monk's not going to let you off. You promised to beat him, and don't give me another fright this time.
Tiger Power then had to take his turn to be tied up like a ball by the executioners, and have his head cut off with a flash of the blade, and sent rolling over 30 paces when it was kicked away. No blood came from his throat either, and he too called out, "Come here, head." Monkey instantly pulled out a hair, blew a magic breath on it, said, "Change!" and turned it into a brown dog that ran across the execution ground, picking up the Taoist's head with his teeth and dropping it into the palace moat. The Taoist shouted 3 times, but did not get his head to come back. As he did not have Monkey's art of growing a new one, the red blood started to gush noisily from his neck. No use were his powers to call up wind and rain. He could not compete with the true immortal again. A moment later, his body collapsed into the dust, and everyone could see that he really was a headless, yellow-haired tiger. The officer supervising the executions then came to report.
Your Majesty, the senior teacher of the nation has had his head cut off and cannot grow a new one. He is lying dead in the dust and is now a headless, yellow-haired tiger.
This announcement made the king turn pale with shock. He stared at the other 2 Taoist masters, his eyes not moving. Deer Power then rose to his feet and said, "My elder brother's life is now over, but he was no tiger. That monk in his wickedness must have used some deception magic to turn my elder brother into a beast. I will never forgive him for this, and I am resolved to compete with him in opening the stomach and cutting out the heart." When the king heard this, he pulled himself together and said,
"Little monk, the second teacher of the nation wants another competition with you."
"I hadn't had a cooked meal for ages," said Monkey. "Until the other day I was given a meal at a vegetarian's house on our journey west. I ate rather a lot of steamed bread, and my stomach has been aching recently. I think I must have worms, so I'd be glad to borrow your Majesty's sword, cut my stomach open, take out my innards, and give my spleen and my stomach a good clean-out before going to the western heaven." When the king heard this, he said,
"Take him to the place of execution."
A whole crowd of people fell upon Monkey, took hold of him, and began dragging him there. Monkey pulled his hands free and said, "No need to grab hold of me. I can walk there myself. There's just one condition. My hands mustn't be tied up, as I will need them to wash my innards." The king then ordered that his hands be left free. Monkey walked with a swagger straight to the execution ground, where he leant against the stake, undid his clothes, and exposed his stomach. The executioners tied ropes round his neck and his legs, then made a quick cut in his stomach with a knife shaped like a cow's ear. This made a hole into which Monkey thrust both his hands to open it further as he brought out his entrails. He spent a long time checking them over carefully before putting them all back inside. Then he bent over again, pinched the skin of his stomach together, breathed a magic breath on it, called out, "Grow!" and made it join up again. The king was so shocked that he gave Monkey the passport with his own hands, saying,
"Here is your passport. Please don't let me delay you holy monks on your journey west any longer."
"Never mind the passport," said Monkey. "But what about asking the second teacher of the nation to be cut open?"
"This is nothing to do with me," the king said to Deer Power. "You wanted a match with him, and now you must go ahead."
"Don't worry," said Deer Power. "I cannot possibly lose to him." Watch him as he swaggers like the great sage Monkey to the execution ground to be tied up by the executioners and have his stomach cut open with a whistle of the cow's ear knife. He too took out his entrails and sorted them out with his own hands. Monkey, meanwhile, pulled out one of his hairs, blew on it with a magic breath, and shouted, "Change!" and turned it into a hungry eagle that spread its wings, stretched out its claws, swooped down, grabbed the Taoist's internal organs, heart, liver, and all, and flew off. Nobody knew where to devour them. The Taoist was left as an empty, eviscerated ghost, with no entrails or stomach, as he wanders around, lost. The executioners kicked the wooden stake down and dragged the body over to look at it. To their surprise, they found it was that of a white-tailed deer. The officer supervising the executions came to make another shocked report. "The second teacher of the nation has met with disaster. He died when his stomach was cut open and a hungry eagle carried off all his entrails and internal organs in its claws. He turns out to have been a white-tailed deer."
"How could he have been a deer?"
asked the king in terror. To this, the great immortal Antelope Power submitted the following reply. "How could my elder brother possibly look like an animal after his death? This is all the result of that monk using magic to ruin us. Let me avenge my elder brother."
"What magic arts do you have at which you might beat him?"
the king asked. "I will compete with him at bathing in boiling oil," Antelope Power replied. The king then ordered that a great cauldron be brought out and filled with sesame oil for the two of them to have their competition. "I'm most grateful for your consideration," said Monkey. "I haven't had a bath for a very long time, and these last couple of days my skin has begun to itch. I need a good hot soak." The officials and attendants on the king then set the cauldron of oil in position, built up a pile of dry firewood, and set it burning fiercely, and heated the oil till it boiled and bubbled. Monkey was told to go in first. He put his hands together in front of his chest and said, "Is it to be a gentle bath or a rough one?" When the king asked him what they were, Monkey replied, "For a gentle bath, you keep your clothes on, stretch your hands wide out, do a roll, and come up again without getting your clothes at all dirty. If there is even a spot of oil on them, you have lost. For a rough bath, you need a clothes rack and a wash towel. You take your clothes off, Jump in and somersault or do dragonfly stance as you play around and wash yourself. Do you want to compete with him at gentle baths or rough ones? The king asked Antelope Power. If it is gentle baths, said Antelope Power, he might have treated his clothes with some drug that will keep the oil off. Let it be rough baths, then. Monkey then stepped forward and said, Excuse my impertinence in always going first. Watch him while he takes off his tunic and tiger skin kilt, jumps into the cauldron, and dives through the waves, enjoying himself as much as if he were swimming in water. At the sight of this, Pig bit his finger and said to Friar Sand,
We've underestimated that monkey. I usually say nasty things about him, as if he just liked fooling about. I never realized he had powers like this.
When Monkey saw the two of them whispering his praises to each other, he thought suspiciously, The idiot's mocking me again. How true it is that the clever have to do all the work, and the clumsy stay idle. Here's me leaping around like this while he's standing there at his ease. Right then, I'll get him tied up in knots and give him a real scare. In the middle of washing himself, he made a great splash and plunged down to the bottom of the cauldron, where he turned himself into a jujube stone. He did not come up again. The officer supervising the executions went up to the king and reported, Your Majesty, the little monk has been fried to death in the boiling oil. The king, in his delight, ordered that the bones be fished out for him to see. The executioners fetched an iron strainer on a long handle with which they fished around in the cauldron, but its mesh was so coarse that Monkey, who was now as small as a nail, kept slipping through the holes in it, and they could not fish him out. When they then reported that the monk was so small and his bones so soft that they had been fried right away. Arrest the 3 monks, the king ordered. The guard officers and attendants grabbed Pig first as he looked dangerous, pushed him down, and tied him up with his hands behind his back. Sanzang was so terrified that he shouted, Your Majesty, grant this poor monk a couple of hours' reprieve. My disciple achieved countless good deeds after he was converted. Today he has died in the cauldron of boiling oil because he offended your Majesty. Those who die first become gods, and I am not greedy to stay alive. Indeed, those in authority in the world look after the world's people. If your Majesty tells me to die, your subject will not dare disobey. I only ask you, in your mercy, to grant me a bowl of cold gruel and 3 paper horses that I can place in front of the cauldron. I would like to burn the paper as a mark of my feeling for my disciple, and I will then be ready to go to my execution.
Very well, said the king. What a fine sense of honor these Chinese have.
He then ordered that some gruel and yellow paper be given to the Tang priest, which was done. Sanzang told Friar Sand to come with him as the two of them went to the foot of the steps while several guard officers dragged Pig by his ears to the cauldron. Sanzang said this invocation before the cauldron. Disciple Sun Wukong, since being ordained and then joining our order, you cared for and guarded me traveling west. We hoped to complete our great journey together. Who would have thought you would here go to rest? Your life's only aim was collecting the scriptures, and even when dead, on the Buddha you ponder. Now far, far away, your true spirit is waiting. As a ghost will you climb to the temple of thunder.
Master, said Pig when he heard this, there's no need for an invocation like that. Friar Sand, fetch me some gruel, and I'll make an invocation.
Then the idiot said, snorting with anger as he lay tied up on the ground.
Trouble-making monkey, ignorant protector of the horses. The monkey deserved to die. The protector had to fry. The monkey found it too hot. The protector's had his lot.
When Monkey at the bottom of the cauldron heard the idiot abusing him like that, he could not restrain himself from turning back into himself, standing up in the cauldron and saying, "Dreg, guzzling moron! Who do you think you're swearing at?" "Disciple," said Sanzong on seeing him, "you gave me a terrible fright."
"Big brother's used to shamming dead," said Friar Sand.
The civil and military officials were thrown into such a panic that they went forward to report to the king. "Your Majesty, the monk did not die. He has just stood up in the cauldron." The officer supervising the executions was afraid that he would be in trouble for having earlier made a false report to the king, so he submitted a new one. "The monk did die, but as this is an ill-omened day, he's come back as a ghost to haunt us." This made Monkey so angry that he sprang out of the cauldron, wiped the oil off himself, put on his clothes, pulled out his cudgel, and hit the supervisor of the executions so hard that his head turned into a meatball. "A ghost indeed," he said, giving the officers such a fright that they untied Pig, fell to their knees, and pleaded, "Forgive us! Forgive us!" As the king came down from his dragon throne, Monkey went into the hall, seized hold of him, and said, "Don't go, your majesty. Make the third teacher of the nation get into the cauldron of oil now."
"Third teacher of the nation?" said the king with much trembling. "You must get into the cauldron at once to save my life."
"Don't let the monk hit me." Antelope Power then went down from the throne hall and, like Monkey, took off his clothes, jumped into the oil, and went through the motions of washing himself. Monkey let the king go, went up to the cauldron, and told those tending the fire to add more fuel. Then he put out his hand to feel, and found to his astonishment that the bubbling oil was icy cold. "It was boiling hot when I had my bath," he thought, "but it's cold for his. I'm sure that one of the Dragon Kings must be protecting him." He leapt straight up into mid-air, said the magic word Om, and summoned the Dragon King of the Northern Ocean. "I'll get you, you horned worm, you loach with scales on," said Monkey. "How dare you help the Taoist by protecting the bottom of the cauldron as a cold dragon and letting him beat me in this display of divine powers?" The Dragon King was so frightened that he kept making respectful noises as he replied, "I'd never have dared help him. There is more to this than you realize, great sage. That evil beast has strenuously cultivated his conduct, shaken off his original shell, and has only really kept his 5 thunder magic. In all other respects, he has taken the path of heresy and could never return to the true way. This is the great opening up that he learned on Lesser Mount Mao. The other two have already had their powers defeated by you, great sage, and reverted to their true appearances. The cold dragon this one uses is one that he created for himself, but it is only a trick with which to fool common mortals. It could not deceive you, great sage. I shall now take that cold dragon under my control, and guarantee that his skin and bones will now be fried to a crisp. Hurry up about it if you don't want a beating, said Monkey, at which the Dragon King changed into a fierce gust of wind that seized the cold dragon and carried it off to the sea. Monkey now came down to earth and stood beside Sanzong, Pig, and Friar Sand in front of the throne hall, watching the Taoist struggle without success to climb out of the boiling oil. Then the Taoist slipped back into the cauldron, and in an instant his bones came apart as his skin was fried crisp and his flesh cooked tender. The official supervising the executions came in again to report. Your Majesty, the third teacher of the nation has been deep fried to death. The tears gushed from the king's eyes as he struck the table by the throne and cried aloud. Hard is the gaining of life, and hard is its end. Elixir never refines without true instruction. Vainly the spirits are raced and water spells made. Pills that can make you immortal are only a fiction. Nirvana can never be won by a mind in disorder. Cunning is useless when all it can cause is destruction. Had I been warned that all could so easily fail, I'd have kept to the diet and chosen a life of inaction. Indeed, there was no use in the golden touch and in making elixir. Calling up wind and summoning rain all ended in failure. If you do not know how the master and his disciples continued, listen to the explanation in the next installment. Chapter 47. The holy monk is stopped by the river of heaven at night. Metal and wood in their mercy rescue a child. The king collapsed on his throne in tears and cried till nightfall. Then Monkey stepped forward and called out, Don't be so silly! Look at those Taoist bodies. One was a tiger and the other was a deer. Antelope Power was an antelope. If you don't believe me, have his bones fished out and take a look at them. Is that a human skeleton? They were all mountain beasts who became spirits and came here to destroy you. The only reason they had not struck yet was because your life force is still strong. But in another couple of years, when your life force was weaker, they would have murdered you and your whole kingdom would have been theirs. You are very lucky that we came here in time to destroy their evil and save your life. What are you crying for? Give us our passport at once and let us go. This, finally, brought the king to his senses, and when the civil and military officials reported together, the first two who died were indeed a white deer and a yellow tiger, and the cauldron contains the bones of an antelope. The holy monk must be believed. If that is the case, I must thank the holy monk, said the king, who then said to his tutor, It is late now, so please take the holy monks to the Deep Wisdom Monastery. Tomorrow morning the eastern hall of the palace shall be opened up, and the royal kitchens shall lay on a vegetarian banquet as a mark of our thanks." They were then taken to the monastery, where they slept that night. Shortly before dawn the next morning, the king held an audience at which he ordered the officials to issue a notice to be posted at the 4 gates of the city and on every road, recalling Buddhist monks. While the banquet was being set out, the king went in his carriage to the gates of the Deep Wisdom Monastery to invite the Tang priest and his disciples to the banquet in the eastern hall of the palace. When the Buddhist monks who had escaped learned of the notice, they all returned into light to the city to find the great sage monkey, return his hairs, and thank him. When the banquet was over, the king returned Sanzang the passport and escorted him out through the gates of the palace with his queen, consorts, and concubines, and the civil and military officials. The Buddhist monks could be seen kneeling beside the road and calling out, "Great sage equaling heaven, we are the monks your lordship saved on the sandbank. Now that we have heard that your lordship has destroyed those evil beings and saved us, and his majesty has issued a notice recalling us monks, we have come to return your hairs and kowtow in gratitude." "How many of you are there?" Monkey asked. "All 500. We are not one short." Monkey then shook himself and took the hairs back before saying to the king, subjects, monks, and lay people alike, "It was I who released these monks. It was I who took the cart through the 2 gates and along the ridge before smashing it, and it was I who killed those evil Taoists. Now that the evil has been destroyed, you will realize that there is a way in the Buddha's faith. From now on, you must have no more foolish beliefs. I hope that you will combine the 3 teachings by honoring both the Buddhist clergy and the way of Taoism, and by also educating men of talent in the Confucian tradition. I can guarantee that this will make your kingdom secure forever." The king accepted this advice and expressed his gratitude at great length as he accompanied the Tang priest out of the city. Because they were seriously seeking the scriptures, they strove to maintain their brightness of spirit. Setting out at dawn and not stopping till nightfall, they drank when thirsty and ate when hungry. Before they realized it, spring and summer were over, and it was autumn again. Late one day, the Tang priest reined in his horse and asked, "Where shall we spend the night, disciples?" "Master," said Monkey, "a man of religion shouldn't talk like a layman." "What is the difference in the way they talk?" Sanzang asked. "At a time like this," said Monkey, "a layman would be fast asleep in a warm bed, wrapped in a quilt with his child in his arms, and a wife to keep his feet warm. We monks can't expect anything like that. We have only the moon and the stars to cover us with. We dine on the wind and sleep in the dew. We travel when we can find a way, and only stop when there's no way forward."
"Brother," said Pig, "you only know half of the story. The trail is very steep now, and I can barely manage my heavy load. We've got to find somewhere where I can get a good night's sleep and build myself up to carry my load tomorrow. Otherwise, I'm going to collapse from exhaustion."
"Let's go a little further in the moonlight," said Monkey. "When we reach a house, we can stay there." Master and disciples had no choice but to carry on with Monkey. They had not been going for long when they heard the sound of waves.
"That's done it," said Pig. "We've come to the end of the road." There's a river in our way, said Friar Sand.
How are we going to get across? Asked the Tang priest.
Let me test it for depth, said Pig.
Don't talk nonsense, Wu-Ning, said Sanzang. How could you test the water for depth?
Find a pebble the size of a goose egg and throw it in, Pig replied. If it makes a big splash, the water's shallow, and if it goes down with bubbles, the water's deep.
Test it then, said Monkey. The idiot then picked up a stone and threw it into the water. They heard the bubbles rising as the stone sunk.
It's deep, too deep, he said. We'll never get across.
You have tested for depth, said the Tang priest, but we don't know how wide it is.
I can't tell that, said Pig.
Let me have a look, said Monkey. The splendid great sage sprang up into mid-air on his cloud and took a good look. What he saw was the light of the moon immersed in the vastness, the floating reflection of the limitless sky. The magical stream has swallowed Mount Hua. Hundreds of rivers flow into its waters. Waves in their thousands rise and then fall. Towering breakers crash without number. No fisherman burns his fire by the shore. The herons are all now asleep on the sand. It is as turbid and huge as the ocean, and there is no end to its water in sight. Monkey brought his cloud quickly down, put it away, and reported, "It's wide, master, very wide. We'll never get across it. My fiery eyes with their golden pupils can see their 100 miles by day, and distinguish good from evil, too. By night they can see 100 to 150 miles. If even I can't see the other bank, goodness only knows how wide it is." Sanzang was speechless with shock. Then he sobbed. "What are we to do, disciples?"
"Don't cry, master," said Friar Sand. "There's someone standing by the river over there."
"I expect it's a fisherman working his nets," said Monkey. "I'll go and ask him." Monkey took his iron cudgel in his hand, and was before the man in 2 or 3 bounds, only to discover that it was in fact a stone tablet on which was inscribed, in an ancient script, 3 words in large letters, and 9 words in 2 rows of little ones underneath. The 3 words written large were "River of Heaven," and the words in small writing were 250 miles across. Few travelers have ever been here. "Master," called Monkey, "come take a look." When Sanzang read this, he said through his tears, "Disciple, when I left Chang'an all those years ago, I thought that the western heaven would be easy to get to. I never knew that so many evil monsters would block my way, or that there would be such enormous mountains and rivers to cross."
"Listen, master," said Pig. "Where is that sound of drums and cymbals coming from? It must be people holding a religious feast. Let's go and get some of the food to eat and find out where there's a boat that will ferry us across tomorrow."
When Sanzang listened as he sat on the horse, he could hear that it really was the sound of drums and cymbals. "Those aren't Taoists' instruments," he said. It must be some Buddhist monks performing a ceremony. Let's go there. Monkey led the horse as they headed towards the music. There was no track to follow as they climbed and then lost height again and crossed sandbanks until a village of some 400 or 500 households came into sight. It was a fine settlement, protected by hills, beside the main road, on the bank of the river and watered by a stream. All the wicket gates were shut. Every household's bamboo fence was closed. Clear were the dreams of the egrets on the strand. Silent the song of the birds by the willows. No sound came from the flute. Nothing was heard of by the chopping board's rhythm. The moon was rocked in stalks of knotweed. The leaves of the rushes trembled in the wind. Beside the fields, the dogs barked through the fence. The fisherman slept in his boat, moored by the ford. Few were the lights amid the stillness, and the moon hung like a mirror in the sky. A smell of duckweed wafted over, carried by the wind from the western bank. When Sunzong dismounted, he saw a house at the end of the road, outside of which hung a silken banner. Inside it was bright with candles and lanterns, and there were clouds of incense. "Wukong," said Sunzong, "this is much better than a mountain hollow or the bank of a stream. Under the eaves we will be able to relax and sleep soundly, protected from the chilly dew. You all keep out of the way while I go to the gates of the believer's house that is giving the religious feast to ask for shelter. If they invite me in, I shall call you over. But don't start playing it up if they don't invite me in. If you show your ugly faces, you might give them a terrible fright and cause trouble, and then we would have nowhere to stay." "You're right," said Monkey. "You go ahead, master, while we wait here." The venerable elder then took off his rain hat, straightened his habit, took his monastic staff in his hand, and went bareheaded to the gates, which were ajar. Not venturing to walk in uninvited, Sunzong stood there for a while, until a very old man with prayer beads round his neck, who was repeating the name of Amitabha Buddha, came out to shut the gate. Sunzong at once put his hands together before his chest and said, "I salute you, benefactor." The old man returned his greeting, then said, "You're too late, monk." "What do you mean?" Sunzong asked. "You're too late to get anything," the old man said. "If you had been here earlier, we were giving each monk a good meal, 3 pints of polished rice, a piece of white cloth, and 10 copper cash. Why have you only come now?" "Benefactor," Sunzong replied, "I am not here to collect offerings." "If you're not here for offerings, what are you here for then?" the old man asked. "I have been sent by the Emperor of the Great Tang in the East to fetch the scriptures from the western heaven," Sunzong replied. "It was already late when I reached this village, and I have come here to beg for a night's shelter, because I heard the drums and cymbals. I will be on my way at dawn." The old man shook his hand at him, and as he replied, "Monk, men of religion should not tell lies. Great Tang in the east is 18,000 miles from here. How could you have come from there by yourself?" You are quite right, benefactor, said Sanzang. I've only been able to reach here because I have 3 disciples who protect me. They clear paths across mountains and build bridges across rivers.
If you have these disciples, the old man said, why aren't they with you? But do come in. We have room for you to stay here.
Sanzang then looked back and called, Come here, disciples. As Monkey was impatient by nature, Pig coarse, and Friar Sand impetuous, the moment they heard their master calling, they grabbed the horse's bridle and the luggage and ran in, hell-bent for leather. The sight of them gave the old man such a shock that he collapsed, muttering, Demons! Demons! Please don't be afraid, benefactor, said Sanzang. They're not demons. They are my disciples.
But how could so handsome a master have such hideous disciples?
Asked the old man, still shivering and shaking. They may not be much to look at, said Sanzang, but they certainly know how to subdue dragons and tigers and capture monsters and demons. The old man was not entirely convinced as he helped the Tang priest inside. The 3 ferocious disciples rushed to the main hall, tied the horse up outside, and put the baggage down. Several monks were reciting sutras inside. Covering his long snout with his hands, Pig shouted,
What's that sutra you're reciting, monks?
The monks looked up when they heard his question. They looked at the stranger and saw a long snout, as well as a pair of big ears that stuck out. His body was rough, and his shoulders were broad. When he opened his muzzle, like thunder he roared. But as for our monkey and good Friar Sand, their faces were more than a person could stand. The monks saying their sutras within the main hall were terribly frightened and scared, one and all. The teacher continued the text to recite, until the head monk said they should stop for the night. They paid no more heed to the chimes and the bell, and the Buddha's own images from their hands fell. They all blew at once to put out every light, and tried in their terror to scatter in flight. They crawl on the ground and as they stumble and fall, and all of them trip getting out of that hall. One old monk's head with another one clashes, just like the collapse of piled up calabashes. What once was a pure and a most holy rite was all now reduced to a comical sight. The sight of the monks stumbling and crawling about made the 3 disciples clap their hands and laugh aloud, at which the monks were more terrified than ever. Colliding with each other's heads, they all fled for their lives and disappeared. By the time Sanzang helped the old man into the hall, the lights had all been put out, and the 3 of them were still chuckling away. Damned creatures, said Sanzang. You are all thoroughly evil, despite my daily teaching and advice. As the ancients said, only the saintly can become good without instruction. Only the worthy can become good after instruction. Only idiots will not become good even with instruction. The disgraceful scene you've just made is one of the lowest and most stupid things I could imagine. You
charge in through the gates without any respect, make our elderly benefactor collapse in fright, send all of the monks fleeing for their lives, and completely ruin their service. I shall have to take the blame for all of this." None of them could find a word to say in their defense. Only then did the old man believe that they really were Sanzang's disciples, turn back and say, "It's nothing, sir, nothing. The lamps have just been put out and the flowers scattered as the service is ending anyhow."
"If it's over," said Pig, "bring out the food and wine for the completion feast. We need a meal before we go to bed."
The old man called for oil lamps to be lit. The servants could not understand why. "There are lots of incense sticks and candles where they're saying surahs in the main hall, so why does he want oil lamps lit?" When some servants came out to look, they found everything in darkness, so they lit torches and lanterns and rushed in together. When they looked inside, they suddenly saw Pig and Friar Sand, and dropped their torches in terror and fled, shutting the doors behind them, and fleeing to the inner part of the house, with shout of, "Demons! Demons!" Monkey picked up a torch, lit some lamps and candles, and pulled an armchair for the Tang priest to sit in, while the disciples sat on either side of him. As they were sitting there talking, they heard a door leading from the inner part of the house being opened. Another old man came in, leaning on a stick and asking, "What evil spirits are you, coming to this pious household in the middle of the night?" The first old man, who was sitting in front of them, rose and went to meet him behind the screen, saying, "Stop shouting, brother. These aren't demons. This is an Arhat sent from the great Tang in the east to fetch the scriptures. His disciples may look evil, but they really are very good." Only then did the old man put his stick down and bow in greeting to the four of him. After which he too sat down in front of them and called for tea and vegetarian food. He shouted several times, but the servants were still quaking with terror and too frightened to come in. This was more than Pig could put up with.
"Old man,"
he said,
"you have an awful lot of servants. What have they all gone off to do?"
"I have sent them to fetch food to offer to you gentlemen," the old man replied.
"How many of them will be serving the food?"
asked Pig. "8," said the old man.
"Who will they be waiting on?"
asked Pig. "You four gentlemen," the old man replied.
"Our master, the one with the white face, only needs one person to wait on him,"
said Pig.
"That one with hair cheeks whose mouth looks like a thunder god only needs 2. That vicious-looking creature needs 8, and I must have 20.
"From what you say, you must be rather a big eater," the old man remarked.
"You're about right,"
said Pig. "We have enough servants," the old man said, and by bringing together servants of all ages, he produced 30 or 40 of them. As the monks talked to the old man, the servants lost their fear and set a table in front of the Tang priest, inviting him to take the place of honor. They then put 3 more tables on both sides of him,
at which they asked the 3 disciples to sit, and another in front of these for the 2 old men. On the tables were neatly arranged some fruit, vegetables, pasta, rice, refreshments, and pea noodle soup. Sanzang raised his chopsticks and started to say a grace over the food, but the idiot, who was impatient and hungry to boot, did not wait for him to finish before grabbing a red lacquered wooden bowl of white rice that he scooped up and gulped down in a single mouthful. "Sir," said the servant, standing beside him, "you didn't think very carefully. If you were going to keep food in your sleeves, shouldn't you take steamed bread instead of rice that will get your clothes dirty?"
I didn't put it in my sleeve, chuckled Pig. I ate it.
"But you didn't even open your mouth," they said. "So how could you have eaten it?"
Who is lying then? Said Pig. I definitely ate it. If you don't believe me, I'll eat another to show you.
The servants carried the rice over, filled a bowlful, and passed it to Pig, who had it down his throat in a flash. "Sir," said the astonished servants, "you must have a throat built of whetstones. It's so smooth and slippery." Pig had downed 5 or 6 bowls before the master could finish the short grace. Only then did he pick up his chopsticks and start eating with them. The idiot grabbed whatever he could and bolted it, not caring whether it was rice or pasta, fruit or refreshments.
More food,
he shouted, until it gradually began to run out. "Brother," said Monkey, "don't eat so much. Make do with being half full. Anyhow, it's better than starving in a mountain hollow."
What a horrible face you're making, said Pig. As the saying goes, the monk at a banquet who can't eat his fill would rather be buried alive on the hill.
"Clear the things away and pay no more attention to him," said Monkey. "We will be frank with you, reverend sirs," said the 2 old men with bows. "We would have no problem in feeding 100 or more reverend gentlemen with big bellies like him in the daytime, but it is late now, and the remains of the maigre feast have been put away. We only cooked a bushel of noodles, 5 bushels of rice, and a few tables of vegetarian food to feed our neighbors and the clergy at the end of the service. We never imagined that you reverend gentlemen would turn up and put the monks to flight. We have not even been able to offer any food to our relations and neighbors, as we have given it all to you. If you are still hungry, we can have some more cooked."
Yes, said Pig. Cook some more.
After this exchange, the tables and other things used for the banquet were tidied away. Sanzang bowed to his hosts to thank them for the meal, then asked them their surname. "We are called Chen," they replied. "Then you are kinsmen of mine," said Sanzang, putting his hands together in front of his chest. "Is your surname Chen as well?" the old men asked. "Yes," Sanzang replied. "Chen was my surname before I became a monk. May I ask why you were holding that religious feast just now?"
Why bother to ask, master? Said Pig with a laugh. Anyone could tell you that it's bound to have been a feast for the new crops, or for safety, or for the end of funeral ceremonies.
"No, it was not," the old men said. Then what was it for? Sanzang asked.
It was a feast to prepare for death, the old man replied. You don't know who you're talking to, said Pig, falling about with laughter. We could build a bridge out of lies. We're the kings of deception. Don't try to fool us. As monks, we know all about mager feasts. There are only preparatory mager feasts for transferring money to the underworld and for fulfilling vows. Nobody's died here, so why have a funeral feast?
This idiot's learning a bit of sense, chuckled Monkey to himself.
Old man, he said aloud, what you said must be wrong. How can you have a feast to prepare for death?
At this, the two old men bowed and replied,
And if you were going to fetch the scriptures, why did you come here instead of taking the main route?
We were on the main route, replied Monkey. But a river was in our way and we weren't able to cross it. We came to your distinguished residence to ask for a night's shelter because we heard the drums and cymbals.
What did you see by the side of the river?
One of the old men asked.
Nothing but a stone tablet on which was written River of Heaven above and 250 miles across. Few travelers have ever been here, underneath, Monkey replied.
Less than half a mile along the bank from the stone tablet is the temple of the great king of miraculous response, the old man said. Did you not see it?
No, Monkey replied. Would you old gentlemen tell me why he's called Miraculous Response?
The two old men burst into tears as they replied,
My lord, as for the great king, because he responded a temple we built, his miracles greatly the common folk helped. He sends timely rain to the farms all about. His clouds give their moisture to keep us from drought.
But if he sends timely rain and clouds, he's being kind to you, said Brother Monkey. So why are you so upset and miserable?
At this, the old man stamped on the ground, beat his chest, and wailed,
Master, great is our gratitude, greater our anger. Although he is kind, he is also a danger. He is not one of the gods true and right. To eat boys and girls is his evil delight.
He likes eating boys and girls? Brother Monkey exclaimed.
Yes,
replied the old man. I suppose it's your family's turn now, said Monkey.
Yes, this year it is our turn,
the old man said.
There are 100 households living here. This place is called Chen Village, and it is in Wanhui County of the Kingdom of Terrygart. There is a sacrifice to the great king every year at which a boy, a girl, pigs, sheep, oxen, and wine have to be offered. If he gets his meal, he gives us wind and rain at the right time. But if there is no sacrifice, he sends disaster.
How many sons are there in your household? Monkey asked.
The old man beat his breast and said,
Alas, alas, we die of shame when you speak of sons. This is my brother, Chen King, who is 57. I am Chen Cheng, and am 62. We have both found great difficulty in having children. As I had no son, my friends and relations persuaded me to take a concubine when I was nearly 50. I had no option but to find one, and we had a daughter. She is just 7 this year, and we call her Pan of Gold." "That's a very grand name," said Pig. "But why Pan of Gold?" "Because we were childless, we built bridges, repaired roads, contributed to putting up monasteries and pagodas, gave donations, and fed monks. We kept an account of all of this, and what with 3 ounces spent here and 5 spent there, it added up to 30 pounds of gold by the time the girl was born. 30 pounds is a pan of gold, hence the name."
"What about sons?" Monkey asked.
"My brother has a son who is also by a concubine. He is 6 this year, and we call him Chin Guan Given."
"Why do you call him that?" Monkey asked.
"In our family we worship Lord Guan Yu, and we called him Guan Given, as it was from the statue of Lord Guan that we begged and obtained this son. My brother and I are 120 between us if you add our ages together, and these are our only 2 offspring. We never imagined that it would fall to us to provide the sacrificial offerings this year, and this is a duty we cannot escape. It is because as fathers we cannot bear to part from our children that we held this service to bring about rebirth, this mager feast to prepare for death."
This brought the tears pouring down Sun Zung's cheeks as he replied, "This is what the ancients mean when they said, 'Long before the ripe ones, the green plums always fall. The harshness of heaven hits the childless worst of all.'" Monkey smiled at this and said, "Let me ask some more questions. Tell me, sir, how much property does your family have?"
"Quite a lot,"
the younger old man replied.
"About 700 acres of paddy fields, 1,000 acres of dry fields, 80 or 90 fields of hay, 200 or 300 water buffalo and oxen, 20 or 30 donkeys and horses, and goodness only knows how many pigs, sheep, chickens, and geese. We have more old grain piled up at home than we can eat, and more clothes than we can wear. That is the extent of our family's property."
"It's a pity you're so stingy with all your wealth," said Monkey.
"How can you accuse us of being stingy?"
the old man asked. "If you're so rich," said Monkey, "why give your own children to be sacrificed? You could buy a boy for 50 ounces and a girl for 100. With all the other expenses together, it shouldn't cost you more than 200 ounces of silver to keep your own children. Wouldn't that be better?" To this, the younger old man replied through his tears,
"My lord, you don't realize that the great king is miraculously responsive, and he often calls on this household."
"If he comes here, have you seen what he looks like and how tall he is?" asked Brother Monkey.
"We don't see him,"
the younger old man replied.
"We just know that the great king is coming when we smell a fragrant wind. Then we burn huge amounts of incense, and all of us, young and old alike, prostrate ourselves in the direction of the wind. He knows every trifling detail about our household, even about our spoons and bowls we use, and remembers all our dates of birth. He will only accept our son and daughter, never mind 200 or 300 ounces of silver. We could not buy identical-looking children of exactly the same age for tens of thousands of ounces.
So it's like that, said Monkey. Very well then. Bring your son out for me to take a look at him.
Chin King hurried to the inner part of the house, brought Guan Given back with him into the hall, and set the boy down in front of the lamp. Not realizing the mortal danger he was in, the little boy leapt about, filled his sleeves with fruit, ate, and played around. Monkey looked at him, said a spell silently, shook himself, and made himself look just like Guan Given. Then the two boys started to jump and dance in front of the lamp, giving the two old men such a shock that they fell to their knees. "That was a terrible thing for him to do, venerable sirs," said Sanzang.
"But the gentleman was talking to us a moment ago,"
said the old man.
"How can he have turned into the exact likeness of my son? When you called them, they respond and move together. This shock has shortened our lives. Please return to your normal appearance."
Monkey rubbed his face and was himself once more.
"What powers you have, my lord,"
said the old man, still on his knees.
"Was I like your son?"
Monkey asked.
"Yes, just like him,"
the old man replied.
"Same face, same voice, same clothes, same height."
"You didn't look carefully enough," said Monkey. "Get some scales and weigh me to see if I'm the same weight as him."
Yes, the same weight,"
the old man said.
"Would I do for the sacrifice like that?"
"Perfect," said the old man. "Just perfect. You would be accepted."
"I shall take the child's place and keep him alive for your family to have descendants to burn incense to you," said Monkey. "I shall be offered to the great king instead."
At this, Chin King kowtowed as he knelt there, saying,
"My lord, if in your mercy you were to take his place, I will give his reverence the Tang priest 1,000 ounces of silver towards the cost of his journey to the western heaven."
"Aren't you going to reward me?"
asked Monkey.
"But if you are sacrificed in the boy's place, it will be the end of you,"
said the old man.
"What do you mean?"
Monkey asked.
"The great king will eat you,"
the old man replied.
"He dare to eat me?" said Monkey.
"The only reason he might not eat you would be if he thought you would taste too high,"
the old man said.
"Let heaven do as it will," said Monkey. "If I'm eaten up, it'll be because I'm fated to have a short life, and if I'm not eaten, it'll be because I'm lucky. Take me to the sacrifice."
While Chin King kowtowed, expressed his thanks, and presented them with 500 ounces of silver, Chin Chang neither kowtowed nor thanked Monkey, but leant against the doorway sobbing. As soon as Brother Monkey noticed this, he went up to him, took hold of his clothes, and said,
"Old man, is it because you can't bear to lose your daughter that you're not giving me anything or thanking me?"
Only then did Chin Chang fall to his knees and reply,
"Yes, I cannot bear to lose her. It is enough that in your great kindness you are saving my nephew by taking his place. But I have no son. She is my only child, and she would weep for me bitterly after my death. I cannot bear to lose her."
"Then you'd better go along at once and cook 5 bushels of rice and some good vegetarian dishes for that long-snouted venerable gentleman to eat. Then I'll make him turn into the likeness of your daughter, and the two of us will be able to take part in the sacrifice. We'll see if we can do a meritorious deed and save your children's lives."
These words came as a great shock to Pig, who said,
Brother, if you turn yourself into a spirit and leave me to die, you'll be dragging me into disaster.
Brother, said Monkey, as the saying goes, a chicken doesn't eat what it doesn't earn. We came in here and were given an ample meal, but you had to complain that you were still hungry. Why aren't you willing to help them in their crisis?
But, brother,
protested Pig.
I can't do transformations.
You can do 36 transformations, said Monkey. How can you possibly deny that?
Wu Ning, Sun Zong said to Pig, what your brother says is absolutely correct, and he has made the right decision. As the saying goes, to save a human life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. If you do this, you will be thanking our hosts for their generous hospitality and accumulating good karma for yourself. Besides, it will be fun for you and your brother on this cool night when you have nothing else to do.
What are you saying, Master?
Said Pig.
I can only change into a hill, a tree, a rock, a scabby elephant, a water buffalo, or a big fat man. It'd be pretty hard for me to turn into a little girl.
Pay no attention to him, said Monkey to Chin Chang. But bring your daughter out for me to see.
Chin Chang then hurried inside and came back into the hall with Pan of Gold in his arms, and everyone in the household, young and old, wives and concubines, members of the family and other relations, all came in to kowtow and beg Monkey to save the child's life. Round her hair the little girl was wearing a patterned turquoise headband, from which hung ornaments representing the 8 precious things. Her jacket was of red and yellow shot ramie, and over she wore a cape in green imperial satin with a checked collar. Her skirt was of scarlet flowered silk. Her shoes were of pink ramie and shaped like frogs' heads, and her trousers were of raw silk with gold thread. She was holding a piece of fruit in her hand and eating it.
There's the girl, said Monkey. Make yourself like her at once. We're off to the sacrifice.
But she's much too small and delicate for me to turn into, brother, said Pig.
Hurry up if you don't want me to hit you, said Monkey.
Don't hit me,
pleaded Pig in desperation.
I'll see if I can make the change.
The idiot then said the words of a spell, shook his head several times, called,
Change,
and really did make his head look like the little girl's. The only trouble was that his belly was still much too fat and disproportionately big.
Change some more,
said Monkey with a laugh.
Hit me then,
said Pig.
I can't change any more, and that's that.
But you can't have a little girl's head on a monk's body, said Monkey. You won't do it all like that. You're neither a man nor a girl. Do the Dipper Star Steps.
Monkey then blew on him with magic breath, and in fact did change his body to make it look like the little girl's.
Will you 2 old gentlemen please take the young master and the young lady inside, and make no mistake about who they are, said Monkey. My brother and I will be trying to dodge the monster and fooling around, and we may come in here, so that it will be hard to tell us from the real children. Have some fruit ready for them to eat, and don't let them cry.
in case the great king notices our secret gets out. Now we're off to see if we can fool him." The splendid great sage then told Friar San to look after the Tang priest, while Pig and he changed into Chen Guan Given and Pan of Gold. When the two of them were ready, Monkey asked, "How are the victims presented? Tied up in a bundle, or with their hands rubbed together? Are they steamed or chopped up into little bits?"
"Brother," pleaded Pig, "don't do me down. I haven't got those magic powers."
"We would never dare to," said the old men. "We would just like you two gentlemen each to sit in a red lacquered dish that would be put on a table. You would then be carried into the temple on the tables by a pair of youngsters." "Fine, fine," said Monkey. "Bring the dishes in here for us to try out." The old men sent for the two red dishes, in which Pig and Monkey sat while four young men carried them for a few steps in the courtyard before setting them down again in the hall. "Pig," said Monkey with delight, "being carried around on dishes like this makes us like abbots sitting in the seats of honor."
"I wouldn't be at all scared of being carried in and out of here till dawn," said Pig. "But being carried into the temple to be eaten is no joke."
"Just watch me," said Brother Monkey, "and run away when he eats me."
"How do you know who he'll eat first?" said Pig. "If he eats the boy first, I'll be able to get away. But what shall I do if he eats the girl first?"
At this, one of the old men said,
"During the sacrifices in other years, some of the bolder of us have slipped into the back of the temple or hidden under the tables on which the offerings were made. They have seen that he eats the boy first and the girl afterwards."
"Thank goodness," said Pig. "Thank goodness."
While the two brother disciples were talking, they heard a mighty noise of gongs and drums and a blaze of lights outside as the villagers opened the front gates and poured in, shouting, "Bring out the boy and the girl." The four young men then carried Monkey and Pig out to the sobs and wails of the old men. If you do not know whether they lost their lives or not, listen to the explanation in the next installment. Chapter 48. A devilish blizzard makes the snow whirl. The monk who seeks to worship Buddha walks on ice. The story tells how the believers in Chin village noisily carried Monkey and Pig with pork, mutton, beef, and wine straight to the temple of miraculous response, where they set them all out with the young boy and girl in the most prominent place. Monkey looked around and saw that the offertory tables were covered with fragrant flowers and wax candles. In front of him was a tablet on which were inscribed in letters of gold, "Great King of Miraculous Response." There were no statues of any other gods. When the believers had set everything out properly, they all kowtowed and made this prayer: "Great King, our Lord, at this hour of this day of this month of this year, Chin Cheng, the master of the sacrifice, and all the other faithful of different ages, beg to offer, in accordance with annual custom, the little boy, Chin Guan Given, the little girl, Pan of Gold, pork, mutton, beef, and wine, for the delection of the great king. we beg you to give us the right amounts of wind and rain, and to grant a good harvest for all our crops." After praying, they burnt paper horses and all went home. When they had all gone, Pig said to Monkey,
"Let's go home."
"Where's your home?" Monkey asked.
"Let's go back to old Chin's place for a sleep,"
Pig replied.
"You're talking nonsense again, idiot," said Monkey. "You've made them a promise, and now you've got to fulfill their wish."
"You're the idiot, not me, despite what you're always saying," replied Pig. "Why don't we just take him for a ride? You can't be serious about us being sacrificed for them."
"Always finish what you begin," said Monkey. "We'll only be able to tidy this business up if we stay here till the great king comes to eat us up. Otherwise, we'll make him cause disasters, which would be terrible."
As they were talking, they heard the howling of a wind outside.
"This is terrible," said Pig. "What made the wind come?"
"Shut up," said Monkey, "while I cope."
A moment later, an evil creature came in through the temple doors. Look at him. Gold armor, golden helmet, shining bright. Red clouds enfold the jade belt at his waist. His eyes were gleaming like the stars at night. His teeth resembled those of a pair of saws. Under his feet wafted sunset clouds. Warm and scented were the mists all around. Cold blew the negative winds as he talked. Heavy lay the air of death where he stood. He was just like an officer guarding an emperor, or a god at the gateway protecting a monastery. The monster stood, blocking the entrance to the temple, and asked,
"Who is making the sacrifice this year?"
"Thank you for asking," Monkey replied. "This year the village heads are the family of Chin Chang and Chin King."
This reply struck the monster as very odd.
"That boy has a lot of courage," he thought, "and he's a good talker, too. Usually the children who are offered say nothing the first time I ask them a question, and are frightened out of their wits the second time. Before I've even grabbed them in my hand, they're already dead. So why's this boy today so good at answering?"
Instead of seizing him, the monster asked another question.
"What is your name, boy?"
"My name is Chin Guan Given, and the girl is called Pan of Gold."
"According to the old custom of this sacrifice, I should eat you first," said the monster.
"I have no objection," said Brother Monkey. "Enjoy your meal."
Hearing this, the monster was once more afraid to grab Monkey, so instead he blocked the doorway and shouted,
"I'll have none of your answering back. Usually I eat the boy first, but this year I shall start with the girl." "Better to follow the old custom," said Pig in a panic. "Don't break with tradition."
Without any more discussion, the monster made a grab for Pig, who leapt down, turned back into himself, and struck at the monster's head with his rake. The monster pulled his hand back and fled. All that could be heard was a mighty clang.
"I've smashed his armor,"
exclaimed Pig. Monkey, who had resumed his own true form as well, looked, saw 2 fish scales the size of an ice dish, and gave a shout of, "After him!" The 2 of them sprang up into the air, where the monster, who had come unarmed to this feast, asked them from a cloud,
"Where are you from, monks? And why have you come to bully me, spoil my offerings, and ruin my reputation?"
"What you don't realize, damned monster," Monkey replied, "is that we are disciples of the holy priest San Zang from the great Tang in the east, who has been sent by his emperor to fetch the scriptures from the western heaven. We were spending last night at the Chen household when we were told that an evil spirit, pretending to be miraculous response, demands the sacrifice of a boy and girl every year. In our mercy, we decided to save life and capture you, damned monster. You'd better make a full and true confession at once. How long have you been here, calling yourself Great King? And at 2 a year, how many little boys and girls have you eaten? Give me a full account and return them to me if you want your life spared." At that, the monster fled, avoiding another blow that Pig struck at him with his rake. He turned into a wild wind and went straight into the river of heaven. "No need to chase him," said Monkey. "I'm sure the monster's a river creature. We'll have to work out a way of catching him and getting the master across the river tomorrow." Pig accepted this suggestion and went straight back to the temple, from where he carried the offerings of pork, mutton, and wine, tables and all, back to the Chen house. The Tang priest, Friar Sand, and the Chen brothers were waiting for news in the hall when they saw Monkey and Pig burst in and pull at all the pork, mutton, and other offerings in the courtyard. "What happened in the sacrifice, Wukong?" Sanzang asked Monkey, who related how he had told the monster who he was and chased him into the river, to the immense delight of the two old gentlemen, who ordered that the side rooms were to be swept out and furnished with beds. Here the master and his disciples were invited to spend the night. Having escaped with his life back to the river, the monster sat brooding silently in his palace, while his river clansmen asked him, "Why are you so upset this year, your majesty? Usually you are very happy when you come back from eating your sacrifice."
"In ordinary years I bring you back some leftovers after the sacrifice," said the monster, "but I did not even have anything to eat myself today. My luck was out. I met enemies who all but killed me."
"Who, your majesty?"
"Disciples of a holy priest from Great Tang in the east who is going to the western heaven to worship the Buddha and fetch the scriptures. They had turned themselves into a boy and girl and were sitting in my temple. When they turned back into themselves, they almost killed me. I've long heard people tell of Tang Sanzang, a holy man who has cultivated his conduct for 10 lifetimes. One piece of his flesh will make you immortal. But I never expected he would have disciples such as those. He's ruined my reputation and stopped them worshipping me anymore. I wish I could capture that Tang priest, but I don't think I can."
From among the watery tribe, there slipped forward a female mandarin fish in patterned clothes. She advanced with small, respectful steps towards the monster, bowing frequently as she said, "Your Majesty, there will be no problem about catching the Tang priest. But if you do capture him, will you reward me with a feast?"
"If you have a plan, we shall combine our efforts to catch the Tang priest," the monster said. "I shall take you as my sworn sister, and we shall eat his flesh together."
The mandarin fish bowed in thanks, then said, I have long known that your majesty has the powers to call up wind and rain, or to throw rivers and sea into turmoil. But can you make it snow?
Yes,
The monster replied. As you can make it snow, the mandarin fish continued, can you also cause cold and make ice?
I'm even better at that,
The monster said. The fish then clapped her hands with delight and said, in that case, it will be very, very easy.
Will you tell me this very easy way of succeeding?
The monster asked. Your majesty must lose no time, the fish replied. It's now the third watch, about midnight. You must make magic to cause a cold wind and a heavy fall of snow at once. The river of heaven must be frozen solid. Those of us who are good at transformations will make ourselves look like people and appear at the end of the track with packs on our backs, carrying umbrellas and luggage poles and pushing carts. We shall walk across the ice in an endless stream. That Tang priest is so impatient to fetch the scriptures that when he sees all those people walking along, he's bound to want to cross the ice himself. All your majesty needs to do is sit quietly in the middle of the river until you hear his footsteps. Then crack the ice apart so that he and his disciples all fall into the water. They'll all be caught in one package.
Marvelous, marvelous,
exclaimed the monster, who was utterly delighted at the suggestion. He left his watery palace and went up into the sky, where he caused winds and snow, and made it so cold that the river froze. The Tang priest and his 3 disciples slept in the Chen house. Shortly before dawn, they all began to feel very cold in their bedding. Pig was shivering, unable to get back to sleep, so he called,
Brother, it's cold.
Idiot, said Monkey. You've got no sense of how to behave. Monks are not affected by summer or winter. You shouldn't mind the cold. Disciple, said Sanzang, it really is cold. Look. Double quilts now give no warmth. Hands put in sleeves find only ice. Strands of frost grow from withered leaves. Frozen bells hang from frozen pines. The cold is so intense the earth splits open. The water in the pond is a solid block. No old man can be seen in the fisherman's boat. No monk is to be met within the mountain temple. The woodman wishes he could gather more fuel. The prince is glad to pile more charcoal on the flames. The travelers' beards are turned to iron. The poet's brush is water chestnut hard. Even a fur jacket now seems too thin. A marten coat feels much too light. The monk on his hassock is frozen rigid. Behind the paper screen, the traveler is scared. Even in many a layer of bedding, one shivers and shakes from top to toe. As neither master nor disciples could sleep, they rose and dressed. When they opened the door to look outside, they saw to their astonishment a vast expanse of white. It was snowing. No wonder we were so cold, said Monkey, if it's been snowing so heavily. When the 4 of them looked, they saw that it was a splendid fall. Dark masses of cloud, chilling, dreary mists. Under dark masses of cloud, the north wind howls cold. Through chilling, dreary mists, a heavy snowfall blankets the ground. Indeed, the six-sided snowflakes are flying jewels. In the great forest, jade hangs from every tree. First like flour, then like salt, the white parrot loses its whiteness. The crane's feathers no longer stand out. It adds to the waters of 1,000 rivers, outdoes the plum trees in the southeast. As if 3,000,000 dragons of jade were defeated, the sky is filled with fragments of armor and scales. Here you will not find Dongguo's soulless sandals, the bed where Yuan An froze to death, the place where Sun Kang studied in the snow's reflected light, the boat that Wang Ziyu took one snowy night, Wang Gong's cloak, or the rug that Su Wu had to eat. All you will see are village houses set like inlaid silver, 3,000 miles of jade-like river and hills. What splendid snow, sprinkling the bridge with willow catkins, covering the cottage with pear blossom. When the bridge is sprinkled with willow catkins, the fisherman beside it dons his cape of straw. When the cottage is covered with pear blossom, the old man inside bums his firewood. The traveler is hard put to it to buy a drink. The slave cannot find the plum blossom for which he is sent. The heavy fall of snow takes off the butterfly's wings. The howling blizzard strips the goose of its feathers. Rolling drifts are blown by the winds. Layer upon layer hides the road. Freezing gusts come through the curtains. A chilly wind blows into the bed. This is heaven's promise of a good harvest. Good news that is cause for celebration. The snow was falling in abundance like fragments of jade or cotton wool. When master and disciples had sighed in admiration of it for a long time, the two old Chin brothers told 2 servants to sweep away through the snow, and 2 more to bring the monks hot water with which to wash their faces. A little later, boiling hot tea, cheesecakes, and a charcoal stove were all carried out to the side room, where master and disciple sat around them. Venerable benefactor, the Tang priest asked, could you tell me if you distinguish between the seasons of the year here?
This may be a remote place, said the old man, and our customs and people may be different from those in your distinguished land. But our crops and animals grow under the same sky, so of course we distinguish between the 4 seasons.
In that case, why is there such heavy snow today, and why is it so cold? Sanzang asked.
Although it has been August, the old man replied, the frost last night marked the beginning of September. We generally have frost and snow here in September.
That is different from the East, said Sanzang. We have frost and snow in the winter. As they were talking, servants came in with tables and invited them to take some porridge. By the time they had finished eating, the snow was heavier than ever, and before long it lay 2 feet deep. Sanzang began to weep with anxiety.
Please don't worry so, said old Mr. Chin. And don't be upset because the snow is deep. We have plenty of grain here, enough to feed you venerable gentlemen for half a lifetime.
You do not know why I am suffering, benefactor, Sunzong replied. When all those years ago His Majesty the Tang Emperor graciously commanded me to make this journey, and escorted me in person by carriage to the frontier pass, he offered me a parting meal with his own hands, asking me when I would be back. I did not realize how many difficult mountains and rivers would lie in my way, so I casually replied that I could be back with the scriptures in 3 years. It is now already 7 or 8 years since I left, and I have yet to gaze on the face of the Buddha. I am worried that I have exceeded His Majesty's time limit, and afraid of all the evil monsters and other vicious creatures ahead. Today I have had the good fortune to stay in your great mansion, and last night my disciples were able to thank you by doing you a small favor. I was hoping to ask for a boat to ferry us across the river, never expecting that heaven would send this heavy fall of snow. Now the roads are blocked, and I do not know when I shall complete my mission and return home.
Do not worry, sir, said old Mr. Chen. Most of the time for your journey has already passed. You will only have to wait here a few days for the skies to clear and the ice to melt. Then we will spend everything we have to see you across the river.
A servant then came in to invite them to breakfast, which they ate in the main hall, followed not long afterwards by lunch. Sanzang felt embarrassed by all this lavish hospitality, so he said repeatedly, "As you were being so kind as to let us stay, we must insist on eating more ordinary fare."
"Venerable sir,"
Mr. Chen replied,
"we are so grateful for having the children saved from the sacrifice that we could not thank you enough, even if we gave you banquets every day."
After this, the snow stopped and people began to move around. Seeing how unhappy Sanzang was, old Mr. Chin had the garden swept and a fire made in a brazier, then invited them over to the snow cave to cheer themselves up by enjoying the snow view.
"What a silly idea,"
laughed Pig.
"Spring is the time for enjoying gardens. It's much too cold in all this snow, and anyhow, there's nothing to be seen now."
"You don't know anything, you idiot," said Monkey. "Snowscapes are very peaceful and elegant. It will be a pleasure to see them, and it will make the master feel better too."
That's right,
said old Mr. Chin. The visitors were then taken into the garden, and this is what they saw. Although it was autumn, the scenery was winter's. Jade stamens formed on the hoary pine. Silvery flowers hung from the dying willow. Powder was piled on the lichen by the steps. Jeweled shoots sprang from the bamboo at the window. The craggy mountain tops, the fish pond. On the craggy mountain tops, the sharp and pointed peaks were like jade bamboo. In the fish pond, the clear and living water now was ice. Gone was the beauty of the lotus by the bank. The rose of Sharon's delicate fronds hung low. The autumn begonia was weighed right down. The winter plum was just putting out new growth. The peony pavilion, the pomegranate pavilion, the osmanthus pavilion, all piled deep in goose down. The place for forgetting cares, the place for entertaining visitors, the place for recreation, all covered as if with butterflies' wings. The yellow chrysanthemums by the fence were woven of jade and gold. A few maples were dappled white and red. Many a courtyard was too cold to enter. The sight of a snow cave made one feel like ice. Here was set a brazier of bronze, with heads of animals and legs like elephants, where a toasting hot fire of charcoal burnt, and some lacquered armchairs with cushions of tiger skin and screens of paper set all around for warmth. On the walls were hung ancient paintings by famous artists showing the seven worthies going out through the pass, a solitary fisherman on a cold river, amid a landscape of snowy peaks and mountains, Su Wu eating his rug, breaking off plum branches to meet the envoys, and writing in the cold of a frozen forest. There was no end of houses near a river pavilion where fish can be bought, mountain tracks buried in snow where no wine is on sale. Were it big enough to live in, who would need to go to magical Pingu? After they had admired the scenery for a long time, they sat down in the snow cave and told the elderly neighbors about their mission to fetch the scriptures. When they had drunk the fragrant tea, old Mr. Chin said,
"Venerable gentlemen, may I offer you some wine?"
"As a monk, I do not drink," replied Sanzang, "but my disciples may drink a few cups." The old man was delighted.
"Bring vegetarian food," he ordered, "and warm some wine to keep the cold out of these gentlemen."
Servants then carried out tables that were set round the brazier. They all drank several cups with the two elderly neighbors. Then everything was tidied away. By now it was getting late, and the visitors were invited back into the hall for an evening meal. They could hear passers-by in the street saying, "Oh, it's cold today. The river of heaven is frozen solid." "That's terrible," said Sanzang to Brother Monkey. "The river's frozen."
"In a sudden cold snap like this, I think that only the shallow water near the bank can have frozen,"
said old Mr. Chin. Then another passerby said,
"The whole 250 miles of it are frozen as smooth as a mirror, and some people are setting out across it from where the road ends."
Hearing that people were walking across, Sanzang wanted to go out and take a look.
"Do not be in such a hurry, venerable sir,"
said old Mr. Chin.
"It's late now. Wait till morning."
He then said goodbye to the two elderly neighbors, and after supper the visitors slept in the side room once more. Pig rose at dawn and said,
"Brother, it was even colder last night. I think the river really must have frozen solid."
Sanzang went to the door, bowed low to heaven, and prayed. All you gods who protect the teachings on my journey west, I have faithfully worshipped the Buddha and crossed many a river and mountain with great suffering and never a word of complaint. I am deeply grateful for heaven's help in bringing me this far, and I also give most humble thanks that the river has now frozen. When I bring the scriptures back, I shall report all this to the Tang Emperor and reward you sincerely." When he had finished this prayer, he told Friar Sand to saddle the horse so that they could cross the river while it was frozen. "Please do not be in such a hurry," said old Mr. Chin. "Stay here a few more days until the ice has melted, and I shall arrange for a boat to carry you across."
"I don't know whether we should go or stay," said Friar Sand. "You can't rely on what people say, and you can only believe what you see with your own eyes. I'll saddle the horse, and you can take a look for yourself."
"A good suggestion," said old Mr. Chen. "Servants," he ordered, "saddle 6 of our horses, but not the Tang priest's horse." Then, with 6 young pages in attendance, they went in line to the bank of the river to look. Indeed, the snow is piled up like mountains. When the clouds disappear, the dawn is bright. 1,000 pinnacles soar above the ice-locked pass. Frozen rivers and lakes are completely smooth. The north wind chills to the bone. The slippery ice is bitterly cold. The fish stay by the plants in the pond. The wild birds linger in the stubble. Beyond the frontier, fingers are lost to frostbite. The boatman on the river breaks his teeth while shivering. Snakes' stomachs split. Birds' legs break. The ice forms mountains thousands of feet high. The flowing silver stops in 10,000 valleys. Cold is the river's liquid jade. The east produces frozen silkworms, and mice make their holes in the northern ice. Wang Xiang lay on the ice to melt it, and caught a carp for his mother to eat. When the Emperor Guangwu crossed the river, a bridge of ice formed overnight for him. Many are the layers of ice on the pond, and the deep pool is frozen solid. There are no more waves on the mighty river of heaven. The gleaming ice stretches out as hard as a road. When Sun Zong and his party reached the bank of the river, they reined in their horses to look and saw that there really were people setting out from where the road reached the bank. "Benefactor," asked Sun Zong, "where are those people going to across the ice?" "On the other side of the river," said old Mr. Chen, "is the woman land of Western Liang. Those people are all traders. What costs 100 cash on this side can be worth 10,000 over there, and vice versa. And it's because such big profits can be made for such a small expenditure that people risk their lives to go there. Normally they form groups of 5 to a dozen or so and sail across, but now that the river is frozen, they're prepared to walk over at mortal peril." "Fame and profit are what make the world go round," said San Zong. "They are risking their lives for profit, and my disciples loyally obey orders for the sake of fame. There's not much to choose between them." He then told Monkey to go back to their benefactor's house, pack the luggage and bridle, and saddle the horse so that they could head west while the ice held. Monkey agreed with a chuckle.
Master,
Said Friar Sand.
there's a saying that goes, for 1,000 days you need 1,000 pints of rice. Now that we're staying at the Chen house, why don't we wait here a few days longer till the skies have cleared and the ice melted, then get a boat to take us across? Rushing like this will only lead to trouble.
Wu Jing, Sanzang replied. How can you be so stupid? If it were March and the weather were warming up every day, we could wait for it to thaw. But now it is September, and it is getting cooler every day, so it would be absurd to wait for the thaw. It would set our journey back a long time.
Stop all that idle chatter, said Pig, jumping down from his horse. I'm going to find out how thick the ice is.
You idiot, said Monkey. You could test the depth of the water the other evening by throwing a stone into it, but you could never do that now that the ice is so thick.
What you don't understand, brother, said Pig, is that I can hit it with my rake. If I smash through it, it's too thin for us to walk on. But if I don't move it at all, that'll show it's thick enough for us to cross.
What you say is right, observed Sanzang. The idiot hitched up his clothes, strode to the edge of the river, raised his rake with both hands, and brought it down with all his might. There was a hollow thump as 9 white scars appeared on the ice. His hand had been painfully jarred.
We can go,
said the idiot with a grin.
We can go. It's frozen solid right down to the bottom.
The news delighted Sanzang, who took them all back to the Chen house and told them to prepare to travel. Seeing that repeated pleas were not going to make their visitors stay, the 2 old men gave them some dry-cooked grain, buns, and steamed bread. The whole household kowtowed to the monks in respect, then carried out a tray of silver and gold pieces, and knelt before them. We are so grateful to you gentlemen for saving the lives of our children, that we would like to offer you this towards the cost of a meal on the journey. Sanzang shook his head and waved his hand as he refused to accept it. I am a monk, he said, and what would I want with money? I would never be able to produce it on the journey. We have to beg for what we eat. The food you have given us will be plenty. When the old man repeatedly implored them to accept it, Monkey took just under half an ounce of it between his fingers that he handed to Sanzang with the words, Master, accept this offering so as not to be ungrateful to the 2 old gentlemen. Only then did they take their leave. Once the horse's hooves slipped on the ice at the edge of the river, so that Sanzang almost fell off.
It's hard going, master,
said Friar Sand.
Wait,
said Pig.
Ask old Chen for some rice straw.
What for? Brother Monkey asked.
You wouldn't know,
said Pig.
If you wrap rice straw around the horse's hooves, it won't slip and the master won't fall off.
When old Mr. Chen heard this from the bank, he at once sent someone back to fetch a bundle of rice straw from the house, then invited Sanzang to dismount while Pig wrapped the straw around the horse's hooves, after which they set out across the ice. When they had taken their leave of the old Chin brothers, and gone a mile or so from the bank, Pig handed the 9-ringed monastic staff to Sun Zong.
Master,
He said,
hold this staff sticking out sideways as you ride.
You idiot, said Monkey. You're trying another dirty trick. You're meant to be carrying the staff, so why are you giving it to the master to carry?
You've never walked across ice,
said Pig.
so you wouldn't know that there are always crevices. Step on one and you'll go in. If you don't have something like a carrying pole sticking out sideways, then you'll fall into the water and have no more chance of climbing out than if you were in a big pod with a lid on it. You've got to have a prop like this to be safe.
This idiot must have years of experience walking on ice,
thought Monkey, smiling to himself, and they took Pig's advice. The venerable elder held his monastic staff sideways, Monkey his iron cudgel, Friar Sand his demon-quelling staff, and Pig, who had the luggage on a carrying pole over his shoulder, held his rake sideways at waist height. Thus master and disciples pressed ahead without worry until nightfall, when they ate some of their dry rations. Not daring to delay, they hurried on over the ice that glistened and reflected the light of the moon and the stars across its white expanses. The horse never rested for a moment, nor did master and disciples close their eyes, as they kept going all night. They ate some more dry rations at dawn and pressed on towards the west. As they were walking, they heard a loud creaking noise from under the ice, which so frightened the white horse that it almost fell over. "Disciples," asked Sun Zong with horror, "what was that noise?"
The river is frozen so solid that it's made the earth rumble, said Pig. Or perhaps the river's frozen right to the bottom, here in the middle.
Half reassured, but still half terrified, Sun Zong whipped the horse forward, and they carried on. Since coming back to his watery palace, the evil monster had been waiting under the ice with all his spirits for a long time. As soon as he heard the horse's hoofs, he used his magic to make the ice burst noisily open, giving Monkey such a fright that he sprang up into mid-air. The other three and the white horse sank into the water, where the evil monster captured Sun Zong and took him back to his underwater palace with all his spirits.
"Where is my sister, the Mandarin Fish?"
he shouted stridently, at which she came forward, did obeisance, and said, "Your Majesty, I am not worthy to be your sister."
"How can you say such a thing, good sister?"
the monster replied.
"Once a word is spoken, a 4-horse chariot can't bring it back. I said that if I caught the Tang priest by following your plan, I would take you as my sworn sister. Today, your plan has proved itself to have been a superb one, and the Tang priest has been caught. I could not possibly go back on my word. Little ones," he ordered his underlings, "bring a table, wet a sharp knife, open this monk up, cut out his heart, skin him, and slice up his flesh. I also want music played while I share him with my sister, and we both obtain eternal life."
"Your Majesty," said the Mandarin Fish, "don't eat him yet. His disciples may make trouble if they come here searching for him. It would be better to wait a couple of days until we know those damned wretches won't come looking for him before we cut him up. Then your Majesty will sit in the place of honor while we, your kinsfolk, play music sing and dance around you and wait on you, and you will be able to take your pleasure at your ease. Wouldn't that be best?" The monster accepted the suggestion and had Sanzang stored away in a 6-foot long stone chest behind the palace. Pig and Friar Sand, meanwhile, recovered the luggage in the river, loaded it on the back of the white horse, and swam up through the waves as they parted the waters. When Monkey saw them from up in the air, he asked, "Where's the master?"
"He's not the Tang priest now," said Pig. "He's the drowned priest. We can't find him anywhere, so let's go back ashore and decide what to do."
Now, Pig was a mortal incarnation of Marshal Tian Peng, who had once commanded 80,000 sailors on the heavenly river in the sky. Friar Sand had come from the Flowing Sands River, and the White Horse was the grandson of the Dragon King of the Western Ocean, so they were all good swimmers. With the great sage showing them the way from mid-air, they were soon back at the eastern bank, where they dried and brushed the horse and wrung out their clothes. Monkey then landed his cloud, and they went back together to the Chen household, where a messenger had already reported that only 3 of the 4 venerable gentlemen who were going to fetch the scriptures were now returning. The 2 aged brothers hurried outside to meet them.
"Gentlemen,"
they said, seeing their wet clothes,
"we tried so hard to persuade you to stay longer, and look what has come of your refusal. Where is the venerable Tang priest?" "He isn't the Tang priest any more," said Pig. "He's the drowned priest."
"Alas, alas," said the aged brothers, bursting into tears. "We said that you should wait until the snow had melted, and we could send you all across in a boat, but he refused to agree, and now he's dead."
"Old men," said Monkey, "don't be upset. Don't upset yourselves over your friend. I can assure you that the master will not die. I'm certain that the great king of miraculous response has captured him by magic. So stop worrying. Have our clothes washed and starched, our passport dried out, and the white horse fed. My brothers and I will find the damned creature, rescue the master, and wipe this evil monster out. Then he'll give you village no more trouble, and you will, I hope, have a safe and peaceful future." Old Mr. Chen, greatly encouraged to hear this, ordered a vegetarian meal to be provided. The 3 brothers ate their fill, handed the horse and luggage over to the care of the Chen household, got their weapons ready, and hurried off to find their master and catch the monster. Indeed, the true nature was harmed by treading on the ice. How could they be complete without the cinnabar? If you do not know how they rescued the Tang priest, listen to the explanation in the next installment. Chapter 49. Sanzang's great misfortune is to fall into the river. Guan Yin's fish basket saves the Tang priest. The story tells how the great sage Monkey took his leave of the old Chen brothers, went with Pig and Friar Sand to the bank of the river, and told the 2 of them to decide which of them would go into the water first.
"Brother," said Pig, "you should go first. Neither of us 2 has very special powers."
"To be frank with you, brother," replied Monkey, "I wouldn't need any help from either of you in dealing with mountain spirits, but I can't cope in the water. If I go into rivers or seas, I have to make hand spells to keep the water away, or else change into something like a fish or a crab. But if I'm making a hand spell, I can't get a good swing with my cudgel, use my powers, or kill evil spirits. I asked you two to go in because I've long known that you're both good swimmers.
Brother, said Friar Sand, I'll go, but I don't know what we'll find at the bottom of the river. I think we should all go. You should turn yourself into something or let me carry you through the water to find the monster's den. You go first and discover what's been happening. If the master hasn't been hurt and is still there, we can do our best to attack the monster. But if the monster has used magic on the master and he's been drowned or eaten, there will be no point in searching too hard. We'd better find something else to do instead.
You're right, brother, said Monkey. Which of you will carry me? Pig was secretly delighted at this question.
Goodness only knows how many times that ape has put one over on me, he thought. As he can't swim, I'll carry him and put one over on him this time. Brother, he said, chuckling, I'll carry you.
Realizing that Pig was up to something, Monkey decided to beat him at his own game and replied, Very well, you're stronger than Friar Sand. Pig then took Monkey on his back. Friar Sand parted away through the waters of the River of Heaven for the brother disciples. When they had covered 30 or 40 miles on the riverbed, the idiot made a grab for Monkey, who pulled out one of his hairs and turned it into a double of himself that he put on Pig's back, while changing his real self into a pig louse that clung firmly to the idiot's ear. Pig suddenly stumbled as he walked along, threw Monkey forward, and made him fall. Now, as the double was only a hair transformed, it floated up and disappeared.
Brother, said Friar Sand to Pig, what are you doing? Why have you fallen over in the mud instead of walking along properly? And even if you have to do that, where have you dropped Monkey? He couldn't stop himself falling, Pig replied, and he's vanished. Never mind whether he's alive or dead. We two will go and find the master.
No, said Friar Sand. We need him. He's no swimmer, but he's cleverer than us. If he's not coming, I won't go with you. Monkey could restrain himself no longer. Pig! He shouted at the top of his voice from inside the ear. I'm here! When Friar Sand heard this, he said with a laugh, That's done it. You're the one that's had it, you idiot. You had a nerve trying to put one over on him. What are we going to do now? We can hear him, but he's disappeared. Pig knelt in the mud and started to kowtow desperately, saying, I did wrong, brother, I did wrong. When we've rescued the master, I'll apologize to you properly on shore. Where did you talk to us from? You scared me to death. Please, please, turn back into yourself. I'll carry you, and I promise not to knock you about any more. You've been carrying me all this time, said Monkey. I won't play any tricks on you. Now get going, and fast. The idiot staggered to his feet, still mumbling apologies, and pressed on with Friar Sand. After another 30 or 40 miles, they looked up to see a tall building on which was written in large letters, Residence of the River Turtle. This must be where the monster lives, said Friar Sand. We two can't go up to the doors and challenge him to battle without finding out how things stand.
Wu Jing,
said Brother Monkey to Friar Sand. Is there any water inside and outside the door?
No, said Friar Sand.
In that case, you two hide near here while I take a look around, said Monkey. The splendid great sage climbed out of Pig's ear, shook himself, turned into a female shrimp with long legs, and reached the doors with 2 or 3 jumps. When he took a good look around, he saw the monster sitting up above the door with all his watery tribe drawn up around him, and the female mandarin fish sitting at his side. They were all discussing how to eat the Tang priest. Monkey looked carefully around, but could see the master nowhere. Then he noticed another female shrimp coming over and standing in the portico to the west. Monkey leapt forward and called, "Sister-in-law, where is this Tang priest that his majesty and everyone else are talking about eating?" "His majesty caught him yesterday when he made all that snow and ice," the female shrimp replied. "He's now in a stone chest behind the palace. If his disciples don't come here to make trouble, we'll have music and feast on him tomorrow." When Monkey heard this, he kept up his act for a little longer, then went straight round to the back of the palace, where he found a stone chest, just like a stone pig trough in a sty or a stone coffin. He measured it, found that it was 6 feet long, laid on it, and listened. He could hear Sanzong sobbing inside. Monkey said nothing, but put his ear against the lid, listened more carefully, and could make out Sanzong gnashing his teeth and saying, amid moans, "If only my fate had not always been so bad. Disasters in rivers all my life have I had. Soon after I was born, I was floated on the water. And now that I have drowned, never will I see Lord Buddha. Not so long ago the Black River made me weep, and now the breaking ice has consigned me to the deep. I wonder if at any time my followers will come to let me fetch the scriptures and complete my journey home." Monkey could not restrain himself from calling to him, "Master, don't be so upset about troubles by water. As the classic of water disaster has it, Earth is the mother of the 5 elements, and water is their origin. Without Earth there can be no life, and without water there can be no growth. I'm here." "Save me, disciple," said Sanzong, hearing Monkey's voice. "Don't worry," said Monkey. "I promise we'll save you when we've captured the monster." "Act fast," said Sanzong. "If I'm here for another day, I'll die of suffocation." "No problem," said Monkey. "No problem. I'm off." He turned, sprang out through the main doors, turned back into himself, and called for Pig.
"What's happening?"
asked the idiot and Friar Sand as they came up to him. "The monster caught the master with that trick," Monkey replied. "He's unhurt, but the monster has put him inside a stone chest. You two challenge the monster to battle at once while I get out of the water. Capture him if you can, and if you can't, then pretend to be beaten and lure him out of the water for me to kill."
"Out you go, brother, and don't worry," said Friar Sand. "We'll find out what the monster's really like.
Monkey then made a water averting spell with his hands, shot up through the waves, and stood on the bank to wait. Watch while Pig charges at the doors in a murderous mood, yelling,
"Damned monster! Give us our master back!"
The little devils inside the doors rushed back in panic to report, "Your Majesty, there are people outside asking for their master."
"It must be those bloody monks here,"
said the monster.
"Fetch my armor and weapons at once."
The little devils ran to fetch them, and when the monster was in his armor and holding his weapons in his hand, he ordered that the doors be opened. As he came out, Pig and Friar Sand, who were standing one to each side, could see how he was dressed and equipped. He was a fine monster. Just look. On his head, a gleaming helmet of gold. On his body, golden armor that made a rainbow. His belt was studded thick with pearls and jade. The strange boots on his feet were of smoky yellow leather. His nose was as high as a mountain ridge. His brow as majestically broad as a dragon's. Fierce and round were his eyes that flashed. Spikes of steel were his sharp, neat teeth. His short, matted hair seemed to be ablaze, and his long whiskers bristled like golden spikes. In his mouth he was chewing a tender reed, while he wielded a 9-knobbed mace of copper. The noise when the doors were opened wide rivaled the crashing of thunder in spring. Few such could be seen in the world of mortals. The great king truly deserves his title. The evil spirit came outside, accompanied by 100 or more of his little devils, who brandished their swords and spears as they formed themselves up into 2 companies.
"Where are you from, monks?"
he asked Pig.
"And why are you making this horrible noise here?" "You got away before, but I'll get you now, damned monster,"
Pig shouted back.
"Stop pretending you don't know who I am. We've had words already. I'm a disciple of the holy priest from the great Tang who's going to worship the Buddha and collect the scriptures in the western heaven. You and your little tricks, calling yourself the great king of miraculous response and eating boys and girls in Qin village. Can't you recognize me? I was the Qin family's little girl, Pan of Gold."
"Monk," said the monster, "you're a disgrace. You deserve to be punished for fraudulent impersonation if you turned yourself into that little girl. You wounded the back of my hand, although I never ate you. I let you off that time, so why have you come to my front door looking for me?"
"What do you mean, let me off?"
said Pig.
"You made that cold wind and the snow froze the river and are going to kill the master. As soon as you give him back, there will be no more trouble. But if you so much as start to say no, you'll get it from this rake of mine, and it'll show you no mercy."
The evil spirit's response to this was a mocking laugh.
"That's fancy talk, monk," he said, "but it's a load of nonsense, except that I did make the cold, the snow, and the ice, and I have captured your master. You may think you can get him back by coming here and shouting, but this time things are different. Last time I was unarmed as I was going to a banquet, which was why you took me by surprise and wounded me. This time I'll fight 3 rounds with you, if you don't make yourself scarce. If you're a match for me, I'll give you back your master, but if you're not, you'll be eaten too." What a good little boy,
said Pig.
just what I expected to hear from you. Watch out for my rake.
So you only became a monk in middle life, said the monster.
You really do have some miraculous responsiveness, my boy,
Pig replied.
How did you know that?
If you fight with a rake, that must mean you used to be a hired hand in a vegetable garden and stole it, said the monster.
My boy,
Said Pig.
this isn't a farming rake. Just look at it. Its mighty prongs are like dragon claws, set with gold in the form of serpents. In battle with a foe, it makes cold winds, till it gives off flames in a longer fight. It kills off demons for the holy priest, subduing evil spirits on the journey west. When it stirs up clouds, it bolts out sun and moon, making the colors of sunset brightly shine. It could knock down Mount Tai to the terror of tigers, turn the oceans upside down, alarming all the dragons. I could spare you for the sake of your mighty powers, but if I struck you with the rake, it would make 9 holes.
Refusing to believe this, the monster raised his copper mace and struck at Pig's head. Pig parried the blow with his rake and said,
Damn you, you're just an evil creature turned spirit in middle life.
How can you tell that? The monster asked.
As you fight with a mace, I think you must have worked as a furnaceman for a silversmith, got your hands on that hammer, and stolen it,
Pig replied.
It's no silversmith's hammer,
The monster said.
Look at it.
Its 9 knobs are all like the buds of flowers, growing on a sprig of an evergreen plant. This never was a product of the earthly world, for it came from the gardens of immortal beings. Its green and purple fruit matured by the jade pool. Its pure fragrance was formed beside the nephrite pond. Because I worked and tempered it with diligence and skill, it is now as hard as steel and miraculously sharp. Spears, swords, and halberds are not its worthy rivals. Battle-axe and partisan do not dare approach. No matter how sharp are the prongs of your rake, if they touch my hammer, they'll bend and they'll break. This conversation between the two of them was too much for Friar Sand, who came forward and said,
Monster, stop all that empty talk. As the saying goes, actions speak louder than words. Wait there and see how you like my staff.
The monster parried it with his mace and replied,
You're another one who became a monk in middle life.
How can you tell? Friar Sand asked. From the look of you, you must have been a miller before, the monster replied.
What makes you think that?
Friar Sand asked.
Why would you fight with a noodle-making pole if you weren't a miller?
The monster asked.
You evil thing,
said Friar Sand.
What you can't see is that few are the weapons like this one in the world, which is why you do not know what this staff of mine is called. It grew in a shadeless part of the moon, was shaped from the trunk of a sala tree. The jewels set around it shine with many colors, and solid is the blessing that is packed inside. Once it was present at the Jade Emperor's banquets, Now it protects the priest from the Tang. On this road to the west, it is utterly unknown, but great is its fame in the palaces of heaven. It is known as the precious demon-quelling staff, and with a single blow it could pulverize your brow. The evil spirit allowed no more arguments, and the three of them now became deadly foes. They fought a fine battle under the water. Mace, staff, and rake. Wu Neng and Wu Jing against the monster. One was Marshal Tian Peng, come down to earth. One, a great general down from heaven. Both showed their prowess in attacking the water monster, who put up a good fight against the heavenly monks. They had the good fortune to complete the Great Way, overcoming each other in an endless sequence. Earth defeated water. When water was dried out, the riverbed showed. Water gave birth to wood, which blossomed when it was growing well. Dhyana and meditation were all the same. Refining cinnabar and alchemy submitted to the three schools. Earth was the mother, yielding sprouts of metal, and metal yielded the liquid that gave birth to the babe. Water was the root that nurtured wood's flourishing, which rivaled in its glory the glow of sunset. Because the elements were crowded together, they all turned hostile and started to fight. See how bright are the 9 knobs on the mace, while the staff is decorated with many-colored silks. The rake crushed positive and negative, divided the 9 bright shiners, and swung in a tangle without any order. They were ready to die to save the Tang priest, ready to give their lives for Sakyamuni Buddha. They kept the mace of copper busy without respite, parrying the blows of the staff and the rake. When the three of them had been fighting under the water for 4 full hours, without either side emerging as victor, Pig realized that they were not going to beat the monster, and gave Friar Sand a nod. Pretending that they were beaten, the two of them turned and fled, trailing their weapons behind them. "Hold your ground here, little ones," said the monster to his underlings, "while I go after those wretches. When I catch those damned monks, I'll bring them back for you all to eat."
Watch him as he emerges above the water in pursuit of the two of them, like the wind driving fallen leaves or a rainstorm beating down withered blossoms. Monkey, meanwhile, had been standing on the bank watching the water with unwavering eyes. Suddenly he saw the waves thrown into turmoil as, with a great roar, Pig leapt ashore.
"He's coming," he said. "He's coming."
Next, Friar Sand reached the bank, saying,
"He's coming, he's coming."
Then came the monster after them, shouting,
"Where have you gone?"
No sooner had his head come into view than Monkey struck with his cudgel, shouting, "Take that!" The evil spirit swerved to avoid it, then parried with his copper mace. While the one stirred up the waves in the river, the other showed his prowess on the shore. Before 3 rounds of the fight had been fought, the monster, unable to keep up his resistance, did a feint and plunged back into the water, whereupon the wind fell and the waves subsided. "Thank you, brothers," said Monkey, going back up to the high bank.
"Brother," said Friar Sand,
You may not think that monster is up to much on the shore, but he's a real terror underwater. Pig and I attacking together were only as good as him alone. How are we going to deal with him and rescue the master?" "We've no time to lose," said Monkey. "He may kill the master."
"I'll trick him into coming out," said Pig. "You wait up in the air and say nothing at all. When you reckon his head is above the water, hit him a good hard one on the forehead from upside down. Even if that doesn't kill him, his head will ache and he'll feel faint. When I catch him one with my rake, that'll settle his score."
"Good idea," said Monkey. "Good idea. That's what they call a coordinated attack, and it will do the trick." The two of them went back into the water. The evil monster fled to his palace in defeat, where the other demons greeted him, and the mandarin fish asked, "Where did your majesty chase those two monks to?"
"They have an accomplice,"
the monster replied.
"When they jumped ashore, he swung an iron cudgel at me. I dodged it and fought back. Goodness only knows how heavy that cudgel is. I couldn't keep it off me with my mace. He sent me back here beaten in less than 3 rounds.
"Can you remember what their accomplice looks like, your majesty?" the mandarin fish asked.
"He's a monk with a hairy face that looks like a thunder god's,"
the monster replied.
"Pointed ears, a broken nose, and fiery eyes with golden pupils."
At this, the mandarin fish shuddered. "Thank goodness your majesty could see how good a fighter he was and ran away," she said. "You would never have survived another 3 rounds. I know who that monk is."
"Who is he, then?"
the monster asked. "When I was in the Eastern Ocean many years ago, I once heard the old Dragon King talk of his fame. He's the handsome monkey king, the great sage equaling heaven, who made himself into a golden immortal of the supreme monad, and made havoc in heaven 500 years ago. Now he has submitted to the Buddha's teachings, changed his name to Sun Wukong the Novice, and is protecting the Tang priest on his journey to the Western Heaven to fetch the scriptures. He has enormous divine powers and can do all sorts of transformations. Your Majesty, you must not provoke him or have any more fights with him." Before these remarks were out of her mouth, the little devils from the door came back to report, "Your Majesty, those 2 monks are back here, challenging you to battle again."
"Good sister," said the monster, "you are very wise. I won't go out, but I'll see what happens."
He sent this urgent order.
"Little ones, shut the doors firmly. As they say, you can't stand outside and roar, but we won't unlock the door. They can hang around for a couple of days, and when they can't take any more and go away, we'll feast on the Tang priest at our ease."
The little demons piled up rocks and made a clay cement to seal the doors firmly shut. When the repeated shouts of Pig and Friar Sand failed to bring the monster out, the idiot lost his patience and started to smash the doors with his rake. But they were so firmly barricaded that even though he broke up the doors themselves with 7 or 8 blows, there were still so many layers of clay and rocks behind them that he had no hope of getting through.
"Brother," said Friar Sand when he saw this, "that demon is so scared that he's barricaded his doors and won't come out. We'd better go back to the shore and discuss it with Monkey."
Pig agreed, and they returned to the eastern bank. When Monkey, who was waiting up in the mist and clouds with his cudgel in his hand, saw the two of them emerge with no demon after them, he landed his cloud on the bank to meet them. "Brothers," he asked, "why haven't you brought him up with you?"
"The monster has barricaded his doors and won't show himself,"
said Friar Sand.
"When Brother Pig smashed his doors down, he saw that the doorway was strongly blocked up with clay and rocks, and as we can't fight him, we've come back to discuss with you some other way of saving the master."
"It sounds hopeless," said Monkey. "You two patrol the bank and don't let the monster escape while I'm away."
"Where are you going, brother?"
asked Pig. "I'm going to Podoraka to call on the Bodhisattva," Monkey replied, "and find out the monster's name and background. When I've found his ancestral home and captured his relations and neighbors, I'll come back to get him and rescue the master."
"But doing all that will be too much trouble and take far too long,"
laughed Pig.
I
"I assure you it won't take any time or trouble," replied Brother Monkey. "I'll soon be back." The splendid great sage set off from the river bank at high speed on his auspicious cloud and headed for the southern sea. Within an hour, Podoraka Island was in view, and he landed the cloud on Poda Cliff, where the 24 Devas, the guardian god of the island, Moxa the novice, the boy Sudana, and the Naga maiden Pengju all came forward to bow in greeting and ask, "Why have you come, great sage?" "There is something about which I would like to see the Bodhisattva," Monkey replied. "The Bodhisattva left her cave this morning to go to her bamboo grove," the Devas replied. "She allowed nobody to accompany her, but as she knew that you would be coming today, she told us to wait here to greet you. Since you will not be able to see her at once, would you please sit under the turquoise cliff until the Bodhisattva comes out and decides what to do?" Brother Monkey did as they suggested, but before he had sat down, the page Sudana came up to him and said with a bow, "Great sage son, thanks to your earlier kindness, the Bodhisattva deigned to keep me. I never leave her side, and am always at the foot of her lotus throne. She's been very good to me." Monkey, who knew that he had previously been the Red Boy, laughed as he said, "You were so confused by evil then that you only realize I'm a good person now you've been converted." When he had been waiting for a long time, but the Bodhisattva had still not appeared, Monkey said anxiously, "Will you please report that I'm here? Time's being lost, and I'm worried that my master may be killed." "We would not dare," the Devas replied. "The Bodhisattva told us to wait till she came herself." Monkey, who was much too impatient to wait a moment longer, rushed inside. The handsome Monkey King was impatient and very snide. The Devas could not hold him back when he wanted to go inside. He strode deep into the grove, eyes wide as he peered around. He saw the Savior sitting on bamboo leaves on the ground. She was not washed or combed, and her face was free of care. There were no tassels to hold in place the silken strands of her hair. She did not wear her plain blue robe, but only a clinging vest, a skirt of brocade round her waist, and both arms left undressed. There was no shawl for her shoulders. On her foot she wore no shoe. With her jade hand held a knife of steel, with which she peeled bamboo. When Monkey saw her, he could not restrain himself from shouting, "Bodhisattva, your disciple Sun Wukong offers his pious respects." "Wait outside," said the Bodhisattva. "Bodhisattva," Monkey replied, "my master is in trouble, and I have come to inquire respectfully about the background of the evil monster in the River of Heaven." "Get out," said the Bodhisattva, "and wait till I come out." Not daring to push his demands any harder, Monkey had to leave the bamboo grove and say to all the devas, "The Bodhisattva seems to be spring cleaning. Why is she cutting strips of bamboo in the grove and not properly dressed, instead of sitting on her lotus throne?" "We don't know," said the devas. "She left the cave and went into the grove this morning before dressing, telling us to receive you here. It must be something to do with you, great sage." Monkey could do nothing but wait. Before long, the Bodhisattva emerged from the grove carrying a basket made from purple bamboo. "Wukong," she said, "you and I are going to rescue the Tang priest." Monkey fell to his knees and replied, "Your disciple has the temerity to suggest that you should dress and take your seat on the lotus throne." "There will be no need to dress. I shall go as I am," the Bodhisattva replied, after which she dismissed the devas and set off on auspicious cloud. Monkey could only follow. In a moment they were on the banks of the River of Heaven. When Pig and Friar Sand saw them, they said to each other, "That brother of ours is too impatient. Goodness only knows what sort of row he must have made in the southern sea to make the Bodhisattva come rushing here before she was even properly dressed." Before these words were out of their mouths, Guan Yin reached the bank, and the two of them bowed low to her, saying, "Bodhisattva, we shouldn't have done it. We were wrong. Forgive us." The Bodhisattva undid the silken sash around her waistcoat, tied one end to the basket, and rose on a colored cloud. Holding the other end of the sash, she threw the basket into the river, then pulled it up through the current, reciting, "Die if you go, live if you stay. Die if you go, live if you stay." When she had said this 7 times, she raised the basket again, and this time it contained a glistening goldfish, blinking its eyes and moving its scales. "Wukong," said the Bodhisattva, "go down into the water and rescue your master." "How can I?" Monkey said. "The monster hasn't been caught yet." "Isn't that him in the basket?" the Bodhisattva asked. Pig and Friar Sand then bowed low and asked, "How could that fish have had such great powers?" "It originally was a goldfish that I raised in my lotus pool," the Bodhisattva replied. "Every day it would swim up to listen to sutras, and it trained itself to have magic powers. The 9-knobbed copper mace was an unopened lotus bud that it tempered and made into a weapon. One day, I do not know when, a high tide reached the pool and carried it here. When I was leaning on the balustrade, looking at the lotuses this morning, I noticed that the wretch had not come to pay his respects, so I examined my fingers and the palms of my hands, and worked out that it must have become a spirit and be planning to kill your master. That was why I did not wait to dress before using my divine powers to weave a bamboo basket in which to catch him. In that case, said Monkey, could you stay here a moment longer? We would like to let the faithful in Chin village gaze upon your golden countenance, Bodhisattva. This would be a great kindness, and it would also teach common folk to believe and make offerings by showing them how that demon was subdued. Very well, said the Bodhisattva. Call them here. Pig and Friar Sand then ran to the village, shouting, Come and see the living Bodhisattva Guan Yin. Come and see the living Bodhisattva Guan Yin. All the villagers, young and old, men and women, rushed to the edge of the river and fell to their knees and kowtowed in worship, despite the mud and the water. Among them was a good painter who left to posterity the painting of the Bodhisattva Guan Yin appearing with a fish basket. The Bodhisattva then returned to the southern sea. Pig and Friar Sand cleared a way through the water straight to the river turtle's residence, where they searched for their master. All the water monsters and fish spirits there were now dead and rotten. They went round to the back of the palace, opened the stone chest, carried the Tang priest up out of the water, and showed him to the crowds. The Chen brothers kowtowed and expressed their thanks, saying, My lord, if only you had accepted our advice and stayed longer, you would have been spared all this trouble. Say no more about it, replied Monkey. From next year onwards, you people here won't need to make any more sacrifices. The great king has been removed and will never do you any harm again. Old Mr. Chin, I'd now like to trouble you to find a boat as soon as you can to take us across the river. Yes, I can, said Chen King, ordering people to saw wood into planks to build a boat. When his retainers heard this, they were all delighted to make offerings, and there were many cries of, I'll pay for the mast and the sail. I'll fix the oars. I'll provide the rigging. And I'll hire the boatman. Amid all the noisy yelling on the bank, a great shout came from the river. Great sage son, don't waste other people's money building a boat. I shall carry you all, master and disciples, across the river. When the crowd heard this, they were all terrified. The more timid among them slipped home, while the bolder stayed to watch, shivering and shaking. A moment later, a monster emerged from the water. This is what it was like. A divine, square-headed, and extraordinary beast. The miraculous creature, the immortal of the waters. Wagging his tail, he can live for many an age, hiding still and silent in the depths of the rivers. Leaping through the waves, he rushes to the bank, or lies beside the sea facing sun and wind. He has mastered the true way of nourishing his essence, the ancient soft-shelled turtle with his carapace of white. Great sage, called the ancient soft-shelled turtle, don't have a boat built. I'll take you for across. I'll get you, you evil beast, said Monkey, swinging his iron cudgel. Come to the bank and I'll kill you with this. I am grateful to you, great sage, and have offered in good faith to carry your master and your disciples across the river. So why do you want to kill me? The monster asked. What good turn have I ever done you? Brother Monkey asked.
Great sage, said the soft-shelled turtle, you may not realize it, that the river turtle's residence at the bottom of the river is my home, which was handed down to me by many generations of ancestors. Because I acquired awareness of the fundamental and developed a divine spirit by cultivating my conduct, I had my ancestral home rebuilt as the river turtle's residence. 9 years ago, on a day when the sea was roaring and the waves were crashing, that evil monster came here on the tide and used his power to make a vicious attack on me. He killed many of my children and captured many of my clan. As I was no match for him, I had to let him take my home for nothing. Now that you have come to rescue the Tang priest, great sage, and have asked the Bodhisattva Guan Yin to sweep away evil and capture the monster, my house has been returned to me, and my family reunited. We can now live in our old home instead of having to make mud shelters. That is why my gratitude to you is as great as a mountain and as deep as the sea. And it is not only my family that is grateful. The whole village will now be spared from the annual sacrifice, and the sons and daughters of many a family will be spared. You have indeed brought double benefits with a single action, and that kindness is one that I have to repay.
Monkey's heart was warmed to hear this, so he put his cudgel away and asked, Is all that really true?
How could I possibly lie to the great sage who has done me so very great a kindness?
The ancient, soft-shelled turtle asked. If it's the truth, you must swear an oath to heaven, Monkey said, whereupon the ancient soft-shelled turtle opened his red mouth and swore to heaven.
If I do not faithfully carry the Tang priest across the river of heaven, may my whole body be turned to blood.
Come ashore, said Monkey with a smile. Only then did the ancient soft-shelled turtle approach the shore, give a jump, and climb up the bank. When they all went close, they saw that he had a huge white shell about 40 feet around. Master, said Monkey, let's climb on his back and cross over. But, disciple, said Sansong, we could not get across that ice even though it was frozen so thick. I'm afraid that we would be even less safe on a turtle's back.
Do not be afraid, master,
said the ancient soft-shelled turtle.
I'm much safer than those thick layers of ice. I'll only fail in my spiritual endeavors if I roll to the side.
Master, said Monkey, no creature that can speak human language will tell a lie. He then told Pig and Friar Sand to lead the horse forward. When they reached the banks, everyone in the village came to see them off with deep bows. Monkey led the animal onto the turtle's white shell and asked the Tang priest to stand to the horse's right, Pig to its left, and Friar Sand behind it while he stood in front. Just in case the soft-shelled turtle tried to misbehave, Monkey undid his belt of tiger sinew, threaded it through the turtle's nose, and held it like a halter. Then, with one foot on the turtle's shell and one on its head, and with his iron cudgel in one hand and the halter in the other, he shouted, Take it easy, ancient soft-shelled turtle. One roll from you and I'll hit you on the head. I'd never dare, I'd never dare, the turtle said, and he started to walk across the river on his 4 feet, as if going across dry land. All the people on the bank burnt incense, kowtowed, and recited Namo Amitabha Buddha. This had indeed been a case of a true arhat coming down to the mortal world in the appearance of a living bodhisattva. Everyone bowed, watched them until they could be seen no more, and then went home. In less than a day, the master rode the white, soft-shelled turtle across the 250 miles of the River of Heaven and landed on the other side with hands and feet still dry. When he had climbed ashore, Sanzang put his hands together in thanks and said, Ancient soft-shelled turtle, I have put you to a great effort, but I have nothing I can give you. I shall have to express my gratitude when I come back with the scriptures.
There is no need for any presents, venerable sir, said the turtle. I hear that the Lord Buddha in the western heaven has gone beyond death and life and knows everything in the past and the future. I have been cultivating my conduct here for over 1,300 years, and although I have prolonged my life and learned human speech, I cannot escape from my shell. I beg you, venerable sir, to ask the Lord Buddha on my behalf when I will be rid of this shell and able to take human form.
I shall ask, Sanzang promised, at which the ancient soft-shelled turtle plunged back into the water, and Monkey helped Sanzang to mount the horse. With Pig shouldering the luggage and Friar Sand walking alongside, master and disciples took the main trail west. Indeed, the emperor sent the priest on his journey to visit the Buddha. Great were the hardships, and long was the road over river and hill. Firm was his will, and sincere was his heart. For him death held no terror. The river of heaven he crossed, standing high on the old turtle's shell. If you don't know how much further they had to go, or what other terrible trials faced them, listen to the explanation in the next installment. Chapter 50. Feelings run wild and nature gets loose because of desire. In confusion of spirit, the heart is disturbed and the demon encountered. The poem goes, the heart must be frequently swept, the dust of emotions removed, lest the Buddha be trapped in the pit. Only when the essence is pure can the origin then be discussed. Trim the candle of nature, breathe in the way that Master Cauxi taught. Control the ape and horse of the mind. Only when breath is calm by day and night can one achieve the true adept's skill. This poem is set to the tune Nankei Z, and it tells how the Tang priest escaped disaster under the ice of the River of Heaven and crossed to the other bank on the shell of the white turtle. As the 4 pilgrims headed west, it was now the depths of winter, but the mists in the forests were still light, and the bony shapes of the mountains could be seen rising in their purity above the waters. As master and disciples carried along their way, they were obstructed by a big mountain. The road was rocky, and they and the horse found the going rough. Sanzang reined the horse in and called for his disciples. Monkey led Pig and Friar Sand forward to stand in attendance and asked, Master, what are your instructions? You can see how high the mountain in front of us is, said Sanzang. I am worried that there may be tigers, wolves, monsters, and demon beasts who will kill us. You must be very careful. Don't worry, master, said Monkey. We three brothers have got on very well together since we were converted to the pursuit of the truth. With our magic powers to put down demons and monsters, we've got nothing to fear from tigers, wolves, or demons. This greatly reassured Sanzang, who pressed ahead. When he reached the mouth of a gully and urged the horse up the slope, he raised his head and saw that it was a splendid mountain. Towering crags, a steep and lofty range. Towering crags pierced the heavens. The steep and lofty range blocked out the azure sky. Grotesque rocks were piled like sitting tigers. Twisted, slanting pines seemed to fly like dragons. Beautifully sang the birds on the ridge. Heavy hung the scent of plum blossom by the scar. Cold was the sluggish flow of the stream, and menacing hung the dark clouds over the peak. They saw whirling snow and an icy wind howling with the roar of hungry mountain tigers. Cold rooks could find no perches in the trees, and wild deer did not know the way back home. Hard it was indeed for the traveler to make progress, as he frowned with worry and covered up his head. The four of them were trembling in the cold and the snow as they crossed that high ridge and saw in a distant hollow high towers and elegant houses. Disciples, said a relieved Sanzang from the back of his horse. We have gone cold and hungry today, but there are many buildings in that hollow that I am sure must be a farm or a Buddhist or Taoist monastery. Let us go there and beg some food before we continue on our way. Monkey's immediate response was to take a good look. He saw that evil-looking clouds and vapors hung over the place, so he turned back to the Tang priest and said, Master, that's a bad place. How could it possibly be a bad place with all those towers, pavilions, and fine buildings? Sanzang asked. You wouldn't know, master, Monkey replied. There are any number of evil spirits and monsters along this road to the west who are good at making buildings by magic. They can make anything from towers and houses to halls and pavilions, and all just as bait. As you know, one of the 9 kinds of dragon is called the clam dragon. Its breath comes out looking like fine buildings and pools. Clam dragon buildings appear when there is a heavy mist over a great river. Birds flying by will perch on them for a rest. The clam dragon eats everyone up, even if there are thousands of them. It's a really lethal trick. The atmosphere over there looks thoroughly vicious. Whatever you do, don't go there. Even if I may not, I am still very hungry indeed, said Sanzang. Yes, master, you really must be, replied Monkey. Would you like to dismount and sit on this level ground here while I go somewhere else to bake food for you? Sanzang followed this suggestion. While Pig held the halter, Friar Sand put the luggage down, opened up one of the bundles, and took out a begging bowl that he handed to Monkey, who gave him these parting instructions as he took it. Don't go any further. Guard the master and make sure he stays sitting here until I come back with some food. Then we can carry on west. Friar Sand promised to do so. Monkey then spoke to Sanzang again. Master, this is a very dangerous place. Whatever you do, you mustn't move away from here. I'm off now to beg for food. No need to say any more, replied Sanzang. Be back as soon as you can. I shall wait for you here. Monkey turned and was about to go when he turned back to add, Master, I know that you haven't the patience to sit still, but I'll make a spell to keep you safe here. With that, he took out his gold-banded cudgel, and in a flash he drew a circle on the ground with it. He asked the Tang priest to sit in the circle with Pig and Friar Sand standing on either side, and the horse and luggage nearby. Then he put his palms together and said to the Tang priest, The circle I've drawn is stronger than a wall of bronze or iron. No tiger, leopard, wolf, demon, fiend, or monster will dare come anywhere near it. But you must not step outside it. I guarantee that you'll come to no harm as long as you sit inside the circle. But once you leave it, very nasty things will happen to you. Please, 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 stay inside it whatever happens. Sanzang did as he was told, and they all sat down. Only then did Monkey set off due south on his cloud to beg for some food. When he saw the ancient trees of another farmhouse reaching up to the sky, he brought his cloud down for a closer look. This is what he saw. Willows bent down by cruel snow, a square pool frozen hard, a few sparse bamboos waving green, the turquoise of a lofty and elegant pine, thatched cottages that looked covered with silver, a slanting bridge that seemed paved with flower. Daffodils by the fence were beginning to open, while icicles hung low beneath the eaves. The icy wind carried many a strange fragrance. The plum blossom was lost amid the driving snow. As Monkey walked towards the farm to take a look at it, he heard the creak of a wicker gate opening as an old man came out. He was leaning on a wooden stick and wearing a sheepskin hat, a tattered tunic, and rush sandals. He looked up to the sky and said,
The northwest wind is blowing, so the sky will be clear tomorrow.
Before the words were out of his mouth, a Pekingese dog came bounding out from behind him and started barking wildly at Monkey. Only then did the man turn to see Monkey carrying his begging bowl. Venerable benefactor, said Monkey, I'm with the monks sent to the western heaven by the Emperor of Great Tang in the east to worship the Buddha and fetch the scriptures. As we were passing this way, and my master is very hungry, I've come to your honorable residence to beg for a vegetarian meal. The old man nodded, hit the ground with his stick, and said,
Reverend sir, don't beg here. You've lost your way.
No, I haven't, said Monkey.
The main trail west is over 300 miles north of here,
said the old man.
So why aren't you on that?
That's where I've come from, Monkey replied. My master is now sitting by the main trail waiting for me to bring him some food.
You're talking nonsense, monk,
the old man replied.
How could your master be waiting by the main trail for you to bring him some food? Even if you could walk this far, it would take you 6 or 7 days to cover over 300 miles, and as long again to get back. By then he would have starved to death.
Honestly, benefactor, replied Brother Monkey with a smile, I have only just left my master, and it took me less time to get here than it would to drink a cup of tea. When I've been given the food, I'll take it back for his lunch. This alarmed the old man, who drew back at once, saying,
That monk's a demon! A demon!
He was just about to go back inside when Monkey took hold of him and asked, Where are you going, benefactor? Give me some food at once.
It's very difficult,
The old man said.
very difficult. Try somewhere else.
You really don't understand, benefactor, Monkey replied. Just think, I've had to come over 300 miles to get here, so it would probably be another 300 miles to another house. You're trying to make my master starve to death.
I'll tell you frankly,
The old man said.
that we can only put 3 pints of rice in the pot for the 6 or 7 members of the family, and it's still cooking. Try somewhere else.
There is an old saying, Monkey replied, that it's better to stay in one house than to call on 3. I'm staying put. The old man lost his temper with Monkey for being so persistent and raised his stick to hit him. This did not worry Monkey at all, who allowed the old man to hit him on his shaven pate 7 or 8 times. It felt like having the itches on his head scratched.
You're a monk who likes being hit on the head,
said the old man. Hit me as much as you like, oldie, said Monkey. I'm keeping the score, and you'll have to give me a pint of rice for every blow. When the old man heard this, he dropped his stick, rushed inside, shut the gate, and shouted,
A demon! A demon!
This made the whole household shake with fear as they shut the front and back gates in a hurry. Watching the gates being shut, Monkey thought, I wonder if the old villain was telling the truth about the amount of rice they cook. As the saying goes, the good are converted by Taoism, and the stupid by Buddhism. I'm going in to take a look around. With that, the splendid great sage made a spell with his hands to make himself invisible and went straight to the kitchen to look. He saw that the pot was steaming and half filled with grain, so he thrust his begging bowl into it, filled it to the brim, and went back on his cloud. The Tang priest, meanwhile, who had been sitting in the circle for a long time waiting for Monkey to come back, stretched, looked around, and said, Where has that ape gone to beg for food?
Goodness only knows where he is. Probably fooling around,
said Pig with a laugh beside him.
Begging for food indeed. He's left us here in a pen.
What do you mean, in a pen? Sanzang asked.
That's something else you wouldn't know, master,
Pig replied.
In the old days, people used to draw circles on the ground to make pens. He draws a circle with his cudgel and says it's stronger than a wall of bronze or iron. But how could it possibly keep out any tigers, wolves, or evil monsters that came here? We'd be a meal served up to them on a plate.
What should we do about it, Wu Ning? Sanzang asked him.
We're not sheltered from the wind or the cold here,
Pig said.
If you ask me, we should carry on west along the trail. Monkey went off begging on his cloud, so he's bound to be back soon. He'll catch up with us. If he's got any food, we can eat it before going on. All we've got from sitting here so long is cold feet.
These words were to be Sanzang's undoing. He followed the idiot's advice, and they all left the circle. The Tang priest walked along the trail with Pig leading the horse and Friar Sand carrying the luggage. They soon reached the house with high towers, which was a south-facing compound. Outside the gates was a whitewashed wall, above which rose a multicolored gate tower shaped like lotuses leaning together. The gates stood half open. While Pig tethered the horse to a stone drum by the threshold, Friar Sand put the luggage down, and Sun Zong sat on the doorsill, out of the wind.
Master,
Said Pig.
this looks like a nobleman or minister's house. There's nobody at the gates, so I suppose they're all inside warming themselves up by the fire. Sit down and let me take a look.
Do be careful, said the Tang priest. Don't go charging into their house.
I know,
Said the idiot.
I'm a lot better managed now I'm a Buddhist. I'm not a village yokel anymore.
The idiot tucked his rake in his belt, straightened his black brocade tunic, and went in through the gate in a very affected way. He saw a large hall with high curtained windows that was completely quiet and deserted. There were no tables, chairs, or other furniture. When he went round the screen and further into the house, he found himself in a passageway at the end of which stood a multi-storied building with upstairs windows, half open, through which yellow damask bed curtains could be glimpsed.
I suppose they're still in bed because it's so cold,
Thought Pig, whereupon he marched up the stairs without worrying about the propriety of invading the private quarters of the house. When the idiot lifted the curtain and looked inside, he almost collapsed with shock. On the ivory bed inside the curtains was a pile of gleaming white bones, with a skull the size of a bushel measure and thigh bones some 4 or 5 feet long. When the idiot calmed himself, the tears poured down his cheeks as he nodded to the skeletons and said with a sigh,
I wonder, for what great dynasty you once were a marshal. In what country's service did you hold high command? Then you were a hero fighting for mastery, but now you are only a pile of bones. Where are the widow and child making offerings? Do no soldiers burn incense to honor your memory? The sight is enough to make one sigh deeply. Alas for the man who once was a conqueror.
As Pig was sighing with grief, there was a flicker of fire behind the curtain.
I suppose there must be attendants at the back to offer him incense,
The idiot thought. When he rushed round the bed curtain to look, he saw that it was the daylight shining through the windows, beside which stood a colored lacquer table. On it were thrown some padded clothes in brocade and embroidery. When the idiot picked them up to look at them, he saw that they were 3 quilted brocade waistcoats. Not worrying about whether it was right to do so, the idiot took them downstairs and went out through the main hall and the gates.
Master,
He shouted.
there's no sign of life here. It's a house of the dead. I went inside and went upstairs, where I found a pile of bones behind a yellow bed curtain. On one side of the upper floor were 3 quilted brocade waistcoats. Look, I've brought them back with me. We're really in luck, as they're just what we need now that the weather has turned cold. Take your habit off, Master, and put one of these on underneath. You'll be a lot more comfortable. It'll keep the cold out.
No, said Sanzang. It's forbidden. The law says taking, whether openly or in secret, is always theft. If anyone found out, came after us, and handed us over to the authorities, we would definitely be found guilty of theft. You had better take them back in and put them where you found them. We shall just sit here for a while to shelter from the wind, and carry on along our way as soon as Wukong is back. Monks should not be looking out for easy pickings like that.
But there's nobody around who could know, said Pig. Not even a chicken or a dog. The only people who know are ourselves. Who's going to sue us? There's no evidence. It's just the same as if we'd picked it up. Taking or stealing just doesn't come into it.
Nonsense, said the Tang priest. Even if nobody else knew about it, heaven cannot be fooled. As the Lord of Origin teaches us, do no evil in a dark house. The eyes of the gods are like lightning. Take it back at once and stop hankering after what you have no right to. The idiot was having none of this.
Master,
He said to the Tang priest with a grin.
I've worn several waistcoats in my life, but never have I seen quilted brocade ones like this before. Even if you don't want to wear one, please let me just try one on to warm my back up. When Monkey comes back, I'll take it off and we can be on our way again.
In that case, said Friar Sand,
I'd like to try one too.
The two of them took off their outer tunics and put the waistcoats on instead. As soon as they had tightened the belts, they collapsed, unable to stay on their feet. The waistcoats were even worse than bonds. In an instant, both of them had their hands tied together behind their backs. Sanzang stamped his foot in despair and indignation and rushed forward to untie them, but to no avail. The three of them set up endless yells that soon disturbed a demon king. Now these buildings had indeed been created by the magic of an evil spirit who spent all his life lying in wait there to catch people. Hearing the howls of anger as he sat in his cave, he rushed out to find that he had several victims tied up. The monster called for his little demons to go there with him as he made all the enchanted buildings vanish. They returned to the cave holding the Tang priest, leading the horse, and dragging Pig and Friar Sand. The old demon took his seat on his throne, while the little devils pushed Sanzang to the foot of the steps and forced him to kneel on the floor. "Where are you from, monk?" the demon asked. "And how can you have the effrontery to steal my clothes in broad daylight?" "I have been sent to fetch the scriptures from the western heaven by the Emperor of Great Tang in the east," replied Sanzang. "As I was hungry, I sent my senior disciple to beg for food. He has not come back yet, and it was because I ignored his good advice that I blundered into your immortal hall to shelter from the wind, never imagining that my disciples would be so grasping as to steal your clothes. As I have no such wicked thoughts, I told them to take the clothes straight back, but they paid no attention and instead insisted on putting them on to warm their backs. Never did I imagine that we would fall into your majesty's trap and be captured. I beg you, in your mercy, to spare our lives so that we can fetch the scriptures. We will be eternally indebted to your majesty, and your praises will be sung forever after we return to the east. But I'm always hearing people say that if you eat the flesh of the Tang priest, white hair can be turned black, and teeth that have fallen out will grow again, said the demon with a grin. You've come along today without even having been asked, and now you expect me to spare you. What's your senior disciple called? And where has he gone begging? This question started Pig bragging.
My elder brother is Sun Wukong, the great sage equaling heaven, who made havoc in heaven 500 years ago.
This news shocked the demon speechless. I've long heard of that damned ape's enormous powers, he thought, and now I'm meeting him when I least expected to. Little ones, he ordered, tie the Tang priest up, take my precious coats off the other two, and fetch a couple of ropes to bind them. Take them to the back, and when I've caught the senior disciple, we can scrub them all clean, put them in the steamer, and cook them. The little demons acknowledged his orders, then bound the three of them together and carried them to the back. They tethered the white horse by the trough, took the luggage indoors, and sharpened their weapons to capture Monkey. Monkey, meanwhile, who had filled his begging bowl with rice in the farmhouse to the south, rode his cloud back and landed it on a stretch of level ground on the mountainside, to find the Tang priest gone, he knew not where. The circle he had drawn with his cudgel was still there, but travelers and horse had disappeared. When he looked towards where the buildings had been, they had vanished too. All that could be seen were mountains and grotesquely shaped rocks. Don't tell me, he thought with horror. They've been caught. He rushed after them, following the horse's prints westwards. About 2 miles later, when he was feeling thoroughly gloomy, he heard voices on the other side of the slope to the north of him. When he looked, he saw an old man in felt clothes, a warm hat, and a pair of worn, oiled cloth boots, holding a dragon-headed stick, and followed by a slave boy. The old man had broken off a sprig of plum blossom and was singing a song as he came down the slope. Monkey put down his begging bowl and looked the old man in the face as he put his hands together and said, "Greetings, grandfather."
Where are you from, reverend sir?
Replied the old man, returning his bow. We are monks from the east going to the western heaven to worship the Buddha and fetch the scriptures, said Monkey. There are 4 of us altogether, a master and 3 disciples. I went off to beg for some food as my master was hungry, so I told the other 3 to wait for me at a stretch of level ground on that mountainside. When I came back, they had gone, and I don't know which way they went. May I ask you if you have seen them, grandfather? The question made the old man chortle.
Did one of the 3 have a long snout and big ears?
He asked. Yes, Monkey replied.
And there was another with an evil-looking mug leading a white horse, and a fat monk with a white face?
That's right, said Monkey.
Then you've all lost your way, said the old man. Don't bother looking for them. It's every man for himself.
The white-faced one is my master, and the funny-looking ones are my brother disciples, Monkey replied. We're all set on going to the western heaven to fetch the scriptures. Of course I've got to look for them.
When I came this way just now, I saw that they had lost their way, and were heading straight into the demon's mouth,
the old man said. I would be very grateful, grandfather, replied Monkey, if you could tell me which demon it is and where he lives. I want to call on him and ask for them back, so that we can go on with our journey to the western heaven.
The mountain is called Mount Jindo, and there is a Jindo cave in front of it,
the old man replied.
In the cave lives the great King Rhinoceros. His magic abilities are enormous, and he's very powerful. All three of your people must be dead by now. If you go looking for them, you might not even be able to keep yourself alive. The best thing would be not to go there. I won't try to stop you or keep you here. I will simply leave you to think it over.
Monkey bowed again to thank the old man and said, Thank you, venerable sir, for your advice, but I have to search for them. Tipping the rice out and giving it to the old man, he put his begging bowl away, at which the old man put down his stick to accept the bowl, which he handed to his slave. Then they both resumed their normal form, fell to their knees, and kowtowed, saying, Great sage, we dare not try to deceive you. We too are the mountain deity and local god of this place, and we've been waiting here to receive you, great sage. We'll look after the rice in your begging bowl to make it easier for you to use your magic powers. When you've rescued the Tang priest, you can do your duty to him by giving him the food. Hairy devils, shouted Monkey. You deserve a flogging. If you knew I was here, why didn't you meet me earlier instead of skulking around in disguise? It's a disgrace. Because you have such a quick temper, great sage, we did not want to rush in and offend you, the local god replied. That was why we disguised ourselves, to tell you all that. Very well, said Monkey. We'll postpone that beating. Look after my bowl while I capture that evil spirit. The great sage then tightened his belt of tiger sinew, hitched up his tiger skin kilt, took his gold-banded cudgel in his hands, and headed straight for the mountain in search of the cave. As he rounded a sheer wall, he saw a pair of stone doors set among rocks beside the blue-green rock face. Outside the doors, a crowd of little devils were practicing with sword and spear. Indeed, there were auspicious clouds, green lichens, rows of strange and craggy rocks, steep paths winding around. Apes howled and birds sang in the beauty of nature. Phoenixes flew and danced in this land of immortals. The first blooms were open on plum trees facing south. 1,000 bamboos were green in the sun's warmth. Under the cliff, deep in the gorge, under the cliff the snow was piled up white. Deep in the gorge the stream had turned to ice. Stands of cypress and pine preserved ancient beauty. Camellia bushes all bloomed with the same red. Without waiting to have a thorough look, the great sage made straight for the doors and shouted at the top of his voice, Little devils, Go straight in and tell your master that I'm Sun Wukong, the great sage equaling heaven, and the disciple of the holy Tang priest. Tell him to send my master out at once, if you lot don't all want to be killed."
The little devils all hurried in to report.
"Your Majesty, there's a monk at the gate with a hairy face and a crooked mouth. He's called the great sage equaling heaven Sun Wukong, and he's asking for his master back."
The demon was delighted to hear this. "Just the person I wanted to come," he said. "Ever since leaving my palace and coming down to the mortal world, I've had no chance to try out my martial skills. Now that he's here, I'll have a worthy foe. Bring me my weapons, little ones," he ordered. All the big and little devils in the cave braced themselves and carried out as quickly as they could a 12-foot-long steel spear that they handed to the old demon, who gave them their instructions. "Little ones, you must keep in neat formation. Those who advance will be rewarded, and anyone who retreats will be executed." Having been given their orders, the little devils charged out through the doors behind the old demon, who shouted, "Who is Sun Wukong?" Monkey stepped across from beside the entrance to see how ugly and murderous the Demon King looked. A single jagged horn, a pair of bright eyes. The thick skin protruded above his head. Black flesh shone by his ears. When he stretched his tongue, he could lick his snout. His mouth, when opened wide, showed yellow teeth. His hair was indigo blue, his muscles hard as steel. He was like a rhinoceros, but could not see through water. Resembled a buffalo, but could not plow. Not useful like the ox who lows at the moon. He could easily scare the sky and shake the earth. His purple hands were knotted with muscle, as he stood erect with his spear of steel. One only had to consider his hideous looks to see why he deserved to be called Rhinoceros King.
"Your Grandpa Monkey is here," said the great sage monkey, stepping forward. "Give me back my master, and neither of us will be hurt. But if there's so much as half a no from you, I'll kill you, and there'll be nowhere to bury your remains."
"I'll get you, you impudent devil of an ape," the demon roared back. "What powers do you have that give you the nerve to talk like that?"
"Evidently you've not seen them yet," Monkey replied.
"Your master stole my clothes," said the demon, "and now I've caught him and am going to cook and eat him. What sort of tough guy do you think you are, daring to come here to ask for him back?"
"My master is a loyal, upright, and good monk. He couldn't possibly have stolen any of your devilish goods."
"I made a magic villa by the mountain path," the demon said, "and your master crept inside. He was so carried away by his greed that he stole 3 quilted brocade waistcoats. I caught him red-handed. If you really have any powers, I'll give you a fight. Hold out against me for 3 rounds and I'll spare your master's life. Fail, and you go to the underworld with him."
"Shut up, damned beast," Monkey replied. "A fight would suit me fine. Come here and try a taste of my cudgel."
The monster was not at all afraid to fight, and he thrust his spear at Monkey's head. It was a superb battle. Just watch. The gold-banded cudgel was raised. The long-handled spear parried. The gold-banded cudgel was raised, flashing like a golden snake of lightning. The long-handled spear parried, glistening like a dragon emerging from the sea. Outside the doors, the little devils beat their drums, drawn up in battle order to add to his might, while the great sage showed his skill, displaying his abilities freely all around. On one side, a spear and spirits braced. Against it, a cudgel and martial prowess. Indeed, it was hero set against hero, a pair of well-matched foes. The Demon King breathed out coiling purple mists, while the gleam of the great sage's eyes formed colored clouds. Only because the Tang priest was in trouble did both of them fight so bitterly without quarter. After 30 inconclusive rounds, the Demon King could see that Sun Wukong was a complete master of the cudgel, who could advance or retreat without leaving any openings. What a splendid ape, he kept saying with admiration. What a splendid ape. This was the skill that made havoc in heaven. Monkey too was impressed by the Demon King's neat spearwork as he parried to left and right with great skill. What a splendid spirit, he said. What a splendid spirit. He really is a demon who would know how to steal elixir pills. The two of them then fought another 10 or 20 rounds. The Demon King touched the ground with the tip of his spear and ordered his little devils forward. All those wretched fiends surrounded the great sage with their cutlasses, staves, swords, and spears. Monkey was completely unafraid. "I'm glad you've come along," he shouted. "Glad you've come along. Just what I wanted." With his gold-banded cudgel, he blocked and parried them in front and behind, and to both sides, but the devils would not give ground. Losing his patience, Monkey threw his cudgel into the air, shouted, "Change!" and turned it into over 1,000 cudgels that came raining down from the sky like flying snakes, terrifying the devils out of their wits and sending them scurrying back to their cave for their lives with their hands over their heads. "Behave yourself, ape," said the demon with a mocking laugh, "and watch this trick." He immediately pulled out from his sleeve a gleaming white ring that he threw up into the air with a shout of, "Get them!" It came whirling down, catching all the gold-banded cudgels inside it, and forcing Monkey to somersault away for his life, as he was now disarmed. While the Demon King returned to his cave in triumph, Brother Monkey was at his wits' end. Indeed, the way grew by 1 foot, but the demon grew by 10. Blind and confused, they failed to see that the house was fake. Alas, there was no place to be found for the Dharma body. In action and in thoughts, they had made a great mistake. If you don't know how all this ended, listen to the explanation in the next installment.